always talked about with Andrew Wilson of like why I'm very cautious with him because he does seem to have like a very particular like philosophical project or a part of a philosophical project that is not Christian nationalism alone, right? Like there's a ulterior there's like another ulterior part of that, right? And I think some of
Right.
people have their bets on what that may be or what that may not be, and I'm not going to say like I
Well,
know for
it's
sure, but it is
um
interesting.
well, I think it's somehow linked to libertarianism and the entire idea because he debates this concept of libertarianism on the one end, but then it is related to the notion of the paleo conservative, idea. So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, and again, I don't really blame him in the fact that he's not overt with it because there are probably good reasons that you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, frankly, a lot of his audience are not capable of comprehending some of the things that he's, uh, suggesting, I would say, and again, that's not a knock on most people. Like I myself and many other people, we don't really know. We kind of have to conjecture to some degree, but definitely to varying degrees, if that makes any sense. So, you know, um, some people have a better idea than others. I mean, when I see him, like, I definitely agree with you. Like, there's a huge undercurrent of libertarianism. There's a huge undercurrent of pragmatism. There's a huge undercurrent of techno liberalism for sure, as you put it. There's a
Yeah, and then you have the idea where there's uneasy link between them and the accelerationists, right? Like Peter Thiel, and there you have the espousing of like Murray Rothbard and the fucking paleo libertarianism. So
Yeah,
it's
and
like
and
there's a
there's
lot of
some
shit.
like seemingly legitimate. I know this is boring the shit out of everybody, but I do appreciate anybody who's sticking around. But like,
Yeah, it is what it is.
yeah,
You want to
but
get
this
down with
isn't.
it.
I would say this is important though. It's like
Yeah.
there is this kind of underlying like animosity between these people, but ultimately like their disagreements aren't big enough in my opinion. Like they're kind of like in my personal opinion, they're kind of arguing over like what color should the Titanic be as it's going down in the water. Like I think it looks this color. And I think like I don't think that's the debate we should be having. You know what I mean? Like um, you know, that's not what I'm interested in debating about, personally. Like that debate was kind of like a farce in a lot of ways where like they both have technical correct things, but ultimately they don't really have any plan to do anything about it. So except for complain, which is not really which again you have to agree on reality first to some degree, but beyond that, there needs to be some sort of embedded like now what into it, I would say, and implying that like just general pragmatism is the answer without any sort of foundational like morality or ethics or things
Yeah.
that comprehend is not really the best way to go, I would say. Like
Well,
you don't
let's
start with
face it.
pragmatism. So
Yeah, well, let's face it. They took all these extreme positions to draw in a large crowd of people that they were farming from all these like far right audiences, and now they've gone completely to supporting the status quo and even supporting Trump. So I think that's pretty upsetting for most people. That
well, and to defend Trump in such a way where it's like I support him, but I don't support him all the way. It's like, well, then what are you really saying? You're not really saying much, right? Like it's like I support the war, but I don't support like endless war. And it's like, well, okay. So I mean, I don't know. Again, it's really just like foggy language. And again, like I appreciate the troll side of it a lot. I really do. But I just think people deserve better than that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think the audience is really picking up on the fucking like details. And I really wish they were. And if they are, they're not saying it in the chats that I'm reading. So, and the debates on Twitter between these people are not worthy of the subject matter that supposedly we're all interested in. I would say like the whole, war in Iran thing and all this, like, I mean, I have my own opinions about it. I think that it's a lot more complicated. I don't think it's purely about Iran and Israel, but clearly it's a lot about those two people. And I think that people are trying to, like when they're saying like, well, do you love PDF files? Like you don't lead your argument with that. You know what I mean? Like that's so bad faith. Like because you're automatically saying like, well, you can't disagree with me, or you're defending pedophile, or whatever the argument is trying to do. I mean, that's just a really low tier thing. And even within the argument, they both spoke past each other and could have totally demolished each other. And the fact that they didn't do that is what makes me the most like disappointed. Is like they could have totally smashed each other's points and they just chose not to do that. And so it's like that it's not a blood sports sport. I mean, it's not a blood sports debate at that point. At that point, in my opinion, right? So you have two giant wide opening like touchdowns, and they both just drop the ball, and I'm like, that's just very upsetting to me. So I just want to mention that.
When I look at Andrew Wilson, I just I'm not sure hypocrite is the right word, but I just think that he stands on Jesus and the principles of Jesus and the Bible, and at the same time he has said that his whole moral compass is force doctrine. And whoever has the guns, whoever has the monopoly on violence gets to make the rules, and we all need to do what they say. And this is just so, this is like the exact opposite of Jesus and the way he lived and the way he died. And this is what people think a Christian is. This is modern day apologists, is someone who doesn't even understand the basic teachings of Jesus. I mean, it's insane. Now, admittedly, I don't listen to him often because when I have listened to him, he's always in bad faith, almost always.
Well,
But
I'll say this. I'll say this really briefly. I mean, like you know, because I'm not trying to defend him or anything, but like I think that like I can see how he's justifying some of what he's saying, but he's definitely leaning way too hard into like, well, whoever has the power makes the rules, and it's like if you're not going to go on the other side and say, well, this is a dangerous thing and we shouldn't be too jumpy into that, and like, you know what I mean, like, because here's the thing is like if that were really true, even if you believe that as a Christian, which would be problematic, I would say, as you said, well, you certainly wouldn't want to say that in front of your enemies and tell them that like, well, if I get power, you're all gone, right? Like then your enemies are going to fight 10 times harder so you don't get power. See what I'm saying? Like there's a whole Machiavellian aspect that is not even really being acknowledged in the premise of the statements and the debate itself. So again, who is the debate for, and why are they debating these topics in these ways? And that's kind of where I'm coming from, is like, well, if you really wanted to grab power and do these things, why would you say all this out in the open, right? Like you wouldn't go and tell your enemies like, well, wait till I get power, you're all done for. It's like, why wouldn't you just take the power and not say that out loud? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand it. That doesn't really seem to make sense to me either, right? So I just want to say that like as part of like where I'm coming from, because I understand what you're saying, but he kind of is trolling with that too. Like he kind of wants people to attack him on those grounds of what you're saying, where I think he's trying to purposefully rage bait people to say that's not real Christianity and blah blah blah, and then he'll say, "Aha, see, you want everybody except for Christians to be in power," and he does have a point in some ways like that. I can see. So again, he's a very smart debater.
I'm an anarchist, so that wouldn't even work on me.
Well, that's the thing, is he hates anarchy, and I mean, I come from a somewhat anarchist bent in some ways, but I'm also a Christian, right? So like, I can see different things. Like, ideally we would have a king, but also I'm very skeptical of having a king because kings have led a lot of people astray. I mean, me and Machine were talking about the Crusades. Like the Crusades were a disaster for Christianity, in my opinion, right? A total disaster, as far as I understand it. Now, I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't think the Crusades were about what most Christians think they were about at all, right? And so you skip over history and then use those things that you kind of skip over to justify your beliefs. It's like that's not Christianity. I would say like you need to kind of know your shit, if you're going to go and make these like historical and political and religious claims. I'm just saying like I think thoroughness and honesty is going to be important. Again, unless you're just trying to be Machiavellian, in which case you wouldn't be saying all these things out loud, right? So that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, here's why I think, or how rather, Andrew Wilson justifies his nonsensical contradicting positions is because I just think he's a coward and a sellout. That's what I think it comes down to. And, he's basically said, if you come across someone with a gun, you have the right to do someone with a gun or do what the person with the gun says to do. And he didn't only say this. He was basically screaming this at the other person, whoever he was debating. And I basically heard him say this every time he talks about rights. They're non-existent. Men enforce rights, which doesn't even make any sense.
Well, it makes sense from a certain point of view, but I don't know that it's a Christian point of view. And see, this again is where these ideas get conflated, where it's like, because like rights don't exist in Christianity per se, but definitely like they're kind of implied somewhat within the ethics and morality in the Bible, right? Like there is a standard. Now, how we're going to apply it may be debated, but there is a standard, right? So it's a very slippery slope, right? And again, I think this is where mingling your Christian morality into politics, it's just going to be a dicey game. And if you're not referring to the Bible explicitly or your saints or something, it's just going to only get more slippery from there. You know what I mean? And so that's kind of the game that we're all playing, I would say,
Well, they're kind of playing like this sort of interesting game because at the one hand they're denying the concept of universal rights that is espoused in terms of classical liberalism, right? But on the other end, right, they are not divorcing themselves from moral duties, right? So they say we have duties but not rights. So they smuggle this concept in. So you're still responsible in a way, right? So they haven't dismissed the concept entirely. They're just calling it by a sort of deontological premise that's based on Kantian ethics in response to classical liberalism, right? So they think they're making a very slick move, but it's actually not that special of a move.
Well,
duties to the state and society is what they think.
Right.
Sorry, I just saw this thing in the bottom here, Scam Drew Show. I mean, again, like I don't want to beat up Andrew Wilson too much because, like, I do think again, like to call him an idiot or a liar or a bad guy, like even if you believe that, like he has the ear of hundreds of people at least, if not thousands of people. So, like I don't want to underestimate his influence, at the very bare minimum. And again, like some of what he says is true. A lot of what his wife says is true. Like I don't want to throw everything out, but like they are smuggling in some shit that people should be aware of, right? And again, maybe they're not aware of the pitfalls like of some of what they're saying. Like, Andrew Wilson is not a PhD philosopher. So like he may be unaware of some of these things that he's smuggling in, like I don't want to call him stupid either though. So, what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what his intention is, right? Fully.
Well, I mean, there's people like Jay Dyer that have literally been espousing things like tag and all these things way before he has.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like
Andrew Wilson's goal is to make money.
Right.
That's his goal.
Well, I mean,
That's
mean,
right. Charm is more dangerous than truth.
Yeah. But this may be a form of argumentation, right, about Christian ethics, right, that they've borrowed from Calvinism, right? So this is also true, right? It's,
well,
they're
Nick Land
rehashing
directly
Plantinga
calls
and
it.
whatnot.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Nick Land directly calls it. He's like, it's Calvinistic Gnosticism, and that's what Nick Land promotes, right? So again, I'm not saying that they're Nick Landian accelerationists, but there is some overlap, right? And I don't think that people should just like gloss that over either. See what I'm saying? Like where there's overlap, it's worth exploring. You know what I'm saying? Like Nick Land is basically like the philosopher of the tech giants, and if we're against tech, like it would behoove us to understand like what this guy's saying, even if it's all bullshit, right? It could all just be a bunch of nonsense, but he's talking about like Calvinistic Gnosticism and how that's like the underlying structure. And I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I've seen enough smoke that I want to double check and see like if shit's on fire or not, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna get off. It was good talking to you all.
Appreciate you, Dom. You're
Good
always
night.
Yeah,
back.
peace, John.
All right. Good night.
Good night, man. Let's just play some of this Rachel Wilson thing, see what they say. I'll be right back.
History versus common sense. You guys can decide for yourselves. It's funny because I was talking with my manager on the way over here and we were laughing a little bit because the irony of this debate is she would not be standing here, with all due respect. She would not be getting paid to debate me if not for feminism. That's not an opinion, everybody. That's a fact. She would not have been paid to write her book if not for feminism and the people that work really hard to give her the opportunity to do this. Now, listen, I don't care how much money she's getting paid. I don't care how much money her husband makes. The fact of the matter is that she wouldn't be here if not for feminism. Again, not an opinion, fact. I've never been called a feminist before. I've been called a lot of things by a lot of people. Never been called a feminist because I don't think I am one. I'm just somebody that doesn't like to tell other people what to do with their lives, man or woman. Who am I to tell a woman, you should stay at home? You shouldn't be in the workplace. You shouldn't have kids after 30. No, I want people to live their lives and do the things that they want to do because life is short. What right do I have, man or woman, to tell you what to do with your life? Now, I'm not really sure, and I'll ask Rachel this question. What does this country look like for her? Does she not want women to work at all? Does she want us to be a third world country like Afghanistan where women are not allowed to work? Now, you're going to hear this word a lot in this debate. No, it's not going to be Donald Trump. But you're going to hear the word hypocrisy a lot. Because Rachel's made decisions in her life because of feminism. Rachel's had the opportunity to get out of relationships because of feminism. It wasn't even that long ago where women were in abusive relationships, but they weren't allowed to get out of those relationships. I don't care about someone's personal life. I don't care how many baby daddies they have. I don't care how many ex-husbands they have. It's not my business. But in this debate, it is my business because she's telling other people how they should live their life. Why is it okay for her to do that, but not others? I defer.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Rachel for her 5-minute opening as well. Rachel, I have the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
Well, thanks for coming, everybody, and being here. It's great to see so many faces, and all of you online watching, thanks for your support. Thank you to Andrew for giving me something beautiful to look at in the front row. A whole straw man opening is brand new for me, but that should be fun. So for my opening, the topic of the debate is, has feminism been good for women and children? I'm glad we're talking about this because the whole reason I do this is that feminism has destroyed the lives of children. So let's talk about the promises of feminism, what it told women and children it was going to do, how they got suffrage passed, how they got the whole agenda passed. It was supposed to provide women with safety, equality, and happiness. Let's look at the last 100 years and see if feminism has delivered on any of those promises to women and kids. So after no-fault divorce became kind of the law of the land starting in the 60s and spread across the country, we changed all of society. Prior to 1950, there were only about 2% of kids living with single parents in a single parent home. Now that number is over 40%. Contrary to popular belief, women were allowed to leave abusive and dangerous marriages prior to no fault. No fault divorce didn't mean no divorce. It just meant you have to have a reason. So in the year 1900 alone, there were over 55,700 divorces granted to women for reasons like abuse or abandonment. Now you can just get one because you're not feeling it anymore. So what we have is broken homes, and the effects of broken homes on kids are extremely well explained in the data across all the data sets, and they're very consistent over time. So after this big wave of divorce in the 80s and all these newly single parent homes, children experienced a lot of destabilization in their lives, which put them at risk for everything you can think of. From, let's take a look at this. Fatherless homes account for children. 90% of kids who are homeless come from a fatherless home. 85% with behavioral disorders. 75% of kids in substance abuse treatment centers. 88% of kids who are committed to psych wards come from broken homes. If you look at abuse of all kinds, all the data sets show that kids who are living with a single mom and their partner are at the highest risk, more than 10 times more risk than children who are living with both married biological parents. Also for women, domestic violence didn't go away because of no-fault divorce. It shifted to cohabitative relationships. So the domestic violence rate dropped for married couples, but it skyrocketed for cohabitating couples. You are at 40% higher risk of getting abused by your boyfriend than you are your husband if you live with your boyfriend. So much for safety, I guess. What about equality? Well, men still do all the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. 92% of all work deaths are men. 90% of all infrastructure jobs, the essential infrastructure jobs that run everything you see here, are done by men. Women get less time for the same crime. Men get 30% longer sentences. Women get 40% more probation than sentences for the exact same crimes as men. Single mother households dominate welfare. 85% of SNAP money goes to women, to single moms. And if you look at welfare and out-of-wedlock births on a graph, they go up in tandem over the last 70 years together. So what about happiness? Are women happy? Well, unfortunately, no. We now have 26% of all American women are on at least one psychiatric drug. There's been 2 major studies done on women's happiness since sexual liberation. The paradox of declining female happiness and a follow-up study called the female happiness paradox. Both data sets across time, culture, economic status did not matter. Women's happiness has decreased both absolutely and relative to men. So in summary, no, feminism didn't deliver on its promises. It hadn't made women and children safer or happier. It made them more vulnerable to abuse and exploitation by removing the men that have the most interest in protecting them, and that would be their own fathers and their own husbands.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We will jump into the rebuttals. These are 5 minutes as well. Brian, I've got.
Well, the first thing I noticed is that they've kind of like given this like ontology to feminism. Like feminism is like this external thing that has like a real ontology to it or something. That's kind of what sticks out to me. Like, I don't know what you think about that, but
Yeah, I was waiting for her to say her main talking point, which is, and obviously they have defined, feminism, and she's saying that, it, or they would say similar to how we were hearing on the previous panel, how you and the other guy were saying that's gynocentric now, right, and so on and so forth. So so in terms of that, I think that she didn't say her main point, which is that it's men who instituted all these laws and all that stuff. She kind of said it when she said that, it's men that are going to work and dying for us at a larger rate. right? But yeah, it's largely men who have instituted these laws, right? So I mean, it's men who are the feminists, right, or so to speak. It's not women's fault, right? Even if there is feminism, that's not the women's fault, right? That's the men's fault, right? Wouldn't it be, right? Because she's saying that the men control society, right? Because she believes in patriarchy or whatever, right? So I mean, the truth behind her own ideology is that the men instituted these liberal laws to try to liberate their own women and then enslave themselves, right? And I think like that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? That's not actually what happened, right? Like that's not, it's actually like what the other guy said. He said, you'll be a third world country if you don't let the women work, right? Because once you have industrialization, you need women to go to work or else half of the society won't function correctly, right? So, I mean, it's not really by choice that we've instituted any of these things, right? It's not some sort of moral play that happened, right? So I don't know. So I think it's all just, I think there's a lot of weirdness going on. It's obviously false dialectic that they're drawing on and to have a fake debate.
Right. Yeah. That's a really good point. And yeah, well, it's kind of performative in the setup because you have a male feminist and a female anti-feminist. So,
Right.
you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like, it's kind of interesting. Like, that's kind
Yeah.
of what I mean. Like, it's a kind of weird. Also, like,
Yeah.
he's got like the Amish like beard or something. Like, I don't know if that's like a signal or
Yeah.
something, but I don't know.
Yeah. Another thing you'll see them do a lot is the black conservative versus the white liberal. Right. They'll do that a lot.
Right.
It's like some,
Right. Yeah. I mean, we need some right wing Jews versus like left wing Jews too. Like,
I know. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Right.
I have this funny picture. It's like a picture of like the donkey and the elephant. It's like gay liberal Jews versus like liberal Jews or something like that. I just thought that
Yeah.
was pretty funny. It's like pretty interesting. Like war Jew versus like gay Jew or something. I don't know if I can get away with that, but kind of a funny thing. Like, dude, the amount of comments against Andrew Wilson, I was honestly surprised. Like, he has like so much people saying like, "Oh, he's a Jew and he's a shill for Israel," and like, there's definitely an argument there. It's just funny. Like, I wouldn't expect like that level of like
Yeah.
vitriol overnight on him. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Because he literally said it's okay to support PDFs. It's okay to bomb a country because we suspect that they're PDFs hiding in there. It's okay to kill their children. But then on the other end, you basically have to sit here and support the guy who's linked to all of this type of stuff and the
Well,
call for yeah.
it's almost like based in the sense where it's almost like white Sharia or something. It's like, and that's kind of why I was saying, like, I think it's a troll in a sense where it's like he's kind of doing like white Sharia honor killing, and like that's kind of what Rachel Wilson's doing too. It's like, the reason I say that is because like the alt right used to like made up that term. Like one of my favorite guys from that made that up, and then Tom knows about that too. And then Rachel was like Owen Benjamin was a big proponent of like white Sharia. So again, it's just kind of interesting. Like these ideas are not new, right? But he's kind of alluding to them in like a sneaky way. So it's like it's pretty interesting. He's like, well, you want them to be alive to get great by PDF files, and it's like, I mean, first of all, like that's a massive argument to put forward. But then on the other side, it's like, so what? Like honor killing is good now or something? You know what I mean? Like there's like all these subtle implications that just don't get picked up on. Do you see what I'm saying? And like I was half asleep and I caught onto it and I was like, whoa, that's kind of weird. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of embedded. I mean, talk about the tag argument. I mean, like what are you implying, Andrew? You know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Where it's like, Muslim bad, but you're like, well, Noahide or Sharia, white Sharia or Christian Sharia is good. It's like, okay, so you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to like get at? It's like, it's kind of like you want to bring back biblical law or something, but because your team's good and the other team's bad because like they want the biblical law too, but they want your shit too or something. You know, does that, I don't know if that makes sense, but like that's kind of like the little subtleness that I was kind of picking up on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's essentially, you know, defending PDF stuff and then basically defending Israel. So I think that's why a lot of people are very much opposed to his stance, right? Because that's what it overtly is what he's doing, right? He could be dancing around the subject and giving a bunch of political talking points, whereas he's distancing himself from the behavior, right? Whereas saying that, oh, well, if we support this, it'll bring about this end result, right? But the fact is that, you know, in order to get to that end result, you literally have to support, and I think this is what, you know, Owen pointed out, is that, you know, you're allowing one country to have nukes, um, you know, destroying children in another one in the name of saving children, which doesn't even make any logical sense. So he lost badly, right? The only thing he got him on is a technicality
Right.
that Owen can't prove the allegations, right?
Well, and that's the kind of slippery slope again, where you're saying like, well, and again, this is kind of like what me and Pillar talk about with like the whole white nationalist movement, and I would argue the Christian nationalist movement is like, well, in order to save Christianity, we have to be willing to kill Christians. It's like, okay, well, or in order to save white people, we have to be willing to kill them, and that sounds absurd, but if you look deep enough, like there is kind of this thing, and it's like, in order to save children, we must be willing to kill them, and it's like, yeah, I guess technically you can argue like that's going to happen in a war, but again, to like flippantly say that is not really making a strong case in your favor. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So, you know, like, so are you intentionally trying to bring psychopathic people to your party or what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of what I'm saying is like,
Yeah, and then his positions on Israel are not really that clear. It's obvious that the Orthodox Church, you know, that exists in Russia, right, and also Putin and all of his cronies and all these types of people, and also Trump, they're heavily in support of Israel, right? And so the fact is that Trump is not Christian, and he's not. I mean, so this is a claim that, you know, Wilson has made several times, that Trump is defending Christianity, right? Which makes zero sense at all, right? It's one thing to say that, you know, Trump is bringing about some sort of conservative values, which then support some sort of Christian ideal, right? But, you know, to basically deny the fact that, you know, he's directly involved, right, with PDFs, right? Whereas you could basically prove that he's directly involved with PDFs. He basically said that the Ayatollah Khomeini is a PDF, and he said the entire country of Iran is PDFs. This was the claim that he made. So it was incredibly unfounded, right? And also Rachel Wilson kind of backed him up.
he shifted the definition of
Yeah.
PDF really quick, and then nobody caught on to it. That's kind of a big part of what I had a problem
Yeah.
with. Like, you
Yeah,
shifted
they
the definition and then like moved past it without noticing. Both sides didn't notice that. I was like, that was pretty weird. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Because he's
So
like, well, Epstein wasn't technically a PDF file because they were like 16, 17. Then he's like, well, these people are PDF files because they were marrying 13 and 15-year-olds. And it's like, well, I mean, now you want to get nitpicky with the definition. And then, so, you know, like, is that technically what that means? Like, you see what I mean? Like, they get technical sometimes, but then other times they don't get technical, and I think that's just very interesting. Like, they definitely pick and choose when to get technical with definitions and when not to. I would
yeah.
say.
Yeah, but just to elaborate his positions on Israel, he's claimed that we should a not support Israel because Christianity does generally not support Israel, and the concept of Jewish magic blood and them rebuilding the temple and the Messianic Christian groups that want to rebuild the temple. But then he's also talked to a Jew online and said we should send Christians to Israel so that more Christians will support Israel. Okay, and then he's also said online right now that it's better to support an active move that is totally dictated by defending Israel, right, in order to get us involved in a war overseas, right? And then and there's nothing wrong with that. Right? So he is, I think he's as I've said, both the Orthodox Church and his entire organization, I wouldn't be surprised if he's funded heavily by Jews, right? And whatnot. His entire organization, right? So this is obvious. And of course he's been on people like Piers Morgan who have been funded by, Murdoch and other prominent Zionists and so on and so forth. So he's not averse to going on those types of platforms.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, it all comes back down to pragmatism, right? And again, I'm not saying this to like excuse it, but I'm saying like he's kind of like drawing people into pragmatism, like, well, we shouldn't really help Israel, but at the same time, like these Muslims are scary. And so, and again, like I get it. Like, of course you can, that's an easy thing to say, but it's like, is that the honest thing to say? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, like, I don't know. It's like, it's just kind of like speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Cause he said it very, he kind of like very strangely argued like, well, you know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but when we review it, it'll come back to me. But he said some very like very subtle things like about whether Christians should do this or whether they should do that or whether they should get involved in that or this. And he's like, well, I don't really support the war, but like, and then Owen said, well, like, would you support ground troops? He's like, oh, that's a step too far. It's like, I mean, it's a very arbitrary line to draw, right? Especially from like a Christian standpoint. It's like, well, if I shoot bombs through a ship to a place and people die, that's cool. But like, if people have to go and like do it face to face, well, I don't know. That's a little weird. It's like that's a very arbitrary line to draw, right? You see what I'm saying? Like that has nothing to do with a Christian argument about a justified war or not, right? So like, let's just be honest about that first, right? Like if we're going to have a pragmatic debate, that's one thing. And if you're saying, well, Christianity and political power don't always have to be 100% aligned, then it's like, well, then you're not a Christian nationalist. So, how you get power and why you have power and what power you have, like they're all related, right? So you kind of have to answer all these questions, right?
Yeah, I mean, they should have it in the thing where the people, who support just bombing a random country because you want to support Israel, which is full of PDFs and whatnot, right? Then whatnot, maybe they should be, maybe they should send these pussies to the front line first, right? The people who decide that we should go and bomb some random country and put troops on the ground and stuff, they should send these people in first. Honestly, if they're so gung ho about it, let them go die on behalf of what they believe in.
Well, that's always
crusade.
been my argument is like, look, if people want to put their own lives at risk, like I'll probably follow that person. If they're not willing to do it, like don't be surprised if you don't see me running behind you. It's like, like, and it's not about cowardice. It's like, I don't want to be sold like martyrdom for a cause that is nothing.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. The fact is that none of these tough guys, right? None of these pussies will actually go and die for their beliefs, right? That's the fact behind it. They all want other people to go and die for what they believe in while they sit comfortably and get paid on YouTube. Fucking incredible, right?
Right. And again, that's not even necessarily only at Owen Troyer or Andrew Wilson or Alex Jones. That's just like the general problem with these debates is like, dude, I've been talking about war since I was 14 years old, and all these wars began, and even before that, like the Gulf War as a kid, we used to talk about it a lot. And I've always been very skeptical of this stuff. And it's like, you don't see there was like a few years where they had like a little bit of libertarian traction talking about what is a just war, right? But that's the thing. It was always framed in a libertarian, non-aggression principle way. And they're still relying on that, but they're not even saying that overtly. They're not using this like weird libertarian thing overtly. So they're kind of smuggling that back in. And a lot of people just don't see that. And they don't, and a lot of people also, like, even if you point it out to them, they don't understand why that's important, right? And I think that's a very strange thing, is like the only argument against war that they're using is like a libertarian principle. Because they know that that's like a weak, I mean, frankly, it, you know, it could be a strong argument, but they're arguing it from a weak direction where they're not stating what they're really saying. And I think it's like, well, why would you do that unless it's to either one, trick people, or two, you know, to justify some bullshit war that you don't really fully believe in, right? So that's kind of my argument about the whole situation, is like, it just seems like there's some other ulterior motive embedded in the philosophy, right? So, you know, maybe people don't care about that, but like, it's pretty obvious if you kind of understand the words that they're using, you know. And again, that's not what this debate here we're watching is about, but you know, it's very, it's, I don't know, it's just very, it's very subtle. It's a lot of subtle points here. I'll play a little bit of this. I'll be right back. I'm just play this for a few minutes.
And I've got the timer set for you. The floor is all yours.
The word would be hypocrisy. Rachel just talked about abuse, divorce. I want to be very clear with what I'm about to say. It is normally not my business to talk about how many children you have, how many ex-husbands you have. But when you have somebody to my left who wants to tell other women how to live their lives, I'm going to bring this up, and I'm going to bring up some studies. Now, Rachel has 3 baby daddies. Why is that important? Well, Guzzo and Firstberg study says that if you do have multiple
what in the
baby
world?
daddies, family has higher stress, more likely to have more mental health issues, the things that you claim that you care so much about. I do as well. The Doria study, lower income and families most likely in children have a lower education rate.
He's literally disproving his own point.
Talked about physical violence.
Like, he literally just disproved his own point by bringing up her personal details. I mean, it's such a low-level attack. Like, honestly, dude, like, the thing is like, you know, even if she does do all those things, what does it have to do with feminism? And then while you're attacking her, you're admitting that her doing all these things ended up worse for her. So it's like you're actually admitting that, you know, her point is right, that you shouldn't have 3 baby daddies because you're saying it caused her more stress and all this shit. It's just a ridiculous point. It's like shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, it is very that was a very strange like turn that he just did there for sure. Like,
yeah, like, what does that have to do with defending or not defending feminism? Nothing. Like,
well, and that's kind of what's interesting is like, I think that there would be real attacks you could put on Rachel Wilson about some of the stuff, but a lot of these attacks are not a gotcha, really. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's so interesting again about it is like, I mean, a lot of the attacks are funny, I would say, but they're not like that biting. You know, like that was like you said, a pretty poor, you know, attack on her, in my opinion. You know, so
gimmicky, and she laughed at it like almost like she knew he was gonna say it. Like, it's like, you know, it's very like I don't know. It's like drama debate time. It's like fake debate shit. I don't know. You know, like, watch her not even say like, no, that's a personal attack. Like, they don't care about shit like that anymore. They're literally doing a drama debate for gimmicky, weird popularity points.
high school, yeah, that's what Polluter always says. It's like a big high school thing. I'm not gonna play much of this, but I just wanted to play a little bit of this because I'm gonna let you take over and play whatever you want to play for a minute. I just need 5 minutes to jump off for 1 second, and if you want to share your screen, I want to show you this before I do that though.
We haven't forgotten Rome destroying the temple, Titus in 70 AD, and you will be destroyed and nuked and burned to the ground. God's going to curse you. And these are prominent rabbis. 99% of Americans don't even know about Titus sacking your temple. Most people in America and stuff were Germans and French enslaved by the Romans too in England. Like, if you want to demonize the Romans all day, you're going to just say because we're the new Rome, we all deserve to die?
When the Messiah comes, Rome will be nothing.
Until then.
The Zohar says that
It
they're going
looks
to go
like
down
toilet bowl.
hard.
Yeah, it did. Oh, this looks kind of like toilet bowl too, though.
For how they treated us over the last 2,000 years, for the destruction of the Second Temple and how they treated us, Hashem's going to take them down hard. He's going to humiliate them on the world stage. Western countries. Asaph, Edom. I'll take that one. That's what I want to see.
Meaning they're going to get killed in the end because God is going to go on the side of probably China, wipe out the whole West. Why? Because of the destruction of the Second Temple, which is still a debt they never pay. And because of the persecution. You know, all that persecution that just come through. It's still a bill. It's still a bill that has to get paid by the West.
Hashem now is going to close the accounts with every person, every nation, every leader, everything. Now Hashem is paying the bills.
God will take revenge against all the Gentiles, descendants of Esau, what we call today Christians, for the Holocaust, for the Inquisition.
So what's interesting about this again is like I told you, it's like the Rome versus whatever the fuck. You see what I mean? And so this is the whole psyop. It's like Rome versus the J and the pagan versus the Christian and it's like it's all kosher. I mean, let's just be honest.
Yeah, and you could you know, you could literally go to Adam Green, his oldest videos on Odyssey, right? As soon as he made the switch from YouTube to BitChute, right? And then to Odyssey, he started making these rabbi clip videos that were saying that basically Edom is going to be wiped out and all this stuff. These clip videos are like way older than 3 years old. And Alex Jones was accused of gatekeeping the information at the time. So it's really odd to see him make this shift publicly now, right? Because he has turned
3 days before his whole shit gets shut down.
Yeah, because he literally said, right, that the Jews did 9/11, and then he turned around and fucking said it's the Saudi Arabians and the Chicons, and he had Jerome Corsi and Steve Pachenik on his show supporting Israel, okay, and he had Jack Posobiec and all these people supporting fucking Israel and shit, and then he moved then to totally do a 180, exactly as Neuro said, 3 days before the Jews literally shut him down and go, oh, well, the Jews have been the problem the whole entire fucking time. Holy smokes.
Well, and his son was just on a major podcast, the Hodge twins or whatever. And again, it's funny. You have the black conservative, as you said, and he's sitting next to a black guy who's his co-host. And he's like sitting there and he's like, Trump stabbed my dad in the back. And that's why we're tired of Trump. And it's like, okay, well, you also spent 10 to 15 fucking years telling everybody that Trump's the good guy and he's the white hat and blah, 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 blah. So like, why, like, how can we trust anything that you people say? Because you know what I mean? You've been fucking wrong. Whether you're telling the truth or not, you've been wrong. Right.
And
so
by the way, it's a whole slew of people that we're looking at. Not only Alex Jones, but also Giorgiani, Jay Dyer. They're all coming out and saying that they've either been exposing the alt-right or they've been knowing that the alt-right was a setup this entire fucking time or all sorts of weirdness, right? So it is a circus right now, right? Because they are doing a 180 on all the psyops that they've laid down since 2020.
Yeah,
So,
like you said the other day, cashing in those KKK casino coins or whatever. Right. It is kind of like that, you know. And again, like I don't want to throw people under the bus, but like they're certainly throwing us under the bus. So it's like, look, dude, like if you guys want to be real, but like don't pretend that you guys have like been right all along and that we're deluded and we're crazy. It's like, see, look, there he is calling out ortho bros or whatever. It's like, you know, well, whatever, you get the idea. Like he did like a mega debate channel thing, Dyer did. Like I didn't watch any of it, but it's just funny. It's like, dude, you cannot go up there and debate these people. They're not, co-opting everything. Like Hostile Hyperborean said, it's like, look, dude, like just be real for once in your fucking life. Like if it's the last thing we do is like, just be a little bit real about what you're selling to people, I would say, but that's just my personal opinion. But take over for a minute. I'll be right back. I got to do something. I'll be right back. Just play. Let's play a little something. I'm trying to get some more people in here too. So give me a few minutes. I'll be right back.
We called this out literally like 6 months ago that Ian Carroll is an obvious plant, and now this guy's doing a story on it. So yeah, there's that.
I mean, yeah, and Ian Carroll is just such a strange person. Like he literally just appeared out of nowhere looking like Spec Ops from fucking Call of Duty or whatever. I mean, it's like insane.
Yeah, so let's see what's on the boob tube.
Oh, I sent you another clip. You might want to look at it from Twitter too, by the way. So no, you don't have to, but I sent you another clip you might be interested in. But it's Richard Spencer saying the end of history, how Christianity is destroying the Aryan race. Our fundamental issue is spiritual. Jacob versus Esau and why we hail Apollo. Again, right back to Troy, which is Apollo comes from Troy, right back to Rome. Again, it's just the same shit over and over and over again. The pagans are Apollo and the Christians are a false god and Jews are the false god. And it's just like, dude, it's the same fucking thing in every little niche. It's like you sell one niche to one group of people, you sell a different niche to other people. It's like, it's just kind of gay, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, so Host State was live. Let's see what he had to say. We're taking a little break from our normally scheduled content to bring you some fucking gay shit that's on.
Been beat up by girls, I think. So now's your turn.
Do you know what I did to my abusive ex fiance?
Oh my lord!
Have you heard that story?
Who's he? Is he in the Lord?
I didn't know you had one.
Statute of limitations run out yet?
So he came at me, and we were living. This is when I was still sleep tech at the hospital, and he came at me aggressively, and I just had enough of it. And so, not to say that like I let him, necessarily touch me that much, but I came at him at the waist, like it was just like self-defense kicked in. And he's 6'4", and you guys all know I'm like about a little over 6 foot, pushing 6'1". Anyway, so he came at me, I hit him at the waist, picked him up and literally just hauled him up over my head, and he like landed.
Yeah, I bet that was Stephen David that she did that too. Fucking.
Would you infer
hilarious.
that? Nobody said
I mean,
that.
I'm just giving
She
clear
didn't mention who it was, but she said it was her ex-boyfriend. But
signs that I'm creating boundaries about,
fine.
right?
All I was doing was making sure you understood the scripture that
Oh,
you're trying
we're
to
good.
rely
We're
on.
just,
I don't think you understand.
Approach with anything. I'm not saying you're a bad person, bad guy. I just say that in this space, I would include you in spaces where I would not divulge a certain level of info.
wow. All right. Well, none of that seems cogent. Let's just go to something else. I don't see a Hurricane Peril there at all, even though he's on the cover of it. And look at this. Look at this really just, I mean, honestly, limp-wristed philosophy. It says, I have come to believe that the whole world is an enigma, a harmless enigma that is made terrible by our own mad attempt to interpret it as though it had an underlying truth. So all you have is your ability to interpret things. It's literally like the dumbest philosophy I've ever heard. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But yeah, that seems totally limp-wristed nonsense, right? Right? Oh, the universe is a harmless enigma. What the fuck, dude? Like, that sounds boring as fuck. Like, you want to know what what's a harmless enigma? Like an airport like conveyor belt. Like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know. What the fuck is going on with this fucking Tard's stream? Yeah, Lilith did not have very nice things to say about us. But yeah, let's watch some of his stuff. I don't know, I'm not seeing a stream here.
Was the Agawat, the eighth sphere, the realm of gnosis, the realm of awakening.
The Agnod.
There, in the ancient language up there, the word Utlant actually means foreigner, which is kind of interesting. So the ancient Egyptian word that represented the foreigners from the root civilization, from the Zep Tepi, the first times, the primordial island that sunk.
The primordial island, folks. I don't think islands can be primordial. Like a primordial motherfucking island, bro. Like I don't know. But yeah. Like, don't islands form from shit? Like it's fucking crazy, man. But yeah. Fucking this shit is primordial, man. Oh yeah. I think I saw like John D or some other cracker over here. Let's see where it is. What? Damn, I lost it. All right, let's just go to this spot. See what's going on here. Jesus and John the Baptist and Mary Magdalene. That's a theory, though. Wait, hold on. Let's go back. Let's see what they're trying to say.
And the cross always represented matter because it had four directions, represented the four directions. It represented the four elements, and so it represented binding us to this particular dimension, this plane of being. But as we grow and we learn, and as our soul begins to awaken again, and as we get in touch with that spark within us, that spark of Sophia, that spark of the monad, which is within us from the true realm of light, the true God of light, that begins to bloom and it begins to open up and awaken like a rose does. And in the same way, the rose itself grows out of manure, right? Anyone knows who grows roses that you have to use manure, to fertilize the roses enough to get them to get to the point where they bloom. So just as the rose grows out of that crap, excuse my language, in the same way, our soul grows out of this realm, this dimension, and it opens up and it blooms. So the rose growing out of
that's the opposite of what Lilith's always saying. See, he's always saying that the earth is the dream body of Sophia, but here he's saying you got to rise above the material realm. Use Sophia to rise above the material realm. So see, it contradicts the thing he's always fucking saying. Good Lord.
the cross of matter. And because of this, the Templars would also plant roses in places that the rose became a symbol of this process. They would plant roses in places where the mysteries were preserved.
Okay. So they got the rose. Has nothing to do with commandery within regular clandestine Templar order, right? Yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, they rehashed that shit, obviously. You know. Shit looks fake as fuck. LARPing as Templars. You might as well go for the whole Dungeons and Dragons thing, man. We'll get the goblet, fucking bejeweled gloves and shit. Okay, let's see. Architects of Humanity. They're usually pretty good. So we're not gonna make fun of this stream. We're gonna promote them. Blessings.
You're in a human body. Now, I mean, would it get boring? It's like, what was the Achilles thing? The thing that makes life precious and so great is that it is mortal.
Oh, and look who's already there. Marilyn. Holla. Yeah, Maryland somehow finds all the dope channels. But yeah, blessings to Maryland.
If it wasn't mortal, it loses its flair. So it's sort of like if you're having sex and you're having great sex, the fact that it's finite makes it great. Because if you keep having sex, if you've had sex for a long time, you get to a point where you want to stop having sex. You say, okay, this was great. Your orgasm, oh, this was great. Now, sometimes you might have sex again and again, but there comes a point where you're like, okay, I'm good now, right? That makes it worth something.
Maybe that's the answer, MD. You might have cracked the code. Maybe
Well,
the
it's not
reason
even
why we're
cracking
here
the code.
is
Just
because it
watch.
is finite, and we're never going to appreciate that if you're someone that you live forever.
Appreciation has to come from that when you just think about it that way. So when they try to tell me, oh, you're going to be with this forever, I'm like, that's creepy. That's real creepy.
You got to write that down, bro. You got to write. We cannot forget that. What you
Nah,
just
it's
said
already
is
on the
very
screen.
profound.
Just look at where is it at? 2 hours, 19 minutes. So it's like, and that's the beautiful thing about being able to record time, that the fact that we can prove the present moment is flowing forward, creating the past behind it. And that's what gave me the idea to say, okay, we know that for sure. That can be scientifically proven every second, anytime. So that's a fact that the present creates the past. Now, this present moment, could it possibly be created by the future? Just the way the present creates the past, could the future be creating the present? And if that is so, can we get echoes that come back to the present from the future that somebody might call deja vu or something else, this feeling of something that's going to happen? How do we know that? Now, we don't know how we know that.
That's what I'm saying. Now you're jumping somewhere. What you just said was so profound. We have to kind of ponder that to say,
what
you
about
were an eternal? You were an
finite?
eternal being, and now you're being.
I mean, the past is gone. There is no future, right? Like, I mean, the eschaton reaching into the past, that is literally, it's like Teilhard de Chardin, crackpot, pseudo shit for sure. But yeah, definitely. But yeah, man, I would definitely like to call in on that. Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely jump in this panel. Hassel. These guys are always talking about some interesting shit.
You're in a finite body.
Everything that's
in
finite.
this realm, and these things are, you only have a limited amount of time to be here. Kind of like the movie with what's his name, Big Wave that came, not Inception, the other one, the big wave that came and hit him. Because if you're in this world, time goes a different whatever. But what you said earlier was that's probably what it is. You have finite time in this reality to accomplish certain things. We're going to give you these certain gifts, and you have a certain amount of time to do it in, and you're gonna take it a lot more seriously because now you only have a certain amount of time to do it in, and we're gonna make you think this is your only life. We're gonna literally make you think this is your only life. Once you're done, you're done. That's it. But in reality, you're just playing a game. So what you said right there, I think that is probably you cracked the code, man. I mean, you got that right there could be a whole book, a whole thing. Timestamp this shit right now. Whatever you gotta do, that right there is the most unveiling thing that anyone could say. Is that something that's finite you will hold it so much more precious because you know there's only a certain amount of time to fall in love or whatever, where love should be infinite. But in this case, it's not infinite, and you have to somehow go with all the depression and everything that comes along with it and make this love last or whatever until the wheels fall off, whatever. That's what makes life worth living in the end. That's it. That's the only answer. There is no other answer.
What makes things worth what they're worth? I want to know if it can be extended.
Because if you live forever, would you care? Would you care about anything?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You wouldn't care about nothing. You'd be chilling. You'd be like, you know what? I don't care about that.
Yeah.
Why am I going to lift a finger, right? But here, it makes you lift a finger, it makes you jump up and, do something, or else you're done.
I mean, also, see, these type of conversations, this is something that seems to be non-existent on the internet, because everybody, when you look at it, just wants to debate. They just, the ego is so overgrown. It's just to have a conversation. Oh, well, I'll debate you on evolution. How about just having a conversation with me about it? And they don't understand that. And that's where I'm like, you know what?
Well, here's the thing. Here's what you're asking. And it's very tough to understand why they don't want to do it. But you're essentially asking them to erase everything they've studied, everything they know, even whatever, and
this
to
guy says,
relearn everything.
You can jump on tonight, man. We have the link pinned to the top of the chat, bro, if you want to hop on. Go ahead. Hostile Hyperborean.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Andy, when you said the ego. We live in a world filled with people with egos. They want to be the smartest. They want to be admired. It's their ego.
And that want for admiration comes from insecurity.
Exactly. 100%.
Deep.
But I'm saying, I think that ego comes from a higher place where they kind of remember being a badass because they were in that higher existence. But now when they're put into this realm here, now you're not so badass anymore. You get humbled. You get, like you were saying earlier, it all goes back to being humbled and to saying, I have a finite time to appreciate this.
When you realize, when somebody realizes the finite time, you start to appreciate everything. You appreciate every moment. Like you say, man, this was amazing.
We don't learn that till we're older.
Well,
I agree.
Well, and not only, I'm not sure, I don't agree with that, because if you're young and you lose somebody, you start to appreciate it right then. You start to, they will.
Okay. Pre-trauma. So before trauma, you're right.
Yeah,
so trauma.
Exactly. So somebody who's young.
You're right about that. Okay, let's say no trauma. You're still experiencing the world, fantasy land, whatever. Mm-hmm. And you get older and you realize, wait, this
again, no trauma, right? You can still experience it when you don't have trauma, but the only way to do that is having empathy.
Yeah, these guys are dope, man. This dude hopped on my stream one day. We had a great conversation. His head's in a good place, honestly. I mean, but yeah, shout out to the G Architects of Humanity. This is the channel right here. But yeah, definitely go check them out at Architects of Humanity. Yeah, man. But yeah. Jake is on. Okay, let's see what Jake's got to say. You know what I'm saying?
Everything off of feelings instead of logic. That means I can be mad about the same shit logically that was consistent that was on Tuesday. So to me, that doesn't really make any sense. So if you build your life around emotions and feelings, all you're going to do.
Yeah, I talked to that girl on the bottom, Glacier Maniac. She's pretty smart. She's smart about philosophy and shit. I think she understood that Hegel influenced Marx and shit. So yeah, I don't know. She seemed like more advanced. The girl with the avatar of a black girl on the bottom there, but yeah.
Is just have something shift to where it no longer has an identity. That's why these people don't have an identity. All this is just mental gymnastics in mental illness.
Right. Really quick, Marte, I'm sorry to interrupt again. Rachel, shout out to Rachel fucking Wilson.
Oh God, shout out to Rachel Wilson. What a bunch of nerds. What the fuck is this?
Who's in the chat right now?
Oh, who's in their chat? So goddamn, Rachel Wilson's following us. She's literally Mossad. It's crazy, yo. So Rachel Wilson is in their fucking chat. Yeah, hold on. Let's open up their chat and see what she's saying. I don't see her. She probably has me blocked out here. Yeah, I don't see Rachel Wilson out here in the chat. She's most likely got me blocked out here.
She just sent a super chat right now of $20. She says, "Thanks for covering the debate, guys. Very much appreciated by that. I got to give her 2 cents on that." Rachel Wilson.
Oh my God, bro. We got to move on from that. It's like absolutely nothing going on. So what's the deal, Neuro? Am I really gonna turn this crap on? All right.
It, right? And you're making like a claim about like the opposite. Like I'm trying to give you something without giving away something from my debate. But like
Wow, goddamn, bro. Like spit it out. You know, you got like 5 seconds to make an impression. Like spit it out. All right, all right. You know what? Let's just go to the Wilson debate. This is how we're gonna do it. We're gonna go to Wilson versus Schroeder, and I'm just gonna cover this shit without Neuro. It is what it is. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. All right, here we go.
Doesn't look like it's going that way either. And I'm just concerned.
Everybody's covering this nonsense. This debate is complete 100% trash. So we'll go ahead and cover it.
For tonight's format, we will have 5-minute openings followed by 5-minute rebuttals, a crossfire section of 40 minutes followed by audience Q&A for 30 minutes, and then 3-minute closings. With that, I have the timer set for you. The affirmative going first. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
First and foremost, thanks all of you for being here. And before we do anything else, we got the legend Owen Schroyer. Can we give him a good round of applause?
Legend. Dude, he's literally was the cringest right-hand man of Alex Jones when Alex Jones was going around a protest in a armored vehicle. This shit looked stupid as fuck. It looked comical, cartoonish. And yeah, yeah, dude. I mean, how do you become a legend? By being a crony for a literal hoaxer, right? Like, what? And this dude, like, literally said that and then applauded it. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. It's off to just a horrible start. He called Owen Schroyer a legend, folks. It's blowing smoke up his ass.
That said, you're still going to get stomped. So, first and foremost,
what are you, 12? You're stomped.
Let me clear up any misrepresentation when it comes to my views. I am anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist especially. I have done many debates on the topic, and I've won them all.
Are you sure about that? He's anti-Zionist and anti-Christian Zionist, but he said we shouldn't support the Jews, but we sure shouldn't support the people that they're fucking murdering and killing, right? And you know, like who basically the land rightfully fucking belongs to, right? He said, no, it's okay to murder and kill those fucking people, right? And then he also said, oh yeah, you know, we should send Christians to Israel to support the Jews. So if they have enough Christian population, then the Christians will start supporting the Jews. So he's not exactly against. And also, as I pointed out earlier, he supports the Russian Orthodox Church, right? Which they don't have a problem supporting Jews. Actually, a huge portion of the fucking churches and shit, they actually exist within Israel. So they work with the Israeli government. The Israeli government has the power to shut down their fucking churches, shut down their fucking holidays.
And they have very recently shut
Yeah.
down major portions of what Christians are doing, including Orthodox Christians. So it is
Easter and
pretty
shit. They
odd.
shut down the
Yeah.
Easter and shit. Like they did all sorts of fucking egregious shit, against their holidays. Right. So they've not only eliminated a large percentage of the Christian population within Israel, not to mention the native Christian population of Israel. That's right. The Palestinian Christians, people you've probably never even fucking heard of. Right. So, I mean, it is incredible how they think that you should be totally ambivalent towards either supporting or not supporting Israel. Right. And they don't point out the actors within their own church that do it. Right. I mean, it's crazy, right?
I'm also very anti.
Oh, yeah, and here's another thing. Owen Schroyer was not pointing out when he was working for Alex Jones complicit support for Zionism. So there's another fucking weird thing. Oh, Owen Schroyer just kind of forgot about all that, and now he's all of a sudden against Israel.
He's saying that he got kicked out because he kept calling it out, because Alex was like, well, he's always freaking out about the Jews. And then look, now 6 months later or whatever, he's leaving. Now the show's shutting down. And he's like, well, now that it's shutting down, it was the Jews. I was wrong. But it's like, okay, 20 years later, you say that. So what's the point at this point? You know what I mean? Does that imply that you just couldn't speak on it because you're paid by them? And now that they took it away from you, you've changed your mind about it. So again, it's just a weird situation all the way around,
Yeah, it's crazy. Like support for Palestinians has nothing to do with support for Muslims. Yes, support for Israel is literally support for Jewish Zionism. It's fucking insane, right? So we've all been lied to. It's fucking outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, by definition, Israel's kind of defined by Zionism. So you can't really. If there's a distinction you could make, I am open to hearing it. I just never heard a clear distinction of well, Israel doesn't have anything to do with Zionism. It's well, kind of by definition it does, but okay.
Yeah, it's crazy. Look up the history, folks. It's wild.
Islam and consider the ideology just as poisonous as the ideology.
There is Islam. What the fuck does that have to do with anything, man? The whole thing's about Trump. It's like, oh, Islam is a poisonous ideology. Is that why you support Jews? Because of Islam? What the fuck, dude? So he doesn't support Jews, but he hates Muslims. That's for damn sure. But he doesn't hate the Jews. See, this is fucking crazy, bro. But yeah, man. I mean, it's obvious. They say it all the time. It's like you go line by line what this dude says. It's fucking obvious. It's fucking coward.
Ideology of Zionism, especially Christian Zionism. I am not a war supporter in Iran, and I never have been. I say this at the beginning of the debate, so when bad faith...
That's going to become extremely apparent that he 100% supports the war. 1,000,000% supports the war. It's fucking sad, dude, that he says he doesn't support the war. He doesn't support Zionism, but he supports killing basically Iranian children, right? He justifies it, right? And what are we accomplishing? All we've accomplished is defending Israel, right? So it's really weird. So he's playing this really strange game here. So this is why I think this has been one of his most unpopular performances. This was a horrible loss for him. I'm talking about just a terrible loss. He got demolished.
Trolls who are on foreign accounts try to influence American politics in the comments, claiming that I'm in some way a Zionist, pro-Israel, pro-Islam shill. You can shatter the lies by simply showing them the beginning of this debate. which they won't even watch. And you and I can laugh at their stupidity together. That said, I also don't believe Jews or Arabs are on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure millions of people will be calling you a pro-Zionist, pro-Islamic. What the fuck does that even mean, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? Like what? Like not one person will say that to you, man.
Logically evil just because they are Jewish or Arabic. I represent a worldview, and I believe there are stupid and evil ideologies in this world, and those are the things I debate against and resist on a political level. Today, we debate if Trump has been successful as a president. Usually, I would clear the...
Notice then it moved from Jews and Arabs. Right before it was about Islam and Jews. Now it's about Jews and Arabs. See how that works? Right? It's fucking weird, right? And of course, Jews are always ethnic. They're never talking about a religious group. Right? You can't blame Judaism for what Jews are doing. You can 100% blame Muslims, right, and blame Islam along with them. It's 100% a fact, all right, in the fucking media, right? It's crazy. The double standard is fucking outrageous, right?
This up semantically and quickly with Owen, but we seem to have the same general notion about what success means and doesn't mean, so we will just get right to the heart of the debate. I'd like to begin by pointing out that Trump stopping two different left-wing women from becoming president and being the first president who is a woman should immediately default him to the position of a successful president, as just that alone saved the nation from years of torment. And
no, it wouldn't, you fucking moron, because as you said thousands of times, if men vote in a woman leader, then it's still men who rule because it's men overwhelmingly who put them in power, so on and so forth. So even you can deduce how that's actually not a fact, right? And the president is a puppet. When did this fucking idiot not learn that the president is a puppet on a fucking string, dude? You never hear about any of this fucking shit. The shadow government, the international community, international pressures, fucking corporations in Israel owning the fucking government, the Rothschilds and all this shit, the fucking banking institutions. Grow up, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about? That you're going to vote for somebody that's going to change things. How stupid are these fucking people? Like, this is literally a trap. It's an ideological trap. It's fucking limited hangout for shills that won't go to war to die for what they themselves support. They want other people to die for their fucking ideas while they sit there and get paid on YouTube.
Suffering from the most insufferable vocal fried women the world has ever seen. That alone, I feel like, wins me the debate, but there's so much more. Starting on the pro-Christian side, office of faith, though I don't like who's in it, I like there's an office for it. Affirm via executive order there are two genders and revoke the idea of gender being different from sex. He signed an executive order stopping trans-surgical chemical alterations of children. He made Christmas Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate
Yeah, he also flew the pride flag at his campaigns and said he supports gay shit. Bro, when will you tell the truth about what this dude is like actually supported and not supported, you know, in history? There's nothing Christian about Trump. Right? You know, like it's wild.
Christian bias in the government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian.
Here, let's go back a little bit because I missed a lot of it. He's speaking at a mile a minute. All right.
Eve and the day after Christmas federal holidays affirming Christian beliefs as the ones we celebrate. He signed an executive order to eradicate anti-Christian bias in the government.
The holidays. Yeah, that they totally changed because they changed their entire calendar for their entire church. So the holidays are all different days now. What a fucking moronic statement. But he doesn't care what days the fucking holidays are any more than anyone else.
Government. He expanded school choice via executive order so we could remove our children from indoctrination center of atheists. He signed an executive order expanding Christian participation in adoption. He reinstated the Mexico City policy blocking U.S. tax dollars from promoting abortions in other nations. He enforced the Hyde Amendment to stop federal funding of abortions. He strengthened the conscientious protection for doctors and nurses who are against abortion. He supported religious charter schools. He directed the State Department to
Think of that statement. He strengthened the conscientious protection of doctors that are against abortion. What does that statement even mean? Conscientious protect. Like what? Does anybody know what that means? Like, I don't think statement by statement these facts or points are even hitting at all. Like, it's weird.
Well, it's a bioethics argument he's sneaking in. Again, this is what's I'm telling you, like the bioethics of all this is very, very pertinent in my opinion. Like this is like Kevorkian shit, essentially.
Yeah, it's like pro-natalism, where it's like, you know, obviously, as we've discussed, you know, it's kind of like using the government to get more babies to be born. So, and of course, you want to control what types of babies are born. So it's kind of like saying, like, well, the government should take part in eugenics or whatnot instead of aborting all these babies. But it's like, I don't know if that's fucking better, dude. Like, maybe they should just stay the fuck away from people's families, right? Like,
prioritize against Christian persecution abroad, just to name some of his policy directives. And that's just the Christian side. Domestically, his most major victory is something incredible. Net migration negative, more immigrants leaving than coming. Both legal and illegal, which was his primary function in office from the standpoint of voters. And this is one of the few Western nations where that is the case currently, with limited exceptions. The Cato Institute, very pro-immigration, had to admit themselves that Trump has limited legal immigration even more than illegal immigration, negating the base fear from his own base that he would stop illegal immigration, ramp up legal immigration. He hasn't. Over 130,000 less per month just on the legal side. Real wage growth is up 1.3% under Trump. It was negative under Biden.
yeah, because he got jackbooted thugs to patrol the streets and walk inside of the homes of American fucking citizens that were trained by the IDF. What's your fucking point? Like, what's your fucking point, dude? Like, great. It's like at the cost of like all of our fucking search and seizure fucking rights. Like, yeah, let's just fucking throw those in the garbage and let the fucking police into our fucking homes.
The federal workforce down 10%, which is excellent. Crime is down across the nation. Even Owen agrees with that. The Overton window has shifted right on most national conversations, including LGBTQ and transgender ideology. This isn't even getting into the historic court cases like Roe v. Wade and Chevron, which undid huge injustices in the United States. These are just some of Trump's accomplishments among many. I just can't list them all due to time. The idea of Owen Schroyer and many other anti-Trump right-wingers is accelerationism. The glaring logical hole, of course, in that is all that happens is Democrats get power, make life worse for everybody, and then they just run back to Republicans to fix everything the Democrats did, and the entire time is spent by Republicans cleaning up the mess.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. I think that's clearly a straw man. I don't know if I've ever heard Owen Schroyer take that position. He's just saying that they sold out conservatives, right? So there is a faction of people, like we pointed out years ago, that he was using talking points from Nick Fuentes, using the idea of Christian futurism, which is literally accelerationism. He was using accelerationist terminology, you know, like 2 years ago. So him pinning accelerationism on tons of people he disagrees with is literally disingenuous nonsense. But yeah. And also he's working with these fucking retards that are literally in office working with Thiel and the accelerationists. So what the fuck is he talking about? Accelerationism. Does he even know what that word means? He's fucking dumb fuck. And this is what happens when you have people who have no sophistication in philosophy go ahead and debate political talking points. You know,
Democrats and leftists left for us. It doesn't work and can't work in a two-party system. Ensuring Democrat control by denouncing Trump and Republicans just assures a packed Supreme Court, outrageous censorship, mass migration, expansion of gay agenda, feminism, and the movement of an anti-Christian and anti-Christ-driven world. You guys seem to forget we had Biden. It was awful. And rather than continue his policies, people elected Trump en masse because life under Democrats is
The anti-Christian world, dude. What the fuck? Trump and the anti-Christian world, dude. Like what? Like what in the world, dude? Here, hold on. Let me show you guys this.
To Judaism 2 years ago. Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago, according to White House official. There it is. That's his blog. He said, President Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago and joined Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in New York City, according to a high-level White House official. Mr. Goldberg says the story has allegedly been held by CNN's editors for months, but is due to be released within the next few days.
So we'll go ahead and play parts of this story as they, announce that Trump is defending Christianity. He's defending Israel. Wake up.
Awful. Now, you aren't going to get everything you want out of any administration. Trump is way too pro-feminist, pro-gay, and pro-Zionist for my personal liking, but we all knew that going in. He was still vastly superior to the alternative.
So look, he knows Trump's a Zionist, and he still supports him. He just admitted it, folks. He just literally admitted it, but yeah.
To Democrats and their cohorts, especially Harris, who wanted to roll back tax breaks
30 seconds.
and tax as an offset instead of tariffs, which is Democrat policy as usual. We knew Trump was pro-Israel. He moved the embassy to Jerusalem and tore up the Iran deal the first time around. We knew this was part of what we were getting when we elected him, including Owen Schroyer, who, by the way, was put in solitary confinement by Democrats and held, in my opinion, as a political prisoner. That's what's in store for us under Democrats. I will cede no ground to Democrats under any circumstances, as there's no alternative. There's nothing. You cannot give Democrats power, period. And with that, I'll cede the rest of my time, but just note that progressive ideology is always what.
Yeah, you can't give a Democrat's power, period. You just make yourself complicit to the same two-party political system that gives them half of the fucking power. You fucking dunce. Like, what? What a fucking literal moron. Brain dead fucking idiot. Like, all right, yeah, great talking point, bud.
Waiting to strike. And going against Trump is not going to help against that fight.
Thank you very much for that opening. We'll kick it over to Owen for his opening as well.
Well, the premise of this debate is, has President Trump been successful or not? The premise is not, are the Democrats a bad political party? I think that we all agree with that. So that is not the premise of the debate. And I feel that the very fact that we are having this debate shows that there is at least room for consideration that the Trump administration has not been successful. And while you do list off things that Trump has been successful on, and I will give credit to this administration on securing the border and lowering crime rates, quickly on those issues, though, these are not things that we should have to beg for. These are not things that we should have to consider a success. These should be things that are considered a standard. So really, that's more of a story of how corrupt our country has become, which gets to what this administration was supposed to be all about. It was supposed to be addressing the corruption head on in that collision and destroying it in the process. And I think it's fair to say that at least to this point, it's not happening. But here's some of the other issues that I think are going to be more important when it comes to, is Trump going to be successful? The economy. The vast majority of Americans still believe the economy is heading in the wrong direction. We have more Americans that are living paycheck to paycheck today than any other time in recent history. And as everybody is well aware, our national debt continues to go to record highs. But it's not just the country that's in debt. The average citizen.
Yeah, so what, dude? Like, what a weak ass fucking point. Like, nobody's gonna fix the goddamn economy. Like, what? You're putting too much faith in one person if you think they're gonna do that. Like, do you not understand how economic systems work? Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's based on international trade and a whole number of other items. Like, like what is he gonna do for the economy? Like, good lord, man. Again, the president is a puppet on a string. Like, what the fuck? He's literally the representative of multiple corporations, right? Like,
is in debt. It's so bad now that people are having to take out payment plans for pizza delivery. Now, you might not want to blame all of that on President Trump, and perhaps that's fair, but yet this is the economy ongoing under.
right. And this idiot was telling us back then that Trump is gonna drain the swamp. That's literally what this fucking moron was saying. So he's literally partly responsible for the mess that we're in, way more than other people. And he gets to sit there and, do this moral grandstanding that he was personally attacked. Oh, because he lost like 2 paychecks. He had a huge fit. Right? Good lord, dude.
President Trump. And it doesn't help when anytime there's another war on the other side of the planet, we have billions of dollars to spend on that while the average American continues to struggle. So the economy, I don't think you can claim has been a success. Tied into that is Doge, the Doge cuts. Elon Musk believed we could get $1 trillion in Doge cuts annually. We got a couple 10 million and they stopped that. There's not going to be any Doge stimulus checks, whether you wanted that.
Oh yeah, Doge was gonna save us. Great thinking, Owen Schroyer. Good lord, this guy's points are literally dog shit. What the fuck is he thinking? Doge was gonna save the fucking economy. Like, what in the world? Like, what a literal nonsensical like analysis.
So Doge getting cut out cold, I think, was a major failure. Barack Obama has deported more Americans than Donald Trump. Now, we might get into the details of that today. I will spare those details for the opening. I'm sure that this will come back up, but yet that fact remains. What about the...
Yeah, I'm sure he has, right? Like, Biden was deporting tons of people. They're putting them in fucking camps and shit, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they're pretty rough on immigration and all that stuff. I feel like a lot of presidents recently have noticed that there's a problem. They all did crazy shit. But this motherfucker parked a bunch of fucking weird dudes. Some of them don't even speak English, and they're fucking beating the fuck out of Americans in the middle of the street. So I'd say he handled the situation in a fucking piss poor way, obviously.
Deep state. President Trump himself has posted about treasonous politicians more times than we can count. So if there's politicians that are treasonous and you are the president, then I have to ask, where are the arrests? That's kind of the biggest crime you can commit in this country, and yet nobody has been arrested. Don't even get me started on the Epstein clients, which are apparently a hoax one day, and then the next day Melania Trump is addressing the nation on how the victims of the hoax...
Here it goes, folks. It's going to be all about the Epstein after this. So this entire debate is going to become about Epstein and about whether Trump can be linked to Epstein's crimes.
Pedophile panic.
Yeah. But the fact is that he can be linked to them, and Andrew Wilson will fervently deny this. Right. So it is incredible to see.
I just came on to say, I hope both of you are doing well.
Oh, blessings, brother.
Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, good to see you.
I hope both of you are doing well, and yeah, that's all I came on to say. I hope both of you are doing well, and everything goes well for both of you.
Yeah,
Peace
thank
and
you, my
blessings.
friend.
Yeah, and you too, man. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. And you're welcome to hang out if you want, and just chime in if you want.
Need to speak to Congress. So I'm not sure where we want to go with that, but either way, no deep state arrests. Where are all the Epstein pedophile arrests? We're not getting those. These are things that people anticipated, and yet there's no success there either. And by the way, as you mentioned, Trump's victory over the liberal women, which I think we'll all agree was a major victory, he was not the president when that happened. He's never won an election as president. Just thought I'd point that out. As far as the office of faith is concerned, it seems to be going about the same way of the Board of Peace. Nothing but vanity, no real results. You talk about the anti-Christian bias that they're fighting, yet look at who Trump is working with now. He's making sure that Karine Jean Bohler kicked off of the Religious Liberties Commission for her political takes. But yet Laura Loomer, who is a vehement anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic psychotic, somehow has the ear of President Trump. So I'm not sure if that's really working for the anti-Christian. You know,
that's a pretty good point, right? So yeah, so I think he's right about this point, right? People like Laura Loomer are not really pro-Christians, right? So Trump literally supports anti-Christian guys. He won't support Christians, right? He also said, "I love you, Christians," right? And he said, "I'm not a Christian," right? And he said his family is Jewish, and there are claims that he converted to Judaism, right? So, so I mean, it's all pretty kind of weird. Like, I don't know.
wage growth, that's going to be an interesting one. I'm sure we're going to get more into that. But I think it goes back to the general economic picture that whether it's Trump or anybody else, Americans are still struggling. And I think if we be honest here, if we're going to be honest, a lot of this economy is actually Trump's fault. And I know he likes to blame it on Biden, but if you go back and look at it, it was the COVID economy that caused the permanent damage. It was the COVID economy that resulted in 10 to 15 to 20% inflation. Those are Trump's policies. Now, Biden was obviously a disaster. I'm not here to promote anything Biden did, but that was the Trump economy. The COVID economy is the Trump economy. Now, as far as accelerationism is concerned, I don't believe I have ever publicly supported that. I do understand the concept. I understand why people like it. I'm not here because I want Democrats to win. And I think this is a very important statement for me to make because much like in your opening statement, you wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that was a great point, right? I mean, you know,
Well, they're also defining like wanting to vote for Democrats as accelerationism as if that's the end all be all definition. So that's kind of weird, but go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Um, and yeah, because there is a much broader definition of that, right? And usually when they use philosophical terminology that's extremely loaded like that, in order to make some small point like that, they're usually charging up the phrase.
It's
They
it's
understand.
a
Yeah.
euphemism that they're charging up 100. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah,
Yeah.
100%. I was there.
Yeah, you know, like they know the other meaning of it. They're strategically using the term because it attracts your attention to the other use of it. Right? So, I mean, you know, these things are highly staged. Okay, anybody who watches enough of these understands these are highly staged events. These people are, you know, obviously there's many debates where the two people who are going to debate each other let each other know about the talking points that they're going to offer beforehand. But sometimes it gets even more complex than that, right? Sometimes there's a certain amount of, you know, oh, I'll give you some money, you know, you can lose on this point, you know, and so on and so forth, right? And
Well, and just specifically, I mean, I've been looking for kind of an excuse to mention this because, like, I think I've mentioned it a few times here and there, but I just want to, you know, since we're covering Owen Schroyer, which I've been wanting to do for a while, anyways, because he is an interesting character, as some people might call him. You know, he left Alex Jones because he wanted to break the story on like the dumping the social media of like the Catholic trans 09A 764, trans shooter person or whatever. And he's like, oh, Alex Jones stole my thunder about doing that. I was supposed to cover all that. And he came in and took over my spot. And I just got tired of it and I went home and I thought we were cool. And then he went through a whole story about how like he wanted to break the news and Alex Jones stole his thunder and he always did that to him and like just put him down. And then Alex would talk shit to him because he's talking too much about the Jews or he's like, I run this thing because you guys are not charming enough and you guys aren't really bringing in the money like I am. And I got to run this $1 billion operation and blah, blah. So again, I'm just saying it's like, it is very weird because you got like the money thing going on. Like they get exclusive deals about releasing the social media of a trans alt-right, Catholic school shooter. I mean, how are they getting that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you get the exclusive dump of like somebody's social media? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a whole thing, So I don't know. It's just to gloss over accelerationism with like a flippant point about Democrats. It's like clearly accelerationism is a lot more than that. So, and there's no way that he's covering like Catholic school trans demonic shooters who like draw pictures of themselves allegedly in a notebook as a demon. And then he quits Alex Jones and he says, well, I don't want to talk about demonic stuff and all this. Like I want to talk about sports and football and the news. And I'm like, I mean, at least Alex is willing to cover the spiritual stuff, I guess, right? So it's like it's kind of weird. I would say, just want to mention that it's pretty odd.
Yeah, and it's like one dude didn't like iron his shirt, and the other dude looks like, like,
It looks like it looks like Billy Ray Cyrus, like
yeah, like he's about to pass you the card for like the Eyes Wide Shut party.
Well, he also looks like he might start singing "Don't Break My Heart, My Achy Breaky Heart, Just Don't Think You'd Understand." Like he looks like he might just do that. I mean, if you didn't hear his voice, I mean,
Yeah, we're 15 minutes
he
in.
he just needs the cowboy boots and the hat. I mean, he's there. I mean, but anyways, he's got the
Yeah,
mullet going. He's got a very particular like mullet, like man look or whatever. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's like the car mechanic versus like the like metrosexual cowboy or something. I don't know. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So it's wild. But yeah, trigger warning for the PDF stuff because it's gonna get pretty weird. But yeah, we're gonna have to
that's what I was really like shocked by is like how they like really do. And it's funny, like I like Pill Eater because he's one of the only people I've seen who've like called it out as like pedophile panic, where it's like, well, you support pedophiles. No, you do, and that. And like even within, private conversations, people start like throwing these accusations around. It's like, dude, like we can't even discuss this without calling each other one thing or the other. And again, I understand people have different perspectives, but it's like, dude, like let's try to, like stick on the subject, not like jump to conclusions so quickly. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the way they do this is very, I think, purposefully distracting from the issue, in my opinion. Like, because once you drop the PDF thing, it's like there's no real debate anymore. It's like basically you're accusing the other person of not being moral enough to have an opinion or something. It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, so trigger warning for that. I will fact check a lot of what they say, so we'll have to go ahead and
Yeah, I agree. That's a good idea for sure. Because
Yeah.
they start making like crazy claims for sure.
Yeah, so because this is I mean they use almost zero professionalism with dealing with outrageous claims that they're making about entire thing.
Some things that people get wrong about you. I want to clarify this. I do not want Democrats to win. As has already been documented in this debate, Democrats have put me in prison. In fact, I was put in jail 4 times for supporting President Trump, including the last one when I was put in solitary confinement. So believe me, I know how dangerous the Democrats are. The problem is, it's not up to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think he realized 4 times he was used as basically cannon fodder, basically like the liberal people that support the Bolshevik revolution, and they, get rid of him. It's like, he realized this is basically who he is. Right, so
This is Trump. If Trump cannot get the Republicans over the finish line in the midterms, that has nothing to do with podcasters. It has nothing to
yeah, he's trying to warn Andrew, Scam Drew, Shilson, Android Blunderson, or Fedru Grift son, and that he is actually in the same position to be used and abused and thrown away, and then silenced for 4 years when the next party comes around.
Remember, this has been my message ever since I met you, and I told Andrew this specifically. Is like I saw a lot of people in the alt-right get set the fuck up and put away in prison for bullshit, or at least threatened with it, or at least spied on about it, right? And everybody just said, "Oh, you're just overly paranoid. There's nothing to worry about." I mean, I mean, I do give Owen Schroyer credit. Like, he is correct. Like, this is the modus operandi of these people, and it's Trotskyism 101. It's Gramscian 101. It's,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's like, it's Bolshevik gangsterism, essentially, and it's institutional Bolshevik gangsterism. You know what I mean? So he's not totally wrong, and he does have balls to say that out loud, because even if he is a shill, I mean, there's a lot of truth behind what he's saying there, and I think people really do underestimate how real that is, because it's usually the people that participate in it, they get wrapped up in it. You know what I mean? It's not the, like, I don't think we're going to get wrapped up in it because we're not taking money from these people, but you start taking money from them, like, yeah, you're going to get threatened with prison and all kinds of shit. You know, I'll just say this: R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. That might be what happened to him. But anyways,
Yeah, but it's like if a tide turns and you're literally politically expedient, you know, they're using you to make radical talking points that, you know, are going to be seen as, you know, part of a shill game, and then you may yourself be silenced because you're literally being paid to take these radical positions. So these are some things you may want to consider. You know, when the next round of censorship happens, you were literally paid to say this shit that they're gonna use to then silence you. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, wake up, puppet.
Do with accelerationists, and it has everything to do with President Trump and the GOP. And ultimately, that's going to be the major measuring stick as to whether or not he's successful.
Thank you very much for that 5-minute opening as well. We'll jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. The timer is set for you, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is just straight time, right?
You said straight time?
Yeah, so 5 minutes each?
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in.
just
that
notice he just
artificially
used Tom
keeps the
Pinoy's
wage.
meme. See what I mean? He just used Tom Pinoy's meme that he created. JD Vance used it. He dropped it. I mean, again, this is like very subtle meme magic whispering. Can you back up? I just want to make sure I caught exactly what he said there. It's very interesting. Because
And
he
in
said
many ways, he's
progressive
not
said,
correct.
what's a progressive, right? See, he doesn't define, like, what do you mean by progressive?
So let's go through a bunch of this stuff. Let's start with the economy. He seems to be pretty upset about the economy and says that it's all Trump's fault. In some ways, he's correct, and in many ways, he's not correct. So progressives warned us of this, right? Progressives said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because of said, if you cut all this immigration, GDP go down. All this immigration, GDP go down. Why? Because they have an influx of cheap labor, right? You have cheap labor that comes in that artificially keeps the wages depressed for corporations. They can then sell you things and goods for cheaper. Pretty simple, right? So what does Trump do? Stops all this mass migration. Prices go up. I'm stunned. We were forewarned of this for years by the opposite
Hold on one
side,
second.
by
So
progressives.
I don't want to
So
read too
what's
much into
hilarious
this, but he is kind of saying, like, well, you know, be a shame if something happened to your labor market. You know, you might got to pay a little bit more. So, you know, this is what you asked for. You know, it's like he's kind of doing a little bit of a mafia, in my opinion. He's doing a little bit of a mafia thing. Like, look, you wanted this, right? I mean, why are you complaining? You know, it is a little long in the nose or something. You know, let's continue.
about this is that, yeah, it is in fact going to be the case.
I mean, you really think the guy that literally had to be bailed out by the Rothschilds after going bankrupt is going to save the fucking economy? Like, the guy's a literal failed businessman. And if that, like, there's no way he's going to save the fucking economy on his own. Like, so all of this shit is just horseshit, talking point, garbage.
That if American
Well,
companies have to
literally,
start
Tom
paying,
Pinoy would smash him about the economy because, like you said, like
Right.
it's a whole thing about like what is the economy and what makes it work, and you can't dismantle, hundreds of years of fucking shit overnight, and so saying that like a 4 or 8 year period is going to like quote unquote change the economy without, and again, they ignore Silicon Valley and technology role and all that, by the way, which is it's a very glaring thing that they totally ignore Silicon Valley. I think like that's pretty weird. Like literally today, Elon Musk and Sam Altman are fighting about, you know, huge things about technology, and nobody covered it basically. So I just want to say that like that's pretty weird to me. But anyways,
Yeah, it's interesting.
fair wages to American citizens, prices are going to go up. But you can't have your cake and eat it too, Owen. You can't say, I want there to be no mass migration to the United States at all, and I want all my goods and services cheap. It's not going to work that way. How can it? Can you explain to the audience what the Owen Schroyer policy would be to offset that? No, you can't, because you wouldn't have one. You're going to have to eat shit on that. One way or the other, you're going to have to. The other problem is, he says there's a war on the other side of the planet. That's true. There is. It's been going on for about 7 weeks. That's about it. 7 weeks.
So
That's our big, hang on, it's my rebuttal time. I won't interrupt yours, I promise. 7 weeks, not quite the forever war that we were promised from the other side. And it seems to be ramping down. Not only that, when it comes to that war, what we find is that most of the exports in oil are going from China. They're going to China. How does it not behoove the United States strategically to do something about that? Of course it does. And we can dive into that too in the open back and
really
forth.
quick, see,
Now, I'm
this
not
is
a
the
big
thing.
supporter of
Pause it. And again, this is the whole thing. What did the rabbi say? Oh, look, China's going to wipe out the West. Okay, so what does Alex Jones say? The Chi-coms. And what does he say? Well, it's in our interest. I've said it before. Iran is about China. But again, that implies that China is the one controlling the United States. I mean, that's a big fucking argument to argue. And
Right.
there's not really good
Right.
evidence for that at all,
Right. Meanwhile, what's the reason why you're attacking Iran? Oh yeah, the Jews. What the fuck, dude? Like literally, like
Yeah, it's a really subtle thing he just smuggled in there, right? Like in my opinion, that's like,
yeah, but
oh,
that's
look,
literally
China.
what like Alex Jones did too. He went from talking like saying that the Jews did 9/11 to saying that the Chi-coms did it. Really weird shit. Like it's like I don't know. Like I feel like you know.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure that we have reason to be concerned with China, but saying that like they're the primary threat on America, it's like I just don't think that that's like I don't think it's the yellow man like controlling our
Well, it's
Congress
also
or something. It's like
it's also the Muslims. Like it's the Muslims and the Chinese, and that's I think why the Alex Jones thing was so interesting because he said that the Saudi Arabians and the Chinese went together to do 9/11. You know what I'm saying? So this like, holy shit, this is like some undercurrent of power that nobody's aware. Like like Arabs and the Chinese, like holy
right. And
jumping Joseph.
where's the 8 hour documentary that Alex Jones used to produce about that, if that's the case, right? Like I've never seen that. I mean, if it's there, I'm happy to see it, but like where are the documentaries,
Yeah, it's just tripped.
Foreign wars, especially not in Iran. I'm not making any excuses for it. I'm just pointing out something which is obvious. He also says Elon Musk did Doge cuts. Were Democrats going to do Doge cuts? No. Trump made that promise, and that's exactly what they tried to do. He's been hamstrung at every level. This guy has 3 times the amount of court cases against him as any other president does in the last 50 years. It's ridiculous. Democrats hamstring him at every corner. So as we go through this, let's talk about Epstein. That's another big one. With Epstein, you have to separate mythology, the actual mythology of Epstein, from the facts of Epstein. To hear the other side tell it, there is a global pedophilic satanic organization which runs the United States. The evidence they have for that? Fucking nothing. They have nothing. They have no evidence whatsoever.
See, this is crazy. Like there's
what,
zero
dude?
evidence of that. There's zero evidence of that.
Yeah,
Like I don't know about
yeah.
that.
The thing is that
And you got to say there's some. I don't know if that there's zero. I mean, there's some for like there's some level of it. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is like the United States is exceptional when it comes to the amount of human trafficking, and you could say for whatever reason that is, but like between like what's going on in Mexico and the United States and all this shit, there's literally people being sold in Mexico as human slaves and shit. Like it is insanity the amount of fucking human trafficking the United States is literally directly responsible for. And so like there's huge cases of that. There's a huge history behind that. And so for him to just just turn a blind eye to that when it's recently been hugely exposed that the people that are literally trafficking the children, they're not even beholden to this country at all. Yet the people who are running this country have no problem working with them. And he's just going to just totally fucking ignore all of this. Like he's just going to totally ignore it. So this is Andrew Wilson. He's totally willing to forgive people who are complicit. And then also he's literally saying there's he's being very careful with his words. He's saying there's no proof that a secret cabal that commits to this type of thing controls America. Right. But also at the very top rings of power, there are people who are complicit in these crimes, which he denies. So it's like he's making a broad statement to, which is in one sense true. You can't prove this thing that this is actually running the country. But on the second end, he's then denying that any of these people that are clearly complicit in the crimes are complicit in the crimes. So, I mean, at the last analysis, he's literally lying about, what's happening. There's no other way to go around it. He's literally lying about what's happening. He's trying to minimize the fact of what's happening to children in our own country. And whether he's doing that for political talking points or because somebody paid him to do it, it is fucking deplorable. It's a despicable act. Right? Like, I don't know. And this is somebody who has children. Right? So, I mean, this is a fucking deplorable thing to say. I mean, right? You can pay me a fucking enough money to say this type of shit, take this types of positions. You couldn't give me $1 million to say something like that. So despicable. I'd rather cut my fucking tongue out of my mouth. Fucking kidding me? These people are despicable. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm extremely tired. 2 days, no sleep. It is what it is. Fuck everyone.
To you, he won't be able to provide us with any evidence for that, not a single shred. Not only that, I'll tell you something really interesting. I do know of a satanic type religion of pedophiles, and right this second, Trump's blowing them up. Right this second, as we speak, he blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them overwhelming. You want to inside blew up their leadership. The Ayatollah Khomeini instituted child marriage, as young as 9 years old inside of Iran. And we're killing them overwhelming.
Okay, so did the Ayatollah Khomeini, right? Okay, so let's look this up. Did the Ayatollah Khomeini
Yeah, I've never heard that before. Like, if that's true, I've never heard that said before. So that's a huge claim. I'm kind of curious
allowed
about that.
child marriage? Yeah, allowed the child marriage of 9-year-olds, right? Because that is an interesting claim for sure. You know, right? So let's check this out. So marriageable age in Iran. So this is what it says here. So let's take a look at this. You know, obviously we're not supporting marriage of children. I won't support it. But it says in Iran the legal marriage is 13 for girls, 15 for boys. So that's pretty low. Like, it's not really as old as 9.
Well, but he uses different definitions of PDF file multiple times in the next like 10 minutes. But this is like
Right.
exactly where I tuned in. So like I don't know what he said before all this until now, but I know what he says after this is he keeps changing the definition multiple times, and we don't see the evidence of 9 years old, which is prepubescent. Which again, if you look throughout history, like 13 to 15 is a general range in which like humans have done this for a long time. So again, if you're talking about
Yeah, it says
traditional life,
here.
it's a whole nother debate versus like what's modern times is happening and all that. So
Yeah, it says that they can be married, you know, but it's with the consent of father or paternal grandfather and approval from the court. So it's saying that this is apparently allowed in Iran, right? So later Rachel Wilson comes up and says how many of the children have been married, right? So and I will look up anything else that we need to look up here. Wait, I'm not. Oh yeah, here's the debate.
Want to talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So there's his claim, right? So he's moved from saying that these people are allowing children to be married, which is a deplorable act, right? To then saying that it's okay to blow up random people in some other country
to save them from being
no,
married
no,
as a
you're not
kid or
saving
something.
them at that point. You're just blowing them up, right? So you can't be saving them.
It's implying an honor killing to some degree. Like
I don't
and
know.
other
I
people,
think that's cope. I think that's a lot of cope because it's like you can't, you don't honor kill somebody that's not in your family. You honor kill them because they're in your family doing all that.
Well, no, I know, but that's what he implies with one of his comments coming up, which again is like very interesting. Like he kind of makes this kind of like snide comment about it. You'll see in a second. Like, and also like it's interesting because he said there's no satanic group of pedophiles that running the world, but there is a satanic group of Muslims who run Iran, and it's like, okay, so
Well,
I don't.
he's saying
It's
that
like,
they're
what?
all. Well, he's saying that they're all pedophiles. That the entire country that is justified
and satanic, right? He's like
Yeah,
literally
so
saying like these people are satanic. Like the government of Iran is literally satanic, and it's like, well, could you not argue the same thing about America to some degree? And he
yeah.
himself has implied such things. So again,
Oh yeah.
I mean, like let's be real, you know, like how deep do you want to? I mean, again, this is what I say is like he's opening the door, like in a court of law, he would just open the door to like criticism of America as a satanic cabal of people, right? Whether he wants to admit to it or not, he opened the door, right? And again, I know that like we're not in a court of law, but like in a court of law, he just opened the door to a whole giant can of worms. And is that on purpose? Is that accelerationism? In my opinion, it is, but maybe he sees it differently. I don't know. And again, maybe I'm getting too technical, but I think that it's not unimportant that he just kind of opened that door. He's like, well, what Epstein doesn't prove shit, but we know for sure that these people are a bunch of pedophiles. And it's like, and then he changes the definition like 3 times in a row. So I don't know. It's pretty weird. See if you catch where he changes the definition.
Well, I'm just going back and playing how he's saying that basically you got to bomb people because you
Oh, he
know.
says it 3 or 4 times in a row. Like you're not gonna miss it.
Yeah,
Like he says it.
right.
He says it like multiple times in a row. Like
Right, yeah.
to save the great women, you got to kill the great woman in a sense. Now, again, I'm not gonna like totally strawman him, but like it's heavily implied. Like he's
But it's
making
not
a very
grape
heavy
women.
implication.
Yeah, but
Right?
it's not grape women, it's children. He's talking about children that are being abused, and
Right,
mind you
right.
that it's children also that are being killed in the bombing. So that's what's weird about it, right? And the Owen guy brings that up, so it's interesting. So he's fine with killing kids because somebody allows people to do something, which he's saying is the entire country that's doing it. So yeah, so it's interesting.
Talk about pedophiles? Let's talk about pedophiles. Where are they at? I can tell you who we're blowing up right now who are pedophiles. That would be Trump blowing up pedophiles. That's what he's doing currently.
So that's weird. So Trump, the Zionist PDF, is blowing up PDFs, which are the children. I mean, he's blowing up like things like children's schools. There's like some of the things. He fought a war for 7 weeks, and even then they dropped a bunch of bombs on little kids. All right, so I mean, it's pretty fucking weird that he's justifying all that and saying, well, those children are PDFs? Am I getting this right? So it's justified in bombing and killing them? I don't understand, but you're trying to save the children from the PDFs. So, I mean, it's extremely confusing. I mean, you can tell why most people heard this and they were like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, what? Like, okay, we're going to work with a PDF to go kill children who you're saying are PDFs to save those children from PDFs? Well, that has to be the most retarded fucking point of all time. Like, yeah, thanks for your literal nonsense, buddy. Like, what the fuck?
So it's really funny to me, the Epstein people, hey, wait a second, we're totally anti-pedophile. This is ridiculous. There's pedophiles at the top levels. They have no evidence for that. And yet, if we just look not too far away, we see that there's an entire nation of pedophiles. Do you mind doing trade with them?
And by the way, like, here's some statistics. Right.
Well, and just really quick, I just think it's weird. He said there is no evidence. He didn't say that there's a lack of evidence. He said there is zero evidence, essentially. So, I mean, that's a big claim to say that there's no evidence. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what does that mean exactly? Like,
yeah, and then I'm trying to look up like how many because obviously it's can't be true that the entire country is PDFs, so you could just indiscriminately bomb the country. So obviously he's wrong about that. There's probably certain people in the country that are PDFs. It probably reach a certain threshold of people, like maybe in the thousands or maybe then in the millions or something like that, right? But how many sex trafficking cases in the US right, for 2025. Let's look it up. Right, it says there was a 323% increase. So the reports, and these are the reported, so it doesn't mean that that's how many there were. There's probably a lot more than there was reported, obviously. It says between January 1st and June, there were 62,000. So almost like, I'd say maybe roughly like probably like 100,000 cases or more in the U.S., right? And that doesn't include the children that were cutting their fucking, dicks off and, and all the other crazy shit that kids have been doing because of social media and all that stuff. But it says here, 51% of criminal human trafficking cases were involving children. There was, it says there was 50,000 people brought in from Mexico and the Philippines trafficked into the U.S. It said 83% of child trafficking victims in the U.S. are American kids. It also says here that 55% of victims of U.S. sex trafficking aged 7 to 11 are recruited through social media apps and websites. So there's some statistics for this problem, right? And of course, Trump is complicit in this issue, right? He's complicit in the so the sex trafficking. These people are complicit at the highest level,
right? Owen Schroyer recently said, I don't care why, or he said in his debate with Shabos, why is it that Iran is not allowed to have a nuke, but Israel is? What are you advocating for there? That a whole country full of pedophiles is allowed to have a nuclear bomb? Why should we allow that? It's ridiculous.
Oh, so there it is. So Israel's allowed to have one, right? Which he didn't quite say, right? Let's not get totally carried away. He didn't quite say that Israel's allowed to have one, but he is comparing Israel's nuclear capabilities with Iran's nuclear capabilities, and he's saying one shouldn't have one because there's pedophiles, but Israel is literally prolific in child trafficking and housing child trafficking.
Well, and he didn't even just say that. He said a whole country of pedophiles. Like back
That's
it up
right.
10 seconds.
That's right.
It's a
that's a
very
fact.
specific thing. It's like
Right.
zero evidence of Epstein and it's 100% full of pedophiles. It's like
Right.
that's again, even if you're just being careless with your words, like
right.
it's
Trump is 0%
extremely
complicit.
dishonest to say that, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Trump is 0% complicit, but every single Iranian is complicit. It's like incredible, all right? But even the children that are literally being bombed, right?
well, and look, this is what Giorgiani says about the Christians, and he's kind of correct on this. He's like, look, the Christians are like out here making fools of themselves, saying that how much they're going to do something against X, Y, and the third. And he's like, look, and again, I'm not promoting Giorgiani. I'm just saying, like, he made a point for years that like there's a lot of people within Iran who were fighting against the government of Iran. So clearly, not all of them agree with the government of Iran. So like again, it's just irresponsible language that why would you say something that is like just not accurate,
Yeah, these people are literally baby killing, Zionist hugging, fucking psychotic retards that are literally pretending to be Christian, and 100% supporting Israel. He just compared Israel's nuclear capabilities, which Israel literally said if it's, or at least it's been theorized, right, that they'll send nuclear bombs to a bunch of countries if anybody tries to shut them down. Right? They've threatened this. Their leaders have threatened this. And yet we should allow Israel to have nukes and not somebody who just wants to use them for defense or to power up their own energy or whatever. We have no idea why the fuck they need them. right? So, and honestly, I don't give a fuck. It's none of my fucking business. I'm against nuclear power plants, obviously. We're anti-tech and so on and so forth, but crazy type of stuff, right? I mean, most people don't have the balls to stand for the real shit, right? I mean, it's crazy. A literal ballless psychopaths.
Ridiculous. Moving through some of these other problems, she says the problems Republicans podcasting means nothing. When we're talking about Trump, especially in his second term, podcast meant everything. In fact, Kamala Harris said it herself. Joe Rogan. And the fact that Trump went on Joe Rogan really helped push him over the top. Harris regretted the fact she didn't do the podcast.
By the way, do you know why? Hold
syndicated
on.
radio shows. He didn't do the
Do you know why Trump went on Joe Rogan? Because Patrick Bet David bought Lenny Bruce's microphone and bribed him, saying, "Look, if you don't do this, you're just going to be sitting this one out." And he's like, "This is a moral problem, and you need to like take moral responsibility and bring Trump on." And Patrick Bet David is a very shady person, very connected to Alex Jones and a bunch of other stuff that I'm not going to get into right now. So he literally is the first person to platform Nick Fuentes, by the way. So,
Right.
and he's an Iranian, supposedly Christian, allegedly, which again, I mean, he's literally had Dennis Prager sit on his show and laugh about the rape of German women by the Soviets after World War II because of what what supposedly the German people, all the people did against the Jews. And Patrick Bet David said nothing to this guy. After that, I never listened to another thing Patrick Bet David ever said right again. So I just think that's interesting. Like people just gloss over these little nuggets of information that are extremely important. Okay. Like you literally have somebody laughing at the rape of German women on your show. Then you go and say, moral grandstand and all this stuff. And I don't know. I mean, I know this is like a big like logic tree of shit, but like it's just really weird how he's framing this whole thing of like, Joe Rogan had to have on Trump. Or it's like, dude, what are you trying to say? Like, you're trying to say that Joe Rogan got Trump elected? So why, like, what does that mean then? Like, who's Joe Rogan? Why is he so important? And who does he work for then? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's something we need to ask, but
Yeah, notice he's now promoting the efficacy of appearing on Joe Rogan as a political talking point when he literally just appeared on there. Right? So he's literally promoting or cross promoting the Joe Rogan podcast, which has had and sponsored bunch of guests that work for Thiel and all these fucking people. It's literally a shill podcast. But yeah.
Podcast circuit, she didn't do any of that. She regretted it. She said that she regretted it. She even blamed Myron Gaines, a podcaster, for
by the way, what's Christian about Joe Rogan, who literally promotes anti-Christian stuff and literally laughs about Jesus and makes jokes about it all the fucking time? What the fuck?
and then he said he became a Christian, but that like AI Jesus is going to have to take over and all this shit, And again, even if that's a joke, it's like it's not very funny,
it's blasphemous. Yeah, it's literally blasphemous. Like Joe Rogan has made blasphemous statement after blasphemous statement, and they've excused it and they've promoted his show just now. I mean, it's fucking amazing, right? And somehow they're promoting Christianity as the bottom line. I mean, if you people really understand what's happening, these people are self-serving people that literally get paid by Jews to take extremist positions, and they will toe the line. They have no fucking spine, right? They're not working for Christianity. Wake the fuck up.
Parts of her loss. She blamed him and the evil manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on stage right now. So as we go through this, I'm kind of happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can, so that we can see if any of these criticisms
so he's
actually
saying
hold muster.
So did he just say that he wants to be president? Isn't that weird? Like, do you catch that? Is that what he just said? Can you back that up?
Manosphere, because they don't want women to be president, like somebody else who's on the stage right now.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
as
got
we
it,
go
got it.
through
Okay,
this,
sorry, I
I'm kind
misunderstood
of
him. Okay, got it, got it. I just want to make sure I understood that because we have suspected that he might run for office. So
I think that he'll most likely have a show like on Fox News eventually, right? And that's probably where Alex Jones is headed to. Like Alex Jones is probably going to be doing a show with Tucker Carlson or something like that, and be more mainstream now. And he's already been moving in that direction. And then, probably so will Wilson. Right? Wilson will probably join suit. Yeah. I mean, follow suit. I mean, or whatever the.
well, it's funny because like they criticized. I mean, I don't know how. I'm sure you remember this too. Like, I remember all these people saying like, well, CNN and the leftist Democrats and all these people, they're all like basically state media, and it's like, so now you become state media and you justify it. It's like,
Well,
so
that was his thing the whole time. He said we're going to infiltrate the system by becoming the system. He said it like 900 times, and it's a literal failed strategy that makes you just part of the system and represent whatever the system's already seeking to accomplish. It's literally the system's neatest trick. But yeah, these fucking morons don't understand it. And obviously the right is a new left because of it.
well, and again, when when Elon Musk spent $42 billion of Saudi money, by the way, to buy X.com, he said, well, now you are the media. So now commodifying people's opinion as the new media. I mean, what does that mean? See, again, no mention of that either. So it's like a whole, it's a whole other economy that's evolved out of this as well that everybody's ignoring. Like as the real economy has gone down, this false economy of media production has infinitely ramped up and got more sneaky. And they're not really talking about that. And I think that, I mean, they're talking about it in a very broad sense, but they're not talking about like specifically how, News Corp just basically diversified. They didn't go away. Right. So, you don't have to do that much research to see that aspect of it. And, again, like no mention that Elon Musk spent Saudi Arabian money to buy Twitter, like that, like that's not important at all, but okay.
Happy. I'd like to get into the back and forth as quick as we can so that we can see if any of these criticisms actually hold muster. He says he's not addressing corruption. Yeah, he's not addressing corruption head on. It's like, wait a second. What do you mean? He's going after the SPLC right this second. As we speak, super corrupt organization, which was working with the deep state, by the way, just pointing that out.
With that,
Well, really
kick it
quick,
over to
really
Owen
quick,
for
I
his
just want to
5-minute
ask you,
rebuttal as well.
what do you think it means that Saudi Arabia spent $40 billion to buy Twitter? You know what I mean? Like, how does that play into this whole Iranian war? Like, that doesn't have a factor in it? I don't know.
Right. And it's just like they've been having all these memes on Twitter to nuke Iran, right? I mean, it's pretty interesting, right? Obviously, they paid for some of that.
Well, as far as when this war started, obviously there's a lot of contention in the geopolitical debate realm, but at least for this administration, it started last June with Operation Midnight Hammer. And since then, we haven't gotten a lick of honesty because we were supposed to have annihilated or obliterated, was the official word from the president, their nuclear capabilities. And then they came back a few months later and said Iran was weeks away, days away from a nuke. And so now we're over there again. And I think to most people, they perceive this war, I think accurately, as just another regime change war. Now, you may not care for Iran's leadership. You're not going to get any pushback from me on any of that. And yet the facts remain. This was a regime change war They lied to us about it from the very beginning. There is a major contingency of Trump's voting base that voted for no new wars. It was part of the campaign promise. In fact, Trump himself, for decades, has been talking about how we've wasted blood and treasure in the Middle East, wasted it, his own words. He ran against Bush's wars in his first campaign in 2015 and 2016. And he even said specifically, no more regime change wars. So that's just a total reversal of policy on that. And this.
Yeah, what's really sad is that some of these conservatives that were extremely isolationist, that were saying that we should divest from the foreign wars, including Andrew Wilson. He was saying this type of stuff, that we should totally pull out of wars in the Middle East and all this type of stuff, that we have no business being there. We should focus the money in the United States. And now this fucking moron is changing his rhetoric. Probably because he got paid to take the positions, right, that he's taking now. I mean, there's no other sane reason, right, that he would just totally change his stripes, so on and so forth.
This has people wondering who's making these decisions. I don't need to get into that now, but we're not even getting consistency on the messaging in the last couple of weeks. The strait is closed. It's not closed. We've won the war. The war's not over. We need to go in. Nobody really knows. And by the way, I think Trump does that strategically. But nonetheless, the truth is that we don't get any honesty from this administration. It just doesn't add up. And as far as the strategy with China and Russia, I'd like to think that this is all going to work out in our favor. I'd like to think that that's the.
Yeah, blessings, Denise. Yeah, have a great night. Thank you so much for watching us.
Yeah, thank you to everybody who is here. I just invited Pinoy. He just released an article saying Andrew Wilson is wrong. So I invited him to come and talk about whatever that's about. I didn't get a chance to read it, but
right. Yeah, if he doesn't come by, we might put that up because that's highly relevant, I guess.
Play that Trump is making. However, it doesn't appear to be going in our favor. I think that most of the world is looking at the foreign policy of this administration, and they're seeing it as very, very favorable to Israel, which is essentially a pariah of the entire international community. And so instead of perhaps these countries maybe driving away from Russia and China, I think they're driving to China and Russia and away from the United States because of Trump's aggression, again, in the Middle East, as the world views it, on behalf of Israel. As far as the Dems, hamstringing Trump, I think that happened a lot in the first administration. I'm not really seeing as much of it in this administration. But this gets back to the deep state. I thought we were talking about criminals. I thought we were talking about the Obama administration committing treason. We were talking about them illegally spying. And yet now President Trump says, I'm okay to give up my liberties for safety. I'm okay with them illegally spying on you. That doesn't really sit well with me. And I think the Dems are going to look at that very favorably when we get to the midterms. Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles.
Boom. And so many people clapped. It's not a huge audience.
Yeah, they had a tiny audience watching this, which is kind of bizarre. Like, it's almost weird how they left them with no audience to watch this debate. It's pretty weird to me.
Yeah, they barely can sell tickets for an event like this. Most of the traffic,
which is like, to me personally, that is shocking with how many people watching these guys every day and no one shows up. Like, in South Carolina, it's like, oh, wow, like, it's kind of, it honestly makes me sad. I feel like we could bring more people to an event than this. Like, probably if we marketed it the right way, like, these guys have millions of dollars invested and there's no one there. It's like, I don't understand that to me.
Yeah, and then I don't know if you've ever seen this show, and I'm talking to the audience members. Obviously, I know Neuro's seen the show Modern Day Debate, but obviously very shitty audio quality, very shitty video quality. Sometimes they'll, go off the screen. They'll have all sorts of glitches. Sometimes the guy who's, the moderator won't know how to sort out the tech issues. and obviously this has happened hundreds of times on their debate shows, right? So, where sometimes for 15 to 30 minutes, they'll have some sort of audio thing to work out, and sometimes the person won't show up. One day I was there to fill in for Andrew Wilson when he didn't show up for his own debate on Modern Day Debate, right? And of course I was promptly kicked off the stage when I think they realized who I was, and so on and so forth. But yeah, the fact is this, right? That modern day debate that could be a totally just government run like channel or debate network where they have these shill performers, and literally the chat looks totally fake, probably hundreds of bots in the chat, and probably totally astroturfed views that they've bought. Because yeah, how could they have these hundreds and thousands of views and not be able to sell like 30 tickets? It's literally laughable. But yeah. Yeah, I've seen like college classes where there's louder applauses for the college professor. I mean, it's just sad. But yeah.
American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many, many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
So it looks like the Israeli human trafficking is not even just in Israel, it's bleeding into other places. Like, good Lord, this guy will not. And did you see Andrew's reaction? Let's take a look at it again to that statement.
Acts. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich.
Hee hee ha ha.
Yeah, hee hee ha ha, right?
And they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through this cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do. And that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
And time with that. We're going to jump into the cross. Crossfire. This is 40 minutes. So this is fully up to you guys. If it gets too rocky, I'm going to jump in and put it into 90-second responses. So The floor is yours, gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation.
Gentlemen, for open dialogue.
So I wanted to start, if we could, with Israeli repatriation of pedophiles. So you and I both agree that this happens and it's abhorrent. Do you know that what the numbers are, roughly?
The last story I read was a CBS story. It was a couple dozen, I think.
I think total that I could find, I was being as charitable to your view as I could, it's about 200. That's a lot. It's a significant amount. But it's nothing in comparison to the Catholic Church. Nothing. Which is somewhere around 100,000 children, perhaps. Or more. When we talk about this idea of pedophilia here in the United States, Owen, this is my big issue with this, is that there's always a red herring, right? The red herring is, well, Israel repatriates pedophiles. It's like, yeah, that's true. So does the United States in a way, though. We have passport bros who they go to Malaysia, they have sex with underage kids, and then they come back here. It's the same exact principle applied. The only difference is there's no official right of return. There doesn't need to be. They're already U.S. citizens. But when we're talking about this, we know where the groups of pedophiles are. We've known this for years. The Catholic Church, for instance, again, part of one of the largest pedophilic scandals in the world. Which church do you belong to again? Is it Catholic?
I have no qualms with what you're saying about the Catholic Church, whether I identify as one or not. So go ahead. I will sit here all day as a confirmed Catholic and ridicule their pedophilia.
Yeah, I'm just saying
problem.
that when you use the red herring of the Israeli repatriation,
How is it a red herring if it's true?
Because
Oh, whoops. But yeah, that fella on him one day.
Well,
when he,
I just want to say this really quick. Like
go ahead.
him trying to say that like passport bros are like equivalent to like widespread like repatriation of like convicted PDF files in the United States for like billionaires is like absurd, because that directly a lot of that stuff he's referring to directly ties to the Epstein files. So like he's literally obfuscating the entire Epstein files, like by saying that. Like it's crazy. Like literally Epstein was one of the primary people in the Philippines, probably with the Catholics, doing all that. So yeah, it's totally absurd that
But
he's
this
just
is
like
so weird.
sidestepping that.
Yeah, but this is so weird. When confronted with the crimes of the Jays, he'll then point to other Christians who are doing it. Isn't that really weird? And then he'll point to his other Christian compatriot and say, well, aren't you part of a church that supports this? When actually it was, he was exposed in a debate when they showed that Orthodox priests that committed sex acts with children were moved around to a different church. So yeah, I mean, this has obviously happened in his church as well, right? Not to mention the church that he represents has linked up with the Russian government, right?
Who were certainly involved in all kinds of trafficking, for sure.
All sorts of trafficking. Including people like Lev Lviv, who Trump is doing business with in Russia. So yeah, really odd stuff there. But yeah.
The red herring happens when
Didn't you
say
admit it's hundreds?
When you say, "Hey, wait a second," yeah, hundreds.
So
for
it's
sure.
a real thing. So it's not a red herring.
I'm not. No.
Oh, let's not forget to mention that Trump was also a protege of the gay Jewish mobster Roy Cohen. So yeah.
No, the red herring portion of it is when you obfuscate away from the argument on the Epstein files as though there's a global cabal of pedophiles. I point out in Iran, there's an open cabal of pedophiles. You say, well, Israel harbors pedophiles too. It's like, no, they don't have official policy for pedophilia, dude.
Hold on a
don't.
second. You
They
just
don't.
admitted you're talking about people that have been actually charged with crimes of
Uh-huh.
pedophilia that Israel knowingly takes in.
Some
so
of,
they
no,
are
no,
very
that's
well
not in
aware.
every instance. That's
So
in
they are
some
very
instance.
well aware.
Sometimes it's suspected. One of the big key ones was in
So
Australia.
look at it. He's defending Israel, right? And he's saying that we should actually, that it's fine to defend Israel and blow up other random countries, right? Because they do the same thing that Israel does. So yeah, so it's totally weird rhetoric from Andrew Wilson. If he's not totally just a Zionist supporter at this point, he's already supporting, Trump's extreme Zionist positions that he's taking recently in support of Israel, right? So it's really weird, right? And of course we called this out a while back on our first few episodes of Made by Machine Bob. So I'm pretty confident that we've already literally warned people about this a couple of years back, that things are going to be moving in this direction, and it's pretty clear that this is where we're at.
Case I'm sure you're familiar with. That was one of the big key ones, but it's not always the case that they're charged with anything. There are lots of them are just suspected of this.
There was just
the
an,
same
there
way
was
that
just
the
an
United
IDF.
States
There was
is
just an
suspected.
IDF. Hold on.
Yeah,
There was just
go
an
ahead.
IDF security official, Alexandrovich, who just got charged, caught in a bust, and he fled over there. He's gone.
Of course, but you're going
So
to find.
give me a comparable story this year to the Catholic
You can find
Church.
the same thing.
Show me the Catholic
perhaps,
Church. Show me the Catholic Church finding a pedophile and saying, "Come to the Catholic Church."
They moved them to other churches. What are you talking about?
So
to
show me.
allow them to continue to offend hundreds of thousands of cases.
So
What do
show
you
me.
mean?
Show me one name.
I'm supposed to remember every name of every
I
bishop?
just gave you one name in the last year. Tom Alexandrovich, IDF
Are you
security
denying
official,
that the
fled to
Catholic
Israel.
Church doesn't move around pedophiles?
No, I just said they do. I
Then
can talk
why
about
are
the
you-
Catholic Church all day long.
Then why are you
But we're
arguing
talking about the Trump administration dealing with the Epstein files. That's what we're
Yes.
talking about.
So as we're diving into the Epstein files, give me your biggest piece of proof that Donald Trump in any way knew about any pedophilia, and name actual names of people who you're willing to say are pedophiles in that administration. Go ahead.
Okay, I never made either one of those claims.
Exactly.
But I will respond to your question. Howard Lutnick lied when he said he hadn't been to the island since he found out. He got caught lying. He took his family there. This was after Epstein had already been a convicted pedophile. Now, if Donald Trump wants to claim he has plausible deniability as far as Epstein's activities are concerned, I suppose that's fair
Are you
enough.
even claiming that guy's a pedophile?
Well, you know what? If you want to talk about the things Trump has said about
Hang on,
his daughter,
answer the question
Ivanka,
before
we can
you
talk about
obfuscate.
it. We can talk
Answer
about
the
Donald
question.
Trump. Hold on a second.
Are
We
you
can
going to call that guy a pedophile?
Have
or
I
no?
called Trump a pedophile once?
Well, this is why I'm getting clarification.
The answer
on
is
this.
no.
The reason I'm getting
The answer is
clarification
no.
is because on the Epstein files, people refuse to separate mythology from fact. And there's a lot of mythology here. And this mythology that you guys continuously talk about, that Trump is in some way associated with this global cabal of satanic pedophiles, but you never name names, you never give evidence. Your only evidence is they don't give us evidence. Why would you trust the evidence that these people give you anyway? Why would you even trust that anyway? You don't trust them, the evidence that they've given you so far. So why is it always the demand is like, I want endless evidence of a thing that we always make claims about, but can never demonstrate? Why?
So Trump is obviously maybe mentioned more than anyone else in the files. If you want to claim that he has nothing to show illegal in the files, that's fine. Howard Lutnick, however, lied when he said he hadn't been there. He is still in the Trump administration. He was just running point for their meeting at the Oval Office just last week. And he's in the files taking his kids to Epstein Island. So would you take your kids to Epstein Island?
Well, okay, so are you saying at the time
What the fuck? 32 minutes.
Doesn't look like it's going that way either.
No, what the fuck? I don't know what's going on here. It just like reset.
goes ahead and gives him the sweetheart deal, right, under Obama. Under the Trump administration, they rearrest Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that amazing? The guy protecting the pedophiles.
So the person that Trump brought into his administration is the one that cut Jeffrey Epstein a sweetheart deal that no pedophile, child sex trafficker has ever seen before in their life. Such a sweetheart deal, they had to rearrest him again.
Yeah, they have seen it before in their life. First
So
of
look,
all,
whether Trump,
he wasn't even accused of pedophilia. What he was accused of was localized trafficking in Florida. And yes, people have been cut sweetheart deals for that. You're full of it.
Okay, so your stance is
what are you talking about?
So your stance is Epstein was not a pedophile, and there's nothing in the Epstein files. Because I don't want to debate this the whole time.
I didn't say that. My stance is that there's bold claims which are made, and I can see you running from it. I don't blame you for running from the claims.
This isn't the
but you
debate.
can't-
I'm not
you don't
here
have
to, I mean,
evidence.
I could. You're on.
Is it a failure of
This
Trump's
is
or not?
worse. Absolutely.
Well, then it's
Absolutely.
part of the debate.
There should be dozens of Epstein
Then
arrests.
it's part of the debate.
They are literally
Of who?
covering it up.
Tell me who.
Exactly. They've redacted the names.
Who should we be arresting? Exactly.
I'd love
what does
to
that
know.
mean?
Why are all the names redacted from the files?
Because
Why haven't they
I'll
given
tell
us
you.
all the files?
I'll actually tell you. And if you had done your due diligence, you would know this.
Oh, because they're victims.
No. Because victims advocacy groups and lawyers have tied this thing up like nobody's business. And again, Michael Tracy's done the
And
research
no
on
pedophiles
this.
go to jail.
Which pedophiles should go to jail?
The ones that they've redacted. So
What
did
are their
Epstein-
names?
So Epstein trafficked kids to no one.
No, Epstein was getting kids.
So Epstein-
Ghislaine was trafficking kids to him.
Okay, so Epstein raped all the kids. No one else did.
Name a single person he trafficked a kid to.
They're all redacted from the files. What are you
The
talking
files
about?
don't even indicate
You
that.
can
Who?
see in the emails. He says, "I have girls. How old do you want them? I have girls. I don't like yellow. I want Russian." That's all right there.
That's not him. There's nothing to do with pedophilia, as far as you know. Show me.
Wow. So here's Andrew Wilson today, right? He's willing to support Israel.
I think you missed something because like he went back and forth saying, well, like when was Epstein convicted of pedophilia? He was convicted of 16 and 17-year-olds. So that I noticed, and I was like, well, why are you shifting the goalpost now?
Yeah.
But before you weren't, right? Like.
So it's weird. So, for whatever reason, Wilson wants to minimize the crimes of the Mossad in this country, but then maximize, like, oh, the Catholic Church did this and all these people. It's super weird. I just
Well, and like passport bros are more of a concern than like, institutionalized child trafficking. It's like potentially, right? Like, I don't know about that. It's like, what the hell?
And also, this is a total breakdown of the debate. So, I mean, I guess you guys will have to decide why most of Andrew Wilson's debates get caught up in this really weird trap where they end up running out the clock on an issue that has literally almost nothing to do with the proposition at hand. So the substance of most of his debates is literally doesn't accomplish much.
As far as you know, it does.
Wait a second. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Do you agree with that?
No, I'm using your logic against you. If you're saying
My
it
logic
doesn't
works
prove
for
anything,
me and not for you.
Okay, so I'll accept this because I don't want to debate. So Epstein was not a pedophile. He was not trafficking children. Anybody. He was not friends with
I'm willing
Trump.
to see
They're
that
not
Trump-
covering up.
I'm willing
They're
to
not covering
see-
up the files.
I'm willing to see the distinction between the mythology of Epstein trafficking children to all of these various pedophiles is a mythology. I'm also willing to see that Epstein himself may very well have been a pedophile, but it seemed like the trafficking was going to him. And you have no proof to the alternative of that. And even when you point at Acosta,
So what is
this
Epstein
happens
doing?
under Obama, rearrested under Trump. Trump's the only one who released any Epstein files at all, signed in the Epstein Transparency Act.
Yeah,
Congress also
after
pushed for it.
after they redacted them for weeks, they still haven't
Because of
released everything.
victims.
They still haven't released everything, by the way.
How would Trump unredact them? Can you explain that to me?
Well, they shouldn't be redacted at all.
Yeah, but how would Trump unredact them?
Well, it's actually pretty easy. I think he calls them and says, "Hey,
No.
unredact these."
No,
names."
that's the judicial branch. That's a different branch of government.
And he can call them and tell
Trump's
them to do
allowed
that.
to do that with classified documents. Not allowed to do that with redactions. Those redactions are going through the judiciary. So what should Trump do here?
He can easily declassify. He can easily release everything.
They're not classified. They're redacted.
Then why aren't they released?
He did release them.
Not
He
all
released
of them.
millions of documents.
Not all of them.
And not only that, again, how would he get them unredacted? Tell me.
Not even all of them. They're
Tell
not
me
even
how
all
he would
released.
get them unredacted. How?
It's very simple. You bring out the investigators and you simply read the names that are redacted. That's all you got to do.
You mean like they did in front of a press club, and those poor guys who weren't actually pedophiles got
That was-
calls and threats and everything else?
That happened to one guy.
Yeah,
That
but I
happened to
mean,
one guy.
that's reading the names of people who aren't even related to it.
Okay,
And this is the problem,
So
man.
this is good. So you're satisfied with the Epstein files?
I didn't say satisfied, but I'm pointing out that I'm not willing to make claims that Donald Trump's a bad guy based on redactions that he's not responsible for. You can't tell me how he should unredact them. You can't tell me
it's
who
very
the,
simple.
who
I want
the
all the
victims are.
files.
You
Show
can't
me
tell me
all
any
the
of
files.
this.
What do you mean the victims
gentlemen,
go in front of Congress
I do
every
want to.
freaking day?
I only want to jump in just because, given that we have only 40 minutes.
Again, the guy is literally mentioned tons of times inside the files, right? So, I mean, it's weird. He's not claiming that all Trump is responsible for is redacting the information, right? Or not being able to recover the redacted information or whatever. I mean, it's totally wild. So yeah, again, he's totally moved the goalpost, right? Owen, who's not a seasoned talker like this, right, is basically being able to be moved about because he thinks it's enough to just pin Andrew on this idea. And it is, right? Because the optics of him supporting this concept is actually highly damaging, right? So I don't know why he would publicly take this stance, honestly. And this is pretty much at the point where the audience became very brutal towards him. But yeah, lots of people putting W, Owen, L, Andrew in the chat. But yeah, hundreds of them.
It's for the open dialogue. Though it's been epic so far. I just want to be sure if there are other topics you want to cover. We have 28 minutes left.
I would say
Epic. Literally, they took garbage positions. Both sides suck. A literal nonsense debate about non-issues. Neither of them proved a single thing during this entire debate. All of us are dumber for having heard this shit that this man has produced in this white suit. Good Lord, right? Like, this guy's probably a Scientologist for real, dude. If I had to put my money on anybody being a Scientologist, it'd be this fucking guy. With a fucking white suit on. What the fuck?
Can we
would
move on
say
to the economy?
The Epstein files is a debacle and a disaster for
The
President
releasing of the Epstein files was a debacle. I agree with that. The problem is that what I'll never accept is lack of evidence being evidence of a thing. And while you pretend that there's a global pedophilic ring that you have no evidence of controlling the United States, I can show you a global pedophilic ring which exists right out in the open that Trump's blowing up right now.
So Epstein didn't put a bunch of security cameras in all of his places.
So let me get this straight. Now Iran is a global pedophilic ring? Dude, this dude literally just makes shit up. What the fuck? Like now Iran is trafficking kids all over the world, like, or something like that. I don't even understand the crimes that the average Iranian citizen is responsible for at this point. It's fucking outrageous. Like, what in the world? There's a total collapse of logic in this debate. It's like literal retarded.
Places that didn't happen. He wasn't working with Maxwell, the daughter of the top
Yes,
Israeli
he worked
spy.
with Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes, there were security cameras in his various places. All of that is correct. That's, again, asking
that's called
questions,
evidence.
not providing evidence.
So why does he do that for?
Wait, there's cameras here. What's that evidence
This is an
of?
event. This is a televised
Yeah, but what's that?
event.
There's cameras here. Look at this guy. What a squirmy worm. Literally. What the fuck?
What's the evidence of?
Who is Epstein televising what's going on in his room?
He
to?
wasn't televising anybody. Got any proof?
So why are there cameras installed?
Because the same reason rich people have cameras all over their houses.
So he has them in all of his bedroom secret cameras?
What secret cameras? Can you show them?
Yeah, they're in the emails. He literally hired IDF security people to put secret cameras in all of his rooms.
No,
Well,
no.
He
You're
had
talking-
he had a damn
you're
security
talking about
room
in
with
one
monitors
specific-
in his
Yeah.
mansions.
You're talking about one specific instance in one specific room, by the way, not in all of his properties and not in the Florida properties. And those are the ones where he got convicted of all these things. So what are you talking about? You're talking about a completely unrelated thing to what I'm asking you. Do you have evidence?
Yeah, like, see, Owen's willing to take the L on this point because look at how he looks. He's literally defending Epstein's crimes. You know, like a rabid dog. Like, what the fuck is going on? All right, like, he first defended Israel against Iran, comparing Israel and Iran, and then he fucking is saying, well, this doesn't prove and that doesn't prove that Epstein committed the outrageous crimes that he committed, which he admitted that. I don't know. It's all really weird.
That Trump was part of a global pedophilic ring, or that anybody was?
Yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
Give me your best piece.
The Epstein files.
Best piece in the Epstein files.
The whole freaking thing. What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Okay, so hold on. So was Epstein convicted?
Not of pedophilia.
Yes, he was.
Okay, who?
Was Maxwell convicted?
I'm sorry.
Was Maxwell
I'm sorry. When was Jeffrey Epstein convicted of pedophilia?
Epstein, jail. Maxwell,
When
jail.
was Epstein
Jean-Luc
convicted of
Brunel,
pedophilia?
jail.
When was
Two of them committed suicide
When was Epstein
in jail.
convicted of pedophilia?
I think whatever the first charge was, in 2007 in Florida.
That's not. He wasn't convicted for pedophilia. That wasn't
Trafficking
pedophilia.
children isn't pedophilia.
First of all,
so now you're saying Epstein wasn't a
he
pedophile?
He was doing underage. There was one or two of the underage prostitutes that came from the school. That's true. But I
So
think
that's
they were
underage?
I think they were 16, 17, not prepubescent children. It's a whole different ball game. He wasn't convicted of pedophilia.
Okay, so Epstein wasn't a pedophile. Glad we got there.
I didn't say Epstein wasn't a pedophile. I said you haven't given us any proof he is. Got some?
Yeah, there's no proof Epstein wasn't a pedophile.
I'm going to use an argument from
He killed
incredulity.
himself in jail. Nothing to see here. And
So he
also
just
probably
hinges
pardon
whole-
Maxwell
I'm
too.
totally
I do
totally
wanna jump
incredulous,
in.
but I have no evidence of my claims.
Just because the economy is another topic we might want to cover still while we have time. We do still have about 25 minutes.
Anyway, so I try to operate off of facts basis. What happened, I'll just sum this up real quick, and then I'll give you the last word on it, to be fair. I'll just summarize it very quickly on Epstein. Epstein very well could have been a pedophile and likely was himself a pedophile. But when you make these claims about demonic global pedophile rings which control the United States, yeah, I want some fucking evidence. I do. And I'm not willing to throw
But you just made a claim about global rings that are controlled by Iran. You got any evidence of that? Pretty weird.
President of the United States that I voted for under the bus without any evidence. I'm not.
And by the way, international fucking laws being skirted by Israel when those people migrate there who are charged with, you know, child sex crimes.
So, you know, if you want to tie it off, you can.
Well, I'll just say we also saw in the Democrat emails spirit cookings and children in the hot tub for entertainment. So, but there's no evidence of pedophile rings or
You're
anything.
talking about
I'm sure none of it
Podesta
happens.
spirit cooking?
I'm sure none of it
The
happens.
big art project
That's right,
spirit cooking?
Podesta, that's right.
Yes. Leon Podesta, who was part of a
I hate to
massive
push us
art project
into-
for spirit cooking, along with, how about we talk about Rocket Pizza? Did they have babies underneath there, Owen? Did they have children in the
good-
basement, Owen?
Good opportunity to go into the economy.
Yeah. All right. So, moving into this, I just got a
they
single
make
question.
a mockery of Pizzagate and say it's not a big deal, and then again the modern day debate guy consistently moves past all this stuff like, oh, let's not get into conspiracy theories, let's go to the economy.
Yeah, he wanted to change the topic from what they're talking about to that nonsense topic. It's wild. But yeah, and as I pointed out earlier, that topic is so vacuous that it's literally a non-versation.
For you, Owen, how would eliminating mass migration into a net negative not cause economic downturn or higher prices? How's that even possible?
Well, it's actually, there's a simpler fix to that, and that is you have to cut taxes. You have to cut them significantly. You have to cut them immediately. Americans are paying roughly 30% of the money that they make plus the property that they own. That number needs to be single digits tops. And a lot of Americans will have a little more money to take care of their bills and take care of their family. But we're not really having that happen. Now, I feel like this whole argument is assuming that Americans don't want these jobs.
Really
I
quick,
don't know.
I want to say this.
In fact,
like,
my
dude,
argument to you
Americans
is just-
pay
I'll simply
ridiculous amounts of money in tax. Like, it's crazy. Like, if you get a paycheck, yeah, he's right. Like 30% of your fucking check is gone. It's crazy. And a lot of it you never see back because they don't return it back to you. You know what I mean? Like, even if you're poor. So there's like all sorts of hidden tax. So it's just interesting that, you know, Andrew doesn't even seem to care about like taxation without representation, which even if you're a Christian and a monarchist, like it's still a problem. So
stated. If it's the case that we bring in, I don't know, 100,000 immigrants tomorrow to California, let's say, okay, and they're willing to take $10 an hour less than the Americans who are there, would you agree with me that that'll probably save you prices in goods and services from whatever that corporation is or company?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. So like if you took McDonald's and you paid them $25 an hour, your cheeseburger is going to get more expensive. You agree with that? So you can offset that with immigrant labor. Do you agree that that's likely true?
Yes, but I don't believe that's a solution.
see,
I agree with
I
you.
don't see,
But if it
this
isn't that the case,
specific argument I hate because look, I've worked fast food before, and most of fast food work, you don't need 8, 10 people there. Like, they're hiring a bunch of cheap labor to do the job of like 5 people. So they'll hire 10 people to do the job that 5 competent people could do for $25 or $35 an hour. So again, this is just a ridiculous argument in my opinion. Like, you don't need 10 people to do a lot of these, to run a lot of these crews. Like, I've run restaurants, okay? Like, you don't need, you know, to sit here and say that you need a bunch of cheap labor to make money at a restaurant is not technically true, okay? Like, there is a skill to running a restaurant, and you could pay skilled people to do that work. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just kind of reject. I think that's a bullshit argument, personally.
case that Trump is doing his job, which it seems like he is, since we have negative net migration. Why wouldn't it be the case that if we're deporting all of these illegals and they're self-deporting at an overwhelming rate, of course your localized food prices are going to go up because most of these jobs are now going to Americans. In fact, this is exactly what Cato is saying. They're saying we're getting hurt mostly in the economy because Trump is not even letting legal immigrants come in. I thought that was what we wanted, man. We want to stop that legal and illegal immigration. But it's like, not if your fried chicken's going to go up 30 cents. What are you talking about? We want that, right?
Well, the deportation numbers are not where they need to be. I don't know how much that falls into the economic realm of things. Obama deported more people than Trump. So we're not.
There was a lot more people to deport.
But I think that there's other reasons for that. I think that this gets into the, let's say, failures at the Department of Justice, which maybe they're just starting to get into with the SPLC, but I don't know. We'll see about that if we come back to that. We're being told as Americans, hey, buck up and pay more for gas. It's this war in Iran. You've got to buck up. It's your patriotic duty to pay more for gas. That is a war that's being fought in the foreign and special interests. Do you think Americans might be willing, instead of paying another extra $1 per gallon of gasoline, maybe an extra 10 cents for a cheeseburger if they know that means Americans are taking the job? I mean, that's essentially what we're being
But most
asked.
Americans don't know that because even people on my side are running around saying Trump's not deporting enough people, even though we have a net negative in migration right now. Those
Well, we have
jobs,
a closed border.
those jobs, yes, a closed border and net negative migration, legal and illegal. More people are leaving than coming. That's for the first time we finally got that. It's like, yeah, prices are going to go up from that. You know this. Why not be honest with people? If that's the case, and then we're talking about gas. Hang on, I'm almost done.
Prices went up from tariffs.
Okay.
Prices went up
You
from
want to get
energy.
into tariffs? We can do that in a second, but let's start with the gas prices. All you're doing is pitting Trump against Trump. On the Biden level, at his top, do you know what the gas prices were?
About right where they're at now.
Nope. Way more. They were over $5.50. Yeah, they're $1 cheaper right now at the peak of Trump than they were at the peak of Biden. So you're only comparing Trump's gas prices to Trump's gas prices. Because if you compare them to the Democrat, they were still way higher. I mean, way higher.
But
Now,
when did the price go up?
Trump speculation mostly.
No, when did the price go up?
Oh, I thought you said why did the price go up?
When did
the price has been going up steadily and decreasing
Since we
steadily.
attacked Iran.
Yes, correct. Due to what? Market speculation. And you can't control speculators and neither can Trump.
It's not because we have some supply shortage of oil. Where's our shortage? Nowhere. We're not getting oil from Iran. We don't even have the processors for their oil. That goes to China. So we have no shortage, but our oil prices go up. Why? Because of speculation. And you just completely omit that. Not only do you omit that, but you omit this other part, which is you still haven't explained how it is that we're going to have net negative migration and prices aren't going to go up. They are. Hold right? on a second. Trump is the one that claimed that he could get gas prices down. He He's did. the one that made that claim. And it he hasn't did. happened. They're lower than Biden's peak by $1. No.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't even know if we've seen Trump's peak. If
Well-
this war in Iran doesn't
well,
end, you can't just say, well, I'm incredulous, they may go up more. They're actually going down. They've been going down steadily.
Gas
not up.
prices are going down?
Yes, they're going to be going down. Yes. And speculators, by the way, are speculating that, which is why they're going to be going down. Interestingly enough, when we're talking about oil prices, though, and gas prices, yes, at Biden's peak, they were $1 more than they are the national average right this second as we're talking. I even made sure this morning before we came in, just to be sure. And yes, that is in fact the case.
Yeah, again, like this is a literal non-versation. Like you could literally find factoids on either side. It's totally vacuous. It's pretty obvious that Trump hasn't improved the economy. I mean, good Lord.
So it's like you're only comparing Trump to Trump, and even with him blowing the shit out of pedophiles in Iran, like the Ayatollah Khomeini, he still managed to give you $1 cheaper gas than Joe Biden did. But you just said it wasn't Trump. You just said it was the speculators. Now you're giving credit to.
So again, I guess bombing a school, school children, or bombing cities full of civilians. I guess that's, fighting PDF. Even though, you're willing to apologize and minimize the crimes of Epstein and other things. I mean, good Lord. And I mean, we could all pretend that he did this because he wanted to win a debate or that there's some greater political victory at the end of all of these talking points, but there really isn't. The positions speak for themselves, right? There's nothing there. He's getting paid to say this stuff. It's extremely despicable. No one with any rational or moral basis, can be justifying these things. I mean, it's plain as day.
Trump. So I don't know what, I'd like a little consistency. Okay, so wait a second. So you're going to blame it on Trump instead of the speculators. But when I say even under those circumstances, it's $1 cheaper, that can't be because of Trump. Let's be clear. No. Here's I want the consistency. Here's my metric. Yeah. Trump said on his campaign he would get gas prices down. He hasn't done it. Yes, he has. He's even admitted that we had to take a detour off of America First to do this war. He said it's over. It's not a war. It is a war. Gotten the gas prices down. Gas prices have gone up since we started the war. Yes, gas prices went up when we started the war due to market speculation. So Trump started a war, and now gas prices are higher. That's but you're only comparing Trump to Trump. And if you're going to compare him to Biden, gas is still cheaper than the Democrats. This administration to this administration. Exactly. Gas prices have gone up since he started this war. Yes, and if you follow Trump's plan, gas prices are likely going to bottom out because he has control of oil there. That's a nice control over oil in Venezuela. That's a nice hope. He has control over all of it. Venezuela oil won't be ready for probably months. But we still have control of it. What did I say? The future will go down. We'll see. I hope that's the case. I hope that's the case, but that's not the case right now. And Americans are struggling financially. And now here we are in another war in the Middle East, and we're sick of it. Are you going to blame market speculators? I'm going to blame Trump for getting us into another war on Israel's behalf. Yes, I am going to blame Trump for that. He did that. So help me out here. Can you tell me all of the downsides of Donald Trump killing pedophiles in the Middle East? First of all,
so notice that when you got a huge applause for saying, we shouldn't support wars, like go to war for Israel. He says, "Oh, Trump's going to kill PDFs again." So yeah, good Lord, the guy is literally a blithering fucking idiot. That's hiding behind like weak ass points. Defending PDFs, it's literal projection, but yeah.
Do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles? It's institutionalized in the Iranian Constitution. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles. Want to make?
Yeah, we're those 200 schoolgirls. Yeah, exactly. Like, good Lord, dude. The dumbest fucking points of all time. Like, literal fucking moron. Like, we're those schoolgirls. Like, what, dude? What are you literally talking about?
sure that their lives don't get raped. But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths. We want to make sure that their lives don't get raped. But that aside, no. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles. We want to make sure that their lives don't get raped. But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. You killed one of the
sorry,
most major
back
ones
that
that's
up
ever
30
existed.
seconds one more time. Like, it is very interesting, that little sneak thing he said about, you mean you want them alive so they can get raped? I mean, that's an incredible thing to say, I would say. Just
the Iranian.
Just no. We're the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles.
We want to make sure that their lives don't get raped. But
all right,
that
back it up 10
aside,
seconds, slow that down. I want to make sure everybody catches that. Like, that's an astonishing piece of rhetoric. Like, I just want to point that out. Like, to me, this was like the weirdest
Yeah,
thing
and
that I caught.
Israeli, I mean, Israeli soldiers, they never great people, right? And yeah, wow, dude. Like, look at his fucking shit-eating grin as he says this. Like, good lord, dude. Like, you might as well eat a pile of shit.
Like, I get what he's saying, but the way he's saying it, and again, I'm not like this tone police people, but like, it's like, dude, why are you laughing and smiling talking about that? Like, I get the rhetoric, like, but it's
Fucking
like,
dark,
dude,
yeah.
it's extremely dark, to like grin about that for sure. Like, and I watch Owen Benjamin. Okay, Owen Benjamin is the master of that. Okay, but like, this is
Yeah,
like,
he's literally like
wow.
sporting the literal troll face. Like, it literally looks like that. Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, propaganda, rhetorical wise, like, I get what he's doing, but it's a very dark thing, because you're basically saying like, better dead than. Like, that's why I'm saying honor killing. He's basically saying like, better dead than raped. It's like, well, I don't know about that. I mean, that's a huge claim. Where in the
Yeah,
Bible
that
do you see it? Where in the Bible does it say, well, if you're raped, you should get killed? Like,
yeah, that
I
might be
don't know
like
that
how
one
a
part.
lot of Islamists feel about the United States. Like, it's one big gay disco. They're gonna tell these kids to cut their dicks off. Let's save all these kids. Like, I don't know. The same argument could be made.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Literally
Is like,
retarded.
it is. That's why I'm saying it's like, it's this kind of like weird, white Sharia argument in a sense. Again, like, I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but it seems relatively deliberate in my opinion. So like, he's kind of like
But
sneaking
it's
in this
kind of
like,
liberal
yeah.
because you're kind of saying like the entire population of Iran is like Me Too'd at this point.
Well, that's
You're
what
like
white
making
Sharia has become. It's become this like liberal thing, when that's not what, when I used to like it. The white Sharia meme, like, it wasn't like that. You know what I mean? Like, it
no.
certainly wasn't this like liberal talking point.
Well, no. The conservatives. That's why Pinoid uses white Sharia, because the conservatives are literally, they're anti-liberal until they run into a Muslim, and then they're liberals, right? Because they say, well, so they support
Yeah,
liberalism abroad.
they're lib signaling essentially, like, well, I mean, I'm not a liberal, but I don't want to be that anti-liberal. So it's like, okay, so
Yeah, because they literally say all the time that Islam takes women's rights away, but then they literally advocate for taking women's rights away. So like, I've seen Wilson
well,
say both things.
Alex Jones has been a huge, he's done a big mess with that kind of rhetoric too, by the way. Which
Yeah,
is
like he
interesting.
said, like he said like rights don't exist, like women like shouldn't have rights except for the ones that like their husbands give them, and so on and so forth. And then he's also said like Islam takes away women's rights; they have no rights. So it's pretty weird stuff.
But
So
then he
like,
also says that rights aren't even real. So again, there's like so many layers
right?
to
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah. Were you there? They fell out.
no, I'm here. I just wanted to see what happened next, because this is about the point. Like, I this is where I was like, okay, like I didn't hear a lot of what happened before all this, like the beginning of it, but this is where I was like listening. I was like, holy fuck, like what the fuck am I listening to? This is where I like lost a lot of ability to be charitable with him on this line of argumentation. Like this line of argumentation is like very bizarre to say the and that's the nicest thing I can say. Like just let's hear it one more time. I just want to hear like the way he says this is pretty crazy.
First of all, do you know every single person? Were those schoolgirls pedophiles?
It's institutionalized in the Iranian
Just no.
Constitution.
Were the 200 schoolgirls pedophiles?
You want to make sure that they're alive so they get raped? But that aside, no, of course not. But there's going to be deaths inside of a war.
Okay, so it is a war.
Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't a war.
Does he need
I'm not going to
congressional
quibble
approval?
over the word, even though there's no ground invasion, there's no boots on the ground, there's none of that. I just want to know, how is the global interest served? You're so concerned about pedophiles. He killed one of the most major ones who's ever existed since the late 1970s. He
was friends with
He
Epstein,
put
who's
it inside
probably
of the
bigger, but-
Constitution of Iran that you can marry 9-year-old girls, dude. And by the way, Khomeini,
That's good.
Khomeini,
So-
hang on, almost done. Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. Perhaps by the lunar cycle could have been 14. His son was married to a 14 or 15-year-old. A lot of his high command were married to children as well. Trump killed all of them without a single boot on the ground.
All right, so
Great.
is that
And
true?
I'm sure after.
Khomeini was married to a 15-year-old. I don't know. And again, if this dude is like 80 years old and he's talking about something that happened 50 years ago, or I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. Is like I don't know what he's saying exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, here
So,
we
yeah.
go. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Yes, I just Googled it. Yes, according to various biographical accounts and reports, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini married Khadija Saqafi, also known as Kkkrack, in 1929. So he's literally talking about 100 years ago, and he was 27 years old. So I'm pretty sure people in America were doing very similar things in that time period. So I'm, maybe not that recent, but it's that, I mean, he's talking about something that happened 100 years ago, basically. I just don't think that that's, I mean, is Khomeini in charge today 130 years old or something? Like, what is he trying to say? And then he said his son.
Oh, so it
married-
says that that 16-year-old marriages is not banned in all U.S. states.
Yeah,
So it
I'm
says
pretty
you
sure you
can
can still
marry-
get married at 15 or 16 in a lot
Yeah,
of
so
states.
you might be able to get married at 15 or 16 in some states, but yeah.
I mean, some people in my family in the older generations did get married at 15 and 16 years old. So even kind of in my generation, like it wasn't totally unheard of, although less common.
Yeah.
So again, it's like,
Yeah, my grandma and grandpa got married at that age, pretty much. But yeah.
right. So again, it's like, so you're just demonizing everyone born 100 years ago throughout the world who got married at 15 years old to a 27-year-old. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's like, yeah. And then of course they have like, well, forced girl-child marriages in Iran. Iran considers early marriage. So again, it's like, okay, so the alternative is like to make them stay in school till they're 30, 35 years old, then have children. I mean, it's like, okay, again, I'm not defending child marriage. I'm just saying like, it's like, what are you trying to say? Okay, I found this thing. Okay, here we go. According to the I'm just going to read this for the fairness, right? Like, so this is from the Human Rights Council. Okay, let me just read this full thing. A brief submitted to the Office of the High Commissioner for Women's Rights and Gender section for the 26th session of the Human Rights Council by Justice for Iran. So there's not a person's name on this. It's a NGO think tank that I've never heard of or whatever. So And introduction, according to this, skipping over a little bit, but according to the Islamic Republic Civil Code, and then it quotes the Civil Code. It's like Article 1041 Civil Code, marriage of girls before the age of 13 and boys before the age of 15 is contingent upon the permission of the guardian and upon the condition of the child's best interest as determined by the competent court. Okay. So again, that's at least 3 different parties involved. And again, I'm not defending this. I'm just saying, like, there's a court, there's 2 sets of parents or guardians. Okay, the legal age of marriage in Iran is set at 13 for girls and 15 for boys. However, the same act allows girls below 13 and boys below 15 to be wed, but conditioned on the consent of their father and the permission of a court judge. In addition, there are troubling reports that Iranian Parliament's Legal Affairs Committee is pushing to lower the age of marriage. So again, to girls back to the age of 9 years of age. So again, they're saying that there's a concern that they're trying to lower the age. There is no proof, according to this report that I'm reading. So again, it's basically an assertion.
And
as far as I can see. So I'll
says
send you this
here-
document, by the way. So go ahead.
Yeah. And here's a thing here. It says that in the Catholic Church, according to canon law 1083, the minimum marriageable age in the Catholic Church is 16 for men and 14 for women. So it says 14 here, right?
So that's the current rules of the Catholic Church, essentially.
Yeah, and the current rules of the Catholic Church. And
I wonder what the Orthodox is. If it's, I mean,
yeah,
it's
I
probably
put that
less
in the
than
back
sex,
there.
So.
I took a picture of that. So if there's like, so just click on that.
Let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
It's in the backstage.
Oh, gotcha. Got it.
Yeah, so this says 12 for girls, 14 for boys historically. So, it says modern times they changed it to 18. Right? So,
Right.
so they've moved with the times, right? But the other one
Yeah,
has
and
not
again,
moved.
like that's a whole debate. But again, to just say that, like, well, they still allow 12 or 15-year-olds to get married, therefore, like, just bomb their government. I mean, like, I don't know, like, that's not really proof of, like, pedophilia in and of itself per se. Like, I'm not saying
But-
it's not happening, but it's like, I don't know.
But here's what it does say. It says that basically Wilson is willing to say that before the 19th century, most Orthodox communities were PDFs. So yeah, so that's proven.
Well, that would be the logical conclusion of the argument,
yeah.
right? Again,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is why I say, like, you have to be careful what you're arguing for, because
Yeah, like so.
are you going to do
historically-
revisionist history now or something? like,
yeah.
you
So
know, like, it's kind of a
historically,
bizarre
like
thing.
yeah, like historically, if you uprooted all of the Orthodox churches that were committing PDF, according to Andrew Wilson, literally the Orthodox Church would be destroyed today. There would be no Orthodox Church. So yeah, so that's a fact.
After we've killed thousands of Iranians, including young schoolgirls and the entire
Pedophiles.
family, I'm sure that the Iranians are going to be less radicalized because of that. So I'm not
Radicalized? What do you mean? How do you get more radicalized
radicalized
than marrying children, dude?
What do you think they're going to
What are
stop?
you talking about?
You think they're going to stop?
No, well, I'm just.
Well, you could go and be Orthodox Christians before classical liberalism, and you'd be marrying children all the time. Right? So so it's classical liberalism that saved your church, that you'd seem to oppose. You think that that's the bane of society is classical liberalism, but it literally saved your church from being 90% operating in PDF. All right, so I don't understand. Right? You should be thankful to the classical liberalism, right? I mean,
saying, how do you get more radical? You're like, oh, the Iranians are going to get more radicalized than marrying kids.
Well,
Like
let's
all
see,
the
how many
United
times-
States blowing up the
hold on,
pedophiles is going to really
hold
make
on.
them
How many countries has Iran been bombing this year?
Well, Iran is a state-sponsored terrorism. You agree with
And
that?
is Israel a state sponsor of terrorism?
I think that Israel's done many terrorist
Is
actions.
America a state sponsor of terrorism?
I don't think that America generally is a state-sponsored terrorism.
Okay,
no.
well, in the Obama administration, it's very well known we were arming moderate rebels that turn into
In
ISIS
American
and turn
interests,
into
yes,
ISIL.
that's
So,
correct.
so America backs these proxy groups. The CIA backs these proxy
But that
groups
was due
all
to
over the
Bush
planet.
doctrine. Most of
And
that
now
was
Trump
due-
isn't. Now Trump is Bush.
Trump has Where's the forever war?
We're in the Middle East.
Not a single boot on the ground.
We've been in the Middle East the
Not-
majority of Trump's
Is there a
administration.
single boot on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't see that this is literally an extension of the forever war on terror that the Bush administration literally started for Israel as a crusade for
Which,
Israel.
by the way, so was Russia participating this entire time in the same thing. So
Right.
So we're working with Russia and Israel.
Exactly.
I don't know. You know, it's like
And
that's
Saudi
the big elephant in the
Arabia.
room.
Like,
but
it's
but
like,
but
alright.
but then he's like, well, it's all China, and I'm like, is it China? Is it China that's making us go fight in the Middle East? I don't know about that. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, where's the evidence that it's China orchestrating all this? Like, I don't know the evidence. I haven't seen the evidence of that. It's like, what are you saying? So like, he's like, we have to go bomb Iran because one, they're PDS, and two, China. It's like, seems somewhat like a non sequitur to me, but
We have been at a war
Answer
in
the question,
Iran
bro.
since.
Is there a
yes,
single boot
yes.
on- okay, where?
That's like
Where?
all over the Middle East. We have boots on the
No,
ground.
in
all over.
Iran.
We've
In
got
Iran.
boots on the ground.
Where's our
in the
invasionary
strait?
force?
We got people in the strait. We're talking about going to Karg Island.
Oh, we had 7,000 people there, and now there's 10,000 people there. Where's the big invasionary force to take over Iran?
So okay,
Where's
fine.
that?
I'll tell you what.
Where's
if,
that?
If they do go into Iran, what will you say? then?
Yeah. Well, at that point, I'm done.
Okay, fair enough.
It is the case.
Fair enough.
I've drawn the line for myself that if there's a ground invasion in Iran, that would be a continuation.
What about casualties?
Hang on. That would be a continuation of the Bush policies.
What about casualties?
Hang on. Let me finish the point, and I'll get to casualties too. If it's the case that there's a mass ground invasion of Iran,
Yeah, but like I said earlier, Wilson was standing with the Trump administration, all these other people saying that we've been in all these Middle East wars for too long. We're fighting these wars. And American men and women are dying in these wars, and we're getting nothing out of it. Literally, Trump and Andrew said that earlier. So if he's saying now that he's gonna not, this is absolutely the line he will not cross. I mean, yeah, right.
it's a very arbitrary line. It's like, well, if we put one boot on the ground, suddenly that's again, like I said earlier, it's like, well, that seems pretty arbitrary. It's like I said, like, well, if you're sending missiles and bombs from aircraft carriers, I'm cool. But if you put one person on the ground to like clean up, well, that's a step. That's just one small step for man that I'm not willing to accept. It's like that just it's just an arbitrary, like, where's the justification for that arbitrary distinction? You know what I mean? Like, it's still a war, as he's already admitted. And it's like, so again, what does this have to do with like your justification of the war or not? You know, it's like whether there's a boot on the ground or not. I just don't. I mean, America's all over the world with boots on the ground, including Japan and all these other places, right? So, like, what are they talking about? We have boots on the ground all over the world. So, like, where's the talk about like bringing people back home instead of like having all these giant military bases all over the world that's costing Americans tons of money with no benefit to us? I mean, if you want to talk about the economy, like how, if all this stuff is benefiting us, which I'm open to the argument, and he makes a very interesting argument right now. He's going to say, well, America is not an empire, it's a hegemony. Well, what is a hegemony? What does that mean? See, he makes a very weird argument. You're going to hear it. So I just want to I want to do my predictive programming on you. Just tell me what you think he means when he says that.
Well, I guess he's saying that America is part of a world power system, right? As opposed to just being something that's expanding, right? Like the most powerful kid on the block, so to speak.
That's
right?
that's what I said the other day and with on a discussion. Remember, I said, I was like, America is not really an empire. An empire implies that it represents its people. So my point is that he's like defending the hegemony by calling it not an empire, but a hegemony. But we must defend the hegemony. See what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like he's kind of implying that we need to defend the New World Order, essentially. I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding, but you catch what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I mean, it's comical that he thinks that this new world order that they're setting up is going to be America's going to be in charge of it. I mean, it's fucking comical, right? But yeah, all right. I guess you could
Well,
live in
that's
your
what he's saying
delusional.
about Trump. He's like, well, like he's saying Trump's not a puppet. He's the president. It's like, well, I don't know about that. You know, where's the evidence of that? But anyways.
Then yeah, I would have full support then because that would be a continuation of Bush forever war doctrine. However, limited strikes like what we saw in Venezuela or 6 to 8 weeks, which is what we're seeing right now, that's not enough to pull my support from this president, especially with all of his success in domestic policy. Even if I grant you, and I'm not a fan of the war, I'm not an advocate of it, but even if I grant it that it's the worst thing he could have possibly done, it's not going to change the fact he's been a successful president. His domestic policies alone in eliminating crime and mass migration and being a net negative, that's what people wanted more than anything. It wasn't just the forever wars, it was the mass migration. That's what Trump always harped on. And he's been after it and after it and after it.
Hold on,
and he did
hold on.
deploy the national.
So see, so what he's saying, in my opinion, here's what I hear when I hear what Andrew's saying. He's saying, look, you want immigration, it's going to cost you a war. Don't expect a free meal, Americans. I mean, I hate to say that, but that's kind of what I think he's saying. He's like, look, you don't get a free meal here. You're going to get the war if you want the immigration. And guess what? That means the price of your shit's going to go up and you just have to eat the shit sandwich and smile about it. I mean, he kind of seems to have a disdain for Americans. Like everything he's saying is kind of like anti-American, ultimately, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say that, but like, it's very glaringly obvious. Like Andrew Wilson is basically saying "fuck America" and "fuck Americans." I mean, in my opinion, that's kind of what I hear. But you know, and again, maybe he's got an argument, but it is kind of weird. Like I've kind of heard this like angle from him a lot, where it's like "fuck America" and "fuck Americans." Like it's kind of what it sounds like to me. So.
Guard to protect these various centers in these cities. While ICE was removing these people from the nation, Democrats did everything that they could do to stop them, including court cases, terrorism against them, and everything else in between. So it's like all of those show me that the guy's very successful, even if I grant it to you how bad Iran is.
Well, I think that they made a major blunder on the deportations because now they're basically stopping them. They should have gone after the Democrats first. Quite frankly, they should have been arresting Democrats for treason. Alejandro Mayorkas should have been the first arrest. He should have been hauled in front of Congress. And you're a little too late going after the SPLC, in my opinion, which is now being funny enough. It's actually being directed at the right. They're now using this SPLC thing to claim that anybody that's a dissident on the right is paid for by leftists and needs to be censored. That seems to be the theme with that. But they should have gone after.
That is a great point by Owen, because I'll tell you this: I've been talking about it since 2016. This entire fucking alt-right shit has been a setup from the beginning, and that's basically what he just said. It's like they literally set up all these right-wing things, use it as evidence, and now even though they're going at the SPLC, all the damage is done, and they're still using it to justify that anybody who has a quote unquote racist or right wing position is basically working for the Jews. So like either way you cut it, it's basically put like a quarter of the male population in this country on a terrorist watch list, essentially. You know what I mean? So the damage is done. And so to sit here and pretend that like, well, we're going to go after them for financial crimes. It's like, if that's not if it's not treason to basically set up a false dialectic of like, an entire like manufactured consent situation, like, I don't know what constitutes treason. You know what I'm saying? And like Owen is right about that. Like I have to give him credit on that. Like it's pretty subtle what he's saying, but he's basically like, I would say he's kind of right, because that's like the SPLC is essentially like committing treason as far as I'm concerned, like that's like, it's like open sedition on the government because you're basically manufacturing like a boogeyman that doesn't exist, like that's because again, it had real world consequences, right? Like literally they're saying like, if you hold certain beliefs, you can be associated with like criminal organizations because you hold a belief. I mean, and guess who else they did that to? Muslims. You know what I mean? So this is the tie-in of like them trying to like tie like right-wing opinions with Muslim extremists. It's pretty weird. Like I know this sounds like a little esoteric, but like I think people should really consider like what's being really kind of discussed. What he's saying there, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
All of these groups right out of the gate, Andrew. They should have gone after all the Catholic charity groups, all the Jewish charity groups, all these groups all along the Rio Grande, all of these groups on the southern border, all the Democrats that brought them in, all the Biden administration that brought them in. All of them should have been hauled to jail.
Yeah,
and they weren't.
Except they have due process, Owen.
And what process have they
So
started?
hang on.
They haven't even started the
So
process.
how do you know the SPLC?
Because there's no result.
Tell me, how long were you aware of the SPLC investigation?
You know, Andrew Wilson calls himself Big Papa Fascist, and he's like, well, they have due process. See, he is playing this fucking game. And like, again, I do like some of Andrew Wilson's points, but like, he's playing this like nilly-willy, like, well, I'm a big Papa Fascist. I believe in like crushing rights and freedoms and due process. And then he's like, well, they have due process. So, okay, so do you want there to be due process, or do you want like the scum of the earth to be taken out? Because you just justified a war to take out the scum of the earth. But then when it comes to like open sedition here at home, you're like, well, we still have due process. And it's like, okay, ought we have due process? And then he'll say, I already know what he'll say. He'll say, well, I'm not saying what ought to be, I'm saying what is. Okay, well, there's rights in this country. Do you believe there ought to be rights? No. Okay, so why are you bringing that up now? See what I mean? Like, he's doing the double-sided. He wants his cake and eats it too. That's kind of where I get like very annoyed. It's like, okay, you know, you're basically leaning on Owen's belief in the structure, but then you yourself have admitted like you don't want due process and rights and all these things. So I don't know. Just seems kind of strange to me.
Investigation.
What are the charges? They're all financial crimes.
Hang on. Let's walk through this. When were you aware of the SPLC investigation? When they released it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So when they released it, you're not aware of what the Trump Justice Department is investigating or not investigating.
Show me the evidence.
He said
You're the one who wants to talk about. There's no evidence of your claim. Lack of evidence. Lack of claim.
Hang on. He said multiple times that he wants to bring James Comey up on charges, right? He said multiple times that he wants to go after these
charges got dropped.
Instructing his Justice Department to investigate these things. We're finally starting to see the fruit. My evidence is we're finally seeing the fruit with the SPLC. I'm guaranteeing you that there's going to be other organizations which are indicted for various things like this. This is exactly what it is that you said that you wanted. It's at least a step in the right direction.
They've only been charged for financial crimes. They need to be charged for
So was Al
treason.
Capone.
They need to be charged for treason.
Yeah, Al Capone was not charged for his mob hits or for bootlegging.
Wait,
He's charged for financial crimes.
You're not comparing Al Capone to
I'm telling
15
you that
million invasion
if
of this
it's the case that you go to jail for 15.
Al Capone is more of an American than Mayorkas.
If you go to jail for 15 years for the crime of murder, or to jail for 15 years for the crime of for some type of financial fraud, you can prove the one but not the other. Which one would you go after?
I would go for it all. That's what the feds do. That's what they did to me.
No, you wouldn't. If you could prove one but not the other, you would go after the one you could prove.
No, they always overcharge so they can get you a plea and get their incarceration rate and get their conviction rate. I would know. I've been through it before.
Sure.
Regardless, we're talking about almost 2 years into this administration and no deep state arrests. None.
Who do you want to see arrested?
I just told you Mayorkas. There's one. How about the Obama administration? how about John Brennan? How about James Clapper? How about James Comey?
Tell me what your process would be to arrest them.
Okay. First of all, Dan Bongino, who was the deputy director of the FBI,
like you said, this is a very weak. This is a very weak argument. Like they're purposefully dragging this into like public opinion litigation bullshit. See what I mean? Like you don't need to get into the minutia of like what constitutes sedition or not. I mean, anybody in their right mind knows there's been open sedition in this country for like 100 years. I mean, let's just be real. So to sit here and play this game of like, well, what's your definition of sedition? What's your definition? I mean, come on, man. It's absurd the level of cover up that's happened in this country. So to just have this conversation is like a joke, you know, in my opinion. I mean, this is the same rehash shit that I've talked about for like 20 years, and I'm not that old. So it's just, it's pretty annoying. Like I knew this as a teenager in high school, right? So it's just, I just don't understand why they're doing this bullshit.
Yeah, so like the fucking ghost of like fucking W.E.B. Du Bois and shit. Like, I don't know, like what the fuck is going on? Like, the fuck, dog?
Like
Fucking
this is
retards.
like an absurd level of like a quote unquote debate. Like you're gonna sit here and like litigate the definition of sedition. I mean, it's absurd in my like totally absurd.
8 years, 8 years writing books and doing a podcast
did.
all about arresting these people. He gets in there and does none of it.
Yeah,
So
the
did
same
he,
Dan Bongino who talked about what was going on in the Epstein files ad nauseum, how none of it made
and then
sense.
changed his mind.
Because he went in and saw, here's what's funny. Why would anybody ever want to go work for the Trump administration from the private sector, especially somebody like Dan Bongino, if it's the case that he goes in, looks at the evidence, reviews it, and says, actually, I got this wrong, and you guys fucking crucify him for it.
Yeah.
You crucify him
They
for
wanna
saying,
pause
look,
it.
I got this wrong. And it's like,
You
why
know,
would anybody ever want to go?
See, these people pretend that anybody over the age of 35 has like attention of a goldfish. I will never forget. I was working at a Burger King in my hometown a few years after 9/11 and watching as Michael Chertoff got on the news and promoted all his personal business right after he left the administration and said how, you know, his business was going to save Americans from all this stuff. It's like, dude, you remember who Michael Chertoff is? Do you remember that guy?
Oh yeah, it's a dual Israeli American
Yep.
citizen. Did the Cambridge Analytica with the Russians spying?
It's
Fucking crazy.
and people and he's just basically ignoring 20 years of history about that open sedition and corruption of that kind of shit. And he's just that, like, that's inexcusable to me. You know what I mean? Like, everyone Google Michael Chertoff and just see like the level of corruption with that shit. Like, and how did Cambridge Analytica engineer elections not only in America but all over the world? Literally electioneering. So, I mean, or whatever you want to call it, whatever the term is for it, like it's this is like a pathetic argument, in my opinion. So yeah.
Work for the Trump administration if that's going to be the case, Owen.
Imagine that. You give us a little peek into what's going on in the Epstein files, and it makes people even more aware and more suspicious, and then you say there's no there. If anything, our peek at the Epstein files showed us that there is something serious there. Very serious.
You've never, look, not only have you never provided any evidence for that, but your other problem is you didn't actually answer my question. What incentivization would like, let's say Trump drafted you to go to his administration to investigate these things, and you went in good faith and you did. And you came back and you were like, look, I took a look at all this evidence and I was wrong about this. And then all of your friends and cohorts and everybody else who was cheering you on fucking crucified you for it.
You know what, Andrew? It's funny that you say that because that's literally happening to me right now.
From who?
That's literally happening to me from this new MAGA right cult.
Who?
I already did this. I already put my time in.
Yeah,
I
but
was
who's
arrested.
crucified?
Hold on a
Ding,
second.
ding,
Hold on a
ding,
second.
ding.
Hold on a
See,
second.
hold on.
For four different
See,
times.
ding, 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 ding. He called it out. I got to give Owen credit. It is a fucking right-wing MAGA cult. I mean, look, you know, whatever you want to say, that is true. Okay. Like, look, I generally do agree a lot of what MAGA supposedly does stand for, and even some of the Scientologists, but like pretending that there's not like this weird cult thing where they just like dogpile on you with like this like schizo, like gematria bullshit and like try to like shut you up. I mean, dude, remember we were in the Discord like a week ago or a couple days ago, and this dude's like, "Oh, I believe all the stuff about QAnon and blah, blah." I'm like, dude, like, no argument. You're just saying like, well, the schizo shit on the internet. I mean, it's like, I'm so sick of that, dude. I've listened to 10 years of just like schizo QAnon bullshit, and it's absurd. You know, like at some point, it's like you just got to stop. Yeah. And these people do attack you and throw you under the bus. So like he's right on that. I will give Owen credit on that. Like honestly, if Owen Shroyer gets Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't be shocked. But anyways.
I was arrested for supporting Trump. Okay. Now I
All
can,
incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump. I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point, I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there, and it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth.
He said, "See, I went through the crucible." Well, what is the crucible? What does that mean? See, now look at his face. I wish you could zoom in on Owen's face right there. Look, he's got this like weird smirk right there. Back up 10 seconds, if you don't mind. Sorry to thank you for indulging me, but just watch his little reaction here. Watch his face.
Now,
incorrect, by the way.
Now, you like Trump, I don't like Trump. Now, beyond the point, I already went through that crucible. I already put my face, my name, my neck out there. And it's not even that I necessarily did it for Trump. I did it for the truth because I believe Trump was innocent and I wanted to support him.
How are you?
I don't know. That's kind of subtle, in my opinion.
I've already been through that. I have MAGA people putting me on lists. I have MAGA people doxing me. I have MAGA people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me.
Got Laura Loomer in my box all day.
What kind of box?
Got Laura Loomer sliding up in my DMs.
Yep. And this the thing is, like, I don't know if Owen's 100% being real here, or is he kind of playing up his victimhood? I don't know. Like, it's, you know, if he got threatened with 20 years in jail and then they gave him like a little slap on the wrist, like, did that cost something? I'm not accusing him. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy. I have people sending people to my house. I have Laura Loomer in my box all day telling me she's telling Trump to post negatively about me. Trump posted something about me. He told me to shut the fuck up. So I got arrested 4 times for this guy, spent months in prison for this guy, did everything for this guy, censored, lawsuit, everything, lost all my social media, kept supporting him. And then what is the one recognition I get from him? Fuck you, shut up. I don't even care. I did it because it's the truth. And now the truth is this administration has turned against us. MAGA has now been weaponized against us. And Trump is now the very globalist that we were supposed to get out of the White House.
This is ironically hilarious.
I mean, that's actually very true. You supported Trump. Trump is the globalist that you were trying to take out of the White House, where you guys claimed you were against globalism with Alex Jones. And yes, Andrew Wilson literally supports a globalist, even though he claims to be a Christian nationalist. He supports a non-Christian globalist. It's fucking laughable.
So the first thing that you claim, you say, hey, look, I was crucified for my support of Donald Trump by Democrats. Do you agree? It's by Democrats.
Well, actually, first it was by Republicans because we were going up against.
It's never Trumpers.
Yeah.
Like you are right now.
No, I'm not a
So
Trumper.
anyway,
I voted for him 3 times.
What happened is, well, now you're like, oh, he's the worst thing ever.
No, I'm
when
saying
you're talking about
he's failed. This administration
he hasn't failed. And when you're talking about this,
Well, hold
Democrats
on.
were the ones who persecuted.
So-
Democrats
so-
were the ones
so
who
was
threw you in
JD
jail. They were the
Vance,
ones
and
who didn't want to
hold
give you a fair trial. Me and my wife, we
Yeah, so was JD Vance, and JD Vance is now vice president. What's that about? See, Andrew? JD Vance was a never Trumper, and now he's vice president. You don't think that's important? And guess what? He's a Catholic. Uh-oh. I mean, see, it's like, so is it about Trump, or is this about JD Vance, or what are you really saying? See, it's I mean, JD Vance is basically the Dick Cheney of Trump, or the Gerald Ford, or the LBJ to what's his name? John F. Kennedy, or maybe an Allen Dulles type shit. See what I'm saying? Like, do we want to get into Allen Dulles and the Dulles brothers and what they were up to? I mean, see what I mean? Like, it's very strange. Like, this is really strange, like what they're arguing right now. I would say, like, highly weird. Like, I see what they're saying, but there's like, these dudes know more about politics than I do, and just the way that they're kind of like sidestepping and like using shitty points, like, I don't know, man. It only gets more sus. It only gets more sus by the minute, in my opinion.
So there's 10 more minutes left of this. So we're almost done watching the entire debate. I appreciate the people that are watching this with us. Definitely a weird heights of absurdity that were reached during this fake debate here that have yet to be reached. A remarkable defeat for Andrew Wilson it kind of looks like he was paid to take the loss or something like that. Really weird type of stuff going on here. But yeah.
Advocated for the release of J6ers everywhere that we possibly could, yourself included.
And I will give Trump
Okay?
that. That is the biggest victory. I
Yeah,
will never
huge
regret
victory.
voting for Trump because he did that.
Yeah,
Never.
huge victory. Okay. But not only that, let's dive into this a little bit deeper. When you're talking about your supposed crucifixion now by the right, Trump hasn't shut down your channels. He hasn't done any of that. Under Biden, that was a sure thing.
Well,
to
let's
have
not
happened.
be so sure that's not going to happen soon.
You say gonna, hasn't though. Okay, under Biden, it was.
Isn't that the whole point? Is
under-
none of this stuff has happened under Trump, and
Biden,
you're saying, oh, but it could.
hang on,
It's like,
under
that's the point.
Biden, no, it's not. Under Biden,
Yeah, I kind of predict that these people like, Nick Fuentes, Owen Schroyer that got shut down in the past, and the Adam Greens, they're not going to be ushered in, and people like Andrew Wilson are going to take
Well,
they're going to be censored. It's probably going to flip the
that's-
entire script.
Well, that's kind of what Andrew's rubbing in Owen's face. He's kind of saying, like, look, you're playing for the wrong team. If you want to be platform, maybe you should get behind the president. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. I mean, that's kind of what Andrew's saying, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but like, it does seem almost like a mafia thing. Like, well, you want to get the favor, you need to play by ball. You need to play ball. Like that's kind of what I hear. And like, I mean, Andrew seems very confident in his support for Trump, which is kind of like, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like, what you're like, you think you're part of the mafia or something? You know what I mean? Like, and it is weird because again, he kind of called him out like, well, you're a Catholic and I'm an Orthodox and I support the fucking president. And it's like, well, is the president a Christian? So I don't know. Like, it's just, I don't want to put too many words in his mouth, but like, it does seem a little bit like he's flexing on him. Like, maybe you should have stayed behind the president if you expect to like be platformed. Because Andrew Wilson has explicitly said he's not a free speech advocate. So again, it's just kind of interesting.
it would have, for sure. He was working with Facebook and these other groups in order to shut down people who had podcasts. You have a voice right now. That's true. The president of the United States might have told you to shut the fuck up, but he still gave you a platform. Tell him to shut his fucking mouth. That's the distinction.
No, Trump did not. That's the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. It was given to us by the founding
Biden
fathers.
didn't give a fuck about the First Amendment.
And
He
neither
was
does
working
Trump.
for the tech
And
companies
neither
to
does
shut you
Trump.
down.
Trump
so-
doesn't care either. They'll censor us under Trump. They already did. He
where?
did nothing.
Where?
What are you talking? When did I get censored? What year?
No, the Trump administration.
I was censored under Trump 1. I was censored from
Show me
2018
what
to
policy
2022.
of Trump's administration censored you. What?
What did he do for it? What did he do to end the
That's
censorship?
different. That's you got to make a distinction.
No. You're the one making
it's the
claims
case-
that Trump did something
Yes,
for me.
he did.
I'm not asking Trump to do anything
did.
for me. I'm saying that
He
we had
instructed his
censorship under
Department
Trump.
of Justice to stop putting pressure on Facebook and these other groups for censorship. He promised he
But
would
that
do
is
that.
happening. That's why
did
he
do
just
it.
that's why he just brokered the deal to give the Ellisons everything so that they can censor the internet in favor of this war and foreign policy that's unpopular.
Where's that happening?
Right now, it's
Oops.
Ding, ding, ding.
Where's that happening? Andrew says. Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, to
Incredible
just-
amounts of
to-
oversight.
To totally sidestep Oracle and Ellison is incredible.
Where's that happening? They literally said, we'll watch all the police, we'll watch all the American citizens. They literally said that. It just sidesteps it, just goes, oh, where's that happening?
Like,
Where?
It
Where?
makes, it makes the Patriot Act look like, not that bad, basically.
Where's it happening? Where's it happening, Neurojack? Good Lord, bro.
Yeah, to like not show any concern at all for like Oracle or Ellison to be in charge of like our entire cybersecurity network is like, come on, man. Like
And
that's
your entire security infrastructure to Israel. Oh, where's it
Exactly.
happening? Where? Where?
Overt to an overtly pro-Zionist person, by the way, and he said that he's explicitly anti-Zionist. But you're going to hand over the entire cybersecurity of the country to a super Zionist? I mean,
I guarantee not one person covered this debate and said the things that we've said. This is the saddest part.
100%.
And there's
100%.
literally like,
and this is
literally
just
like,
yeah,
I know.
obvious. This is
Less
just
than 10
obvious,
people
like-
watching at this point for sure, but good Lord, dude. Wow.
Yeah, and what we're saying is like not that
Blatantly obvious. Yeah.
yeah, it's not that deep either. That's what's crazy.
It just happened with TikTok. It just happened with Paramount.
No, TikTok, they talk about the war constantly. I know.
and
I'm on
Oracle,
TikTok arguing with them constantly.
Ellison and Oracle are about to have all these databases. They're going to sell all of
in
all
the
private
future
information.
soon. But you've been wrong about futures before. And by the way,
Oh,
I'm
wait a
talking
second.
about
Hold
right
on.
now.
Okay, hold on a second.
I'm talking about
hold
right
on a
now.
second. When Doge ended,
Yeah.
and then Musk called the Epstein files a hoax, and then struck Iran, I was called a panican. I was called a panican because I knew it meant we were getting into a war with Iran and a regime change war with Iran. I was called a panican. I was called a panican because if he did this, the MAGA coalition would be destroyed. And I was called a panican because I said if he does this, we're going to lose the midterms. And now all three things of those have happened.
Except
every
you were
single
also wrong
one.
about Venezuela.
What was I wrong about Venezuela?
In Venezuela, you said that there's a good chance there that we're going to be bogged down on a war.
Never said that.
You did too.
No, I
you
did
said
not.
it on your show. Yes, you
No,
did.
I did not.
You said there's a good shot there. You were in the debate when you said it, in fact, with a caller. Good shot there would be bogged down as well.
When did,
so
what are you
that's what's
talking
funny
about?
to me. It's like every time I dive in to your view, it's always, well, down the road, he's going to do these bad things. Down the road, he's going to do this. Trump's administration hasn't censored you. Trump's administration didn't jail you. Trump's administration didn't do any of that. You just gave him credit for getting you released. And not only that, when we're talking about the economics of this thing, we diverted into this, which is fine. I think that speech is something that we need to debate about. But when we're talking about the economics, you still haven't actually told us how it is that you, Owen Schroyer, are going to make an offset for net negative migration without prices going up. There's going to be an
cut taxes.
That's an adjustment period.
Well, he just pivoted away from he just pivoted away from Ellison and Oracle.
That's exactly right, dude. That's huge.
And Owen let him get away with it. See, this is what pisses me off. Is like he
and
had
every
him
single
on the
time
fucking corner. Yep.
Yeah, and every single time he brought up Israel, he then started bringing up Islam. So it's literally a tactic, all right?
Yeah, it's a total dialectic bullshit.
Yeah, like
you know?
and like Jews have been using Muslims to scare the fuck out of white people for over 50 years. When are you fuckers gonna learn? Like it's fucking hilarious, but all right.
Yeah, and again, while X, the right wing white nationalist propaganda machine, has literally been bought by Saudi Arabia, by the way, which is again basically little Israel. But anyways.
In a year.
Do you think that prices are going to immediately decrease because you cut taxes?
Prices don't have to decrease. You have more money in your wallet. You have more money in your bank account. You're not paying it to the government.
Again, those are adjustment periods that are incremental. It would be so if you cut taxes
Takes 1 year.
immediately.
Takes 1
right?
year.
And by the way, Trump doesn't unilaterally have the power to do that. He doesn't unilaterally have the power to just cut taxes. That has to go through Congress. And so this idea that you have, one thing he did do, and he did do well unilaterally with his executive orders, was with migration. And he did get us to the point where we're at a net negative of migration. Who would ever have given us that? Who out of anybody in the field would ever have given us net negative migration?
If Trump has a positive, it's definitely on the migration issue, but it's not perfect. He's still giving Chinese students, he's still letting Chinese students into these universities to save their ass. He's still letting
a 50%
the H-1B
decrease of the H-1Bs, but the Cato Institute recently said, in fact, cut down 136,000, 50% of the H-1Bs eliminated under Trump's policy. So yeah, it's true. Chinese immigrants can still come in and study under H-1B visas, 50% less of them.
This is the third freaking time he's cited the Cato Institute. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
right.
Are you being funded by them? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, and also they're both very concerned with Chinese students. It's like, again, this, like, I do agree that you don't want a bunch of Chinese students deep inside all your research projects, but this has been a problem for 40 years of spying on America's, R&D infrastructure. And so 40 years later, they're suddenly like, well, we finally cut it down now. It's like, yeah, what do you think the whole C-19 thing was about? Literally came out of a lab in America and got transferred over there. And they don't discuss that at all. It's like, it's totally insane. Totally insane. Again, like, that's a real thing you could be concerned about China with. But they totally skip over that aspect of it and just go straight to like, well, blah, blah, blah. It's like, who did the C-19 thing? Trump. They make no mention of like 5 years of economic restructuring under the guise of C-19 as like if you're going to fault Trump for anything other than the Epstein thing, that's like number one, restructuring the entire economy under this like false, pretense of like, 2 weeks to flatten the curve. I mean, dude, they're just totally sidestep that entire thing. I mean, you cannot debate Trump without talking about that, in my opinion. So I don't know. Like this is just. I mean, the reason why gas prices are high is because you turned off the economy for 5 years in the United States and the rest of the world. I mean, that's why gasoline is $7 a gallon. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like those turning off the economy for 5 years has increased inflation like 30% in some way or another, right? So I mean, again, it's just they just completely ignore a 5-year hiatus due to C-19 and all this shit. So I mean, it's just I don't understand what they're trying to do here. It's insane.
That's correct. So don't you think that there should be an adjustment period, just like you said with taxes? Shouldn't there be an adjustment period for hiring Americans? Because what happened was that the farmers, agriculture, all these big businesses said, Trump, we have to have this cheap migrant labor.
That's correct, yes.
And so he caved and he let the donors get what they want. That's what Trump does.
That's what's
this
funny.
is a donor class administration.
In this case, not only did he not cave, but the opposite happened.
What are you talking about? He's doing mass deportations still?
No. He gave subsidies. And yes, there has not only has there been big time deportations, but it's border crossings. It's just new ones even coming in versus self-deporting is an amazing feature at a net negative. Same with immigration internationally, which means legal immigration. So yeah, he did deal with them with subsidies. That was designed to keep the prices down. But again, if we follow your policy, which would be mine, you want them all out, right? I want all the Mexicans who are working illegally out of here.
I would say you can't, there's too many, but I would say you have to do at least the 15 that came in under Biden.
Well, you want to get rid of, I want them all gone. I want all the illegal immigrants gone, don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, great. So if we get all the illegal immigrants out of California.
But Trump's not doing that.
Hang on. If we get all the illegal immigrants out of California tomorrow, right? What happens to the price of produce? Does it go up?
Well, we need an adjustment time, Andrew.
That's my whole point. We would need an adjustment time.
So we both agree that mass deportations is a failure of the administration.
What you're dealing with right now is an adjustment time. How is net negative migration a failure?
We're not getting mass deportations.
You don't have to massively deport people who aren't coming in, dude. You don't have to.
They're already here.
Yes, and by the way, he's going after the criminal elements for those people first, which he's been doing. There's a net negative of them crossing into the border. If you had said day one with any Republican administration, we have only 1,000 border crossings a day versus 46,000 border crossings.
So hold on. We have the power to go and, police the whole world, including Iran and Venezuela, but we don't have the ability to like clean up our own streets of illegal immigration. I mean, clearly our priorities seem out of whack. You know what I mean? Like, where's the evidence that Iran was like lying in wait to destroy America? I mean, where's it? There is no evidence of that. So I don't know. Pretty bizarre.
Today, you'd say it's the biggest fucking success anybody had ever seen.
How about this?
Somehow with Trump, though, Trump gets exactly that done day one, and Owen goes, well, what have you done for me lately?
What is the number? What is the number that you would be happy with of deportations for Trump's 4 years?
Overall number?
Yeah.
Probably, I would want to see like happy with, you said, versus what would be optimal that I
let's put a reasonable but good expectation number.
I mean, I would be happy if it was the case that we had no new immigrants coming in. I think that's a massive
Well, we agree that Trump is at a success. Okay, let me answer my own question, then you can respond. Yeah. I think if Trump doesn't deport at least 15 million people, which seems like an impossibility, but they came here, we can get them out. There's strategies to do it. Yeah. I think 15 million. If it's less than that, I think we got a problem.
Well, the entirety of the basis for the 15 million number, you agree with me, there's way more than 15 million illegal
immigrants. Probably like 40, maybe.
Or 50.
Yeah.
It's very high.
Yeah.
So if it is the case that it's very high that we have this amount of illegals that are here, that's going to take a long time. And Trump has Trump has been hampered. He was moving towards this. He's been hampered in the courts. Again, three times the amount of injunctions any other president when it comes to illegal immigration. And
it's not that hard to do. I mean, again, I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, like, if they wanted it done, it would get done. Okay. I'm not gonna sit here and argue that we can go to war all over the world or we can't even clean up our own streets. I mean, that's a ridiculous argument. If they needed it done, it would get done. I mean, it's just a nonsense. Like, there's clearly a way that you can use the executive branch to, like, deport people if that's what they wanted to do. I mean, yes, the courts are going to do what they're going to do, and yes, you're going to have to go through all that, but, like, we have money to go to war, but we don't have money to litigate immigration policy. I mean, that's absurd to me. You know, like hire more lawyers, get it done. See what I mean? It's just they're making excuses at this point.
Trying to unilaterally do this because Congress isn't working with him. He's hamstrung at every level. He's using executive orders to push that through, and it's been wildly successful with the tools that he has. You have to say that that's successful. A net negative migration.
I've said that that's the one success, but I just
that's
don't
the
think,
big success.
I just don't think that it's going to be where it needs to be. I think that he's caved on the mass deportations, and at the end of the day, as much as both of us would like to see every single illegal immigrant deported, I think that
but if they are, the prices are going to go up, right?
I think that you can negate that by not getting them into another war in the Middle East.
The war in the Middle East? Are you kidding me?
That was a
You
good.
think
That was a
that's
good
the
point.
budget buster in comparison?
Absolutely. He's
in
asking
comparison
for
to entitlements?
$1.5 trillion in the next defense budget.
Nothing.
We pay $1 trillion in interest on
Do
our
you
debt.
know what our entitlements are in
Cut
comparison
them
to
all.
military spending?
Cut
But
them
that's
all.
my whole point. When we're talking about entitlements, the number one spending, not military.
Kill
That's
Granny.
why.
I think
second-
I think interest is about to take entitlements.
Well, maybe.
See,
But the number
they're-
one spending
see-
right now is entitlements is 3 times higher than military spending.
They're doing. They're basically saying kill Granny. Cut the Social Security. Cut the social welfare. They're never going to do that because if they did that, this country would be in a civil war in 24 hours. If you did that, this is just bullshit.
Spending 3 times higher. Most of those entitlements are coming in because of illegal immigration and mass migration. You know this. I've heard you say it yourself.
I have a zero tolerance for any welfare.
Yeah, I've heard you say it yourself. So if that's the case, you're not going to be able to
Hold
do
on.
this without a
Hold on.
transitory period where prices.
What does he mean zero tolerance for welfare? For illegal immigrants or anybody? Like, see, this is like I'm not like a super left-wing person, but like you're just going to cut off all welfare overnight. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, I don't know. Even if you did that only to illegal immigrants, like you would literally cause like a civil disturbance by doing that. I mean, it's just absurd. It's just not. They're just not having a realistic. They're not having a realistic conversation on the subject at all.
See all
It's
of
been
these
over
jobs.
a year.
First of all, real wage growth have gone up 1.3% because the jobs are finally going to
The
Americans.
economy is bad. You can throw numbers every day. The economy is bad. More Americans are living paycheck to paycheck.
Are real
More
wages
Americans
up or
are in
down?
debt. Down.
Okay, so how far down are they?
They're as down as they've ever been.
They're as down as they've ever been, ladies and gentlemen.
Anybody can cook these numbers.
These
saw the Biden
wages are
administration.
as down as they've ever been. No, the wages are up.
Are you going to
1.3%
tell?
real
Are you going to
wages.
tell Americans that they're doing good financially?
I didn't
today?
say there's not room for improvement. We're talking about whether or not Trump is successful. I think that Americans would be doing worse if real wages were a net negative like they were under Biden.
This is
yes,
where we-
and that real wages have gone up 1.3%. It's a major thing.
And cost of living has gone up 2.3%.
And guess what? That'll go down when you get rid of mass migration
We're at
and immigrants.
the conclusion of the open dialogue. Gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a riveting open discussion.
I think we take questions.
Yeah, I know.
By the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
Now, are you looking for something truly worth your time this summer? Debate con.
gentleman debate. So
Now, are you looking?
by the way, that's how a gentleman debates. So
Now, are you looking for?
Yeah, massive cut there. Don't know what happened. But yeah, anyways, yeah, that's pretty much the debate. Appreciate
That
you
was a
guys
good one.
watching with us. Yeah.
Machine, I wanted to do one thing with you before we leave, if you have a moment. If you would indulge me, because I
Yeah,
wanted to talk about this with you before, and I just opened up my TV as I was sitting here, and it reminded me of something. And let me send you this link in the back chat. Hold on one second. Open this link up for me and just go over the description of this Wikipedia article, because I don't know if you have Amazon, because I think this is only on Amazon. But I want to make you aware of this documentary because it is very interesting. I didn't finish the entire thing, but Um, if we could do a review of this, I would love to. I don't think we can. Like, I think we'd have to do it in Discord or something. And, but yeah, just pull this up if you don't mind. This thing I said, put in the back chat. Because I do think that this is related to what we're watching personally. So this is a documentary called Finding Harmony, A King's Vision. And it's about King Charles III, long-standing interest in philosophy of harmony. Directed by Nicholas Brown and produced by Passion Planet for Amazon Prime Video. Narrated by Kate Winslet, which, by the way, very interesting person if you look into her, but she's the one from Titanic, by the way. So anyways, it follows Charles' efforts to promote the approach to life that stresses the connection between people and the natural world and the need for ecological balance. So slide down a little bit. Because again, they're selling a brand of ecological balance, right? And by the way, again, you know, Charles was just in front of Congress promoting war, like today. So that's kind of why I'm showing this, right? You know, so I'm going to read a part of this. It says, the film explores the king's view that humanity is part of the natural world and ecological balance underpins humans' well-being and prosperity. I agree with that, by the way, but you guys got to watch this documentary. It's pretty crazy. Has developed the Dumfries House in Ayrshire into a practical demonstration of harmony principles. The project was conceived to mark the foundation's 35th anniversary, illustrate the harmony philosophy and informed environmental, cultural, and community initiatives of the United Kingdom internationally. And Kate Winslet is an ambassador for the foundation. So slide down just a little bit there. The content, let's just look at the content a little bit. So ecological balance, sustainable land use, traditional skills, and community regeneration, which all sounds good, by the way. But keep going down. So I'm just skimming this really quick because I'm sure it's not going to say much about it, but what's interesting about the documentary, because it doesn't really say much about it here, but like it kind of gets into like occultist views on nature. And I think that's very interesting. Like King Charles made a documentary. And I'm going to pull up my notes. Hold on. I had some notes on it. Let me pull it up really quick. Let me just pull up my notes really quick. Yeah, and I apologize to do this to you at 4:00 in the morning, but like, I just had to like bring this up to you because I've been meaning to bring it up for like 3 months. And I saw King Charles at Congress today promoting war, and it just reminded me of this because you're gonna flip your lid when you hear this shit. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you some shit. Listen to my notes on this. This is coming from AI, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate because I did do this before. So, okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna skim my notes on it. Okay, you ready? Machine, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. Okay, you're gonna flip, okay? The film highlights practical projects, traditional wisdom, including indigenous perspectives, and the idea that restoring balance in the natural world can address climate change and societal issues.
Your question focuses on occultism, and more precisely, the esoteric mystical elements tied to the king's vision. The documentary itself is not an occult film. It is framed as an environmental and philosophical portrait. However, King Charles' underlying harmony, quote unquote, philosophy draws heavily from esoteric traditions, particularly traditionalism, also called perennialism or perennial traditionalism. Okay, here's
Yeah,
examples.
that's funny because we're actually going to be reading one of the founders of perennial traditionalism tomorrow on the show, Rene Guénon. So,
Well, it
it's
specifically
interesting to.
mentioned it specifically mentions Rene Guénon. That's why I'm bringing this up. Interconnectedness and universal patterns seen in nature, sacred geometry. He literally talks about sacred geometry or the grammar of harmony, a critique of modern materialism and disconnection from the sacred. The belief that all traditional religions and wisdom systems share a hidden primordial tradition or perennial wisdom. This is rooted in traditionalism founded by the French metaphysician and occultist René Guénon. Guénon argued for a single esoteric primordial tradition as the inner timeless core of all world religions, an idea that influenced 20th century esoteric thinkers. King Charles, as the Prince of Wales, publicly praised Guénon and regularly met with key traditionalist figures such as Martin Leeds, a British traditionalist, Sufi convert, and Guénon collaborator. Saeed Hassan Nasser, Iranian traditionalist scholar who thinks the environmental crisis to a loss of metaphysical harmony between humanity, nature, and the divine. Associates like architect and sacred geometer Keith Critchlow, founder of the traditional arts, parts of the King's Foundation, which appears in the documentary. These ideas draw from perennial philosophy with roots in Neoplatonism, Renaissance humanism, and Hermetic and esoteric traditions.
Yeah, none of this stuff is new to me. I've covered all of this before, by the way.
No,
So,
but I'm just saying it's like the King Charles is literally promoting.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen parts of this documentary as well. So I've actually seen parts of this documentary, by the way. So
Yeah, it's pretty like, and then sacred geometry and traditional arts, and it's like syncretic spirituality, and he promotes Islamic, Sufi, and indigenous wisdom. Which again, like I'm not saying all that's bad, but then he brings it back to the King's Christian faith. So again, it's just like it's pretty weird. Like it's just kind of like it's like, what do you think that like when you hear the name Rene Guénon, like what do you think that's smuggling in? Like what do you think's behind like what do you think the what's lying behind the perennialism, like in your opinion, or sacred geometry or whatever? Like why do you think that specific angle is so important to what they're doing? That's all I just wanted to ask you, like, how do you view that? Like, what do you think, like, why? And then I'm sure you're going to cover it tomorrow, but why do you think that specific angle is so important? Because you and I have been talking a lot about the perennialism in all this shit that we see. So,
I mean, I don't think specifically Guénon is that big of an issue, to be honest. Right? They're like perennialism is much older than Guénon. Right? So Guénon definitely didn't make up perennialism. He founded traditionalism. Right? So he said you should go back to a traditional ideal within the idea of perennialism. Right? So I mean, his students were kind of off the chain, right? Like one of them was named Shuan, and Shuan started a cult where they pray to Mary as the goddess of the earth or whatever, right? And then basically, Shuan's cult is also um attended to by this guy Sayed Hussein Nasser, who was mentioned in that article, right? And a lot of their cult has to do with connections to the alt right. Like, for example, Sayed Hussein Nasser's son is an advocate of alt right, right? So the traditionalists, like Sayed Hussein Nasser's son, is like tied to the movement, right? But like Guanan himself is
Is his
very
son named
old.
Giorgiani? Is his
Yeah,
son
but
named Giorgiani?
yeah, but like Guanan has nothing to do with like the British crown. Like that's like that's like not a connection, right? But yeah, Guanan, like it says here, like Guanan was literally in the 1800s. It says 1886 he was born. So yeah, it's super old. He's like old as like Nietzsche or something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty weird, but it's like they're trying to like tie. I guess they're trying to say that like the traditionalism. So I guess if it's not really like that version of traditionalism, like what version of it would it be now? I guess it's like,
There's
and
no
it's it.
version of traditionalism. Like what I'm trying to say is like,
Well, like I know they
like
have like Evola and stuff like this, and then like and I know that Dugan's promoting like a form of it as well. So like there's different forms of it, I guess, is all I'm trying to get at.
yeah, Dugan is literally a supporter of progress and the Kabbalah. Like Guanan and Evola don't support that shit. So I don't know.
Okay, interesting. Well, and again, like I'm not. This is kind of where I'm coming from too, where like maybe that's why, maybe they're trying to like put it off on Guanan to cover up that it's actually Dugan or someone like that who's pushing all this shit or something. I don't know, but
I don't know. They're spinning like a bunch of shit. Like I don't know, dude. Like Guanan is basically just saying like materialism and like lack of spirituality and like the modern world and like separation from nature, like all these things are horrible consequences of modernity.
right.
And so you can't really challenge Guanan that much because it's like 90% of it's true.
Yeah, for sure. And
And
I
like
was just
same thing with
I was
Evola.
just
Like it's extremely hard to argue against Evola. Like Evola is a cold hard paganist. Like that's saying that like Christianity's responsible for the downfall of Western civilization. But he's also like extremely intelligent. Like
yeah,
Evola's like no dummy. Like Evola's like extremely smart, like hard to argue against. And Guanan and Evola have like their own thing. I read a book by Sayed Hussein Nasser, and he makes a lot of the points of Guanan in very succinct ways. So like the fact is that some of these issues about ecology and how ecology and technology are huge issues, right? It just most people are just in the dark about how important these ideas are, right? So they just don't understand that ideas have moved to a world stage, and technology and ecology are literally the main subjects of
right.
politics, religion, philosophy. Like they're
Yeah, I would
literally in
agree.
the dark.
No, 100%. 100. Well, and again, this is what freaked me out in schools because when I tried to go into like biochemistry, I got into all these like and this is what freaked out Pillator as well. It's like, and it probably freaked out Avian because I would assume that he ran into the stuff. Like, it is kind of the entire thing, like bioethics, because bioethics isn't only about humans. See, this is where it gets weird. It's like, it gets into like, I mean, deep metaphysics of like, where do you draw the line about, you know, life and organic material versus inorganic material? Like, it's a deep subject that, you know, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's totally crazy.
Yeah, like the two things that Guinan points out that are extremely useful. He says that Newtonian mechanics, right, the mechanistic view of the world, and I believe this was kind of like his coinage, right, to a certain extent, right? Mechanistic view of Newton and the dualistic view of Descartes. That these in the 16th century were
Right.
responsible for the birth of the scientific paradigm. And he believed that the birth of this scientific paradigm was actually much to the detriment of humanity because it led
Yeah,
to the loss of religion and spirituality. So I think that's it.
Well, and I think that that's a more direct way of arguing what Nietzsche really was arguing ultimately in a lot of ways. So, you know, again, this is kind of where people get lost in the weeds, but yeah, it's pretty crazy. And I'm looking up this Nasser guy's son, like holy shit, this dude's resume is like insane. Senior advisor, U.S. Special
Yeah,
Representative.
that Reza guy or whatever, right?
Yeah, dude, his shit is crazy, man. Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, PhD, Political Science, MIT,
Yeah.
John Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Senior Advisor for Afghanistan and Pakistan. I mean, like, dude, like, it does not get more spook. Naval postgraduate. Jesus Christ, man. Like, crazy. Like, this dude is like a spook. Brookings Council on Foreign Relations. CNN, BBC, New York Times, Foreign Affairs, like, dude, like, this dude is 100% a spook, like, through and through. And again, an influential analysis of Shia resistance and its geopolitical implications. Like, dude, this
Yeah.
dude is like
Yeah, I've looked
crazy.
into this shit, dude. It's weird.
I've
I'll
never heard
send
of
you
this
an
stuff
article
before.
that's
This
weird.
is like this is totally
Yeah.
new to me. I just came for me like looking up this
Yeah.
fucking weird documentary with the
Yeah,
King
I've
of
read
England
like
and shit.
books by
Like,
these guys.
yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, for real. Like I've
No,
read like a book by Nasser. I read some stuff by Guinan. But yeah, interesting.
But I guess like, what do you think that, like, based on that, like, what do you think are like, if you take all this into consideration, right? What would you say the relationship between the British royalty or the British Empire or whatever that is now in America at this point? Like, is it just crypto Jews essentially? Or is there like an actual maybe like real underlying, you know, uh attempt to like really look at this honestly to some degree? Like, I'll be honest, like watching this documentary, it did kind of like, I kind of like a lot of what the king is saying, but I'm also like extremely suspicious of like how they're selling it. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't know. It's like, I didn't know all this. Now I know all this. Like, it's a whole nother level, but it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think it's a
weird. You know?
puppet move to support global ideals, right? So they're using ecology to bring in a global technological state, right? So
Like
that's
how we talked
obvious.
about with Claudia, right? Like kind of that like little dialectic we were talking about with Claudia
Yeah,
a few episodes ago.
oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And I've republished that on my show because I think that was very important conversation. That, and I've said that on the show before, but it suffices to lay out a lot of the things. But the thing is that, yeah, obviously they're using the ecological movement as a Trojan horse, and this is what Uncle Teddy has pointed out, that this is system's neatest trick, right? It's leftist coded, right? So it's going to be used to repel notions of a technological, collapse, or either that or a revolt against the world technological system. So it's pretty obvious that they'll use a global movement to quote unquote save the earth, and of course it's technology that's going to save nature from man. Right, so that's exactly the meme that they're going for, right? They want technology to save nature from man, right? So the dialectic is between, as I've said, transhumanism and techno-Gaianism, right, and whatnot. So they've
So this is the techno Gaianism side versus like the Silicon Valley. dystopia.
Yeah,
shit.
but it's
See,
but it's
that's
just
crazy.
but it's just a replacement for capitalism versus communism. Right? It's just that the
Right.
conflict has moved to a global scale and it's incorporating the dialectic of technology versus ecology, right? So yes.
Right. And it's kind of interesting that they're kind of pushing whitey towards like transhumanism and kind of pushing brown people towards like techno-Gaianism or something. It's kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Atlantis versus Shambhala on a large scale, right? Where they're
Crazy.
using,
Crazy, yeah.
this idea of, nature worship on the one end and then accelerationism on the other end. So they want the right to follow accelerationism. They want the left to follow this nature worship ideal. This is what I believe, at least, or what they've
Yeah, for
been
sure.
pushing,
Well,
the greater idea that they're pushing
and
for.
both have truth in them, but it's like they're just purposefully like trying to tell everybody discard your
Yeah.
discard your beliefs on the way out on the way in. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's like, in a sense, a whole entire thing.
Well, they're just
But,
taking us to the final layer of like the, faith,
yeah, the global level. Yeah.
slaughterhouse, you know, s-
Yeah.
the slaughterhouse of faith essentially is like that'd be a great title for like a band or albums, like, Faith Slaughterhouse or something. It's like just, yeah, crazy. Yeah, I mean, sorry to throw that on you last second, but it this documentary was pretty weird for me to watch because I found myself agreeing with so much of it, but then like he just like totally smuggles in like sacred geometry, and I'm like, why are you sneaking in like sacred geometry with like ecology? Like, I don't understand that. So it really like it kind of triggered me watching this thing. The first time I watched it, I was like, I couldn't figure it out. I was like, what is that about? So, but yes, I appreciate you indulging me in that. And they also predominantly like show a bunch of bees and beehives and shit, which is kind of freaking me out too. But I don't know, pretty weird.
Yeah, but like Evola wrote a book called Revolt Against the Modern World or something like that. Right? And he was following Guanan, but there's not that many critiques against modernity. So yeah,
Yeah. Well, again, that's one of the reasons I like Nietzsche, because I think Nietzsche was getting it. He was onto it, but he didn't take it that
oh
far. And
yes.
I've never read Guanan or Ebola, but
Yeah.
sounds like they were kind of like on that same
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
level.
recently I laid down like I think it was like pretty much 5 hours of Nietzsche's critiques against modernity, and it was a very strong session for sure.
And it ties into what we're talking about here, right? Like, because
Yeah.
I haven't read these guys, so I don't know much about them. But
Yeah.
again, that's one of the reasons I do like Nietzsche. And again, it's interesting because like a lot of these like alt right transhumanist types, they kind of use Nietzsche almost as if he's like pro transhumanist or something. Which I'm like, I don't know, I don't know where they're getting that from, but it's kind of weird.
Well, I mean, in the case of Thiel, he's combining Girard with transhumanism and saying basically how the Enlightenment philosophy is the thing that has to be put on the chopping block for a new understanding or whatever. I don't know. Or at least I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny because I read Gerard and I choose to interpret it very differently. The little bit I have read of it, but it's like kind of weird. Like that's what I'm saying is like they're just synthesizing ideas to justify their own bullshit, regardless of like what the truth about it is.
Yeah.
So, for sure.
Yeah, and I
But
mean, accelerationism and Discordianism is essentially just 90% cope and 10% reaction, basically.
and Would you say cope and cover up are kind of like on the same level in a sense?
Um, yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
yeah.
The people make themselves small so they can avoid things. And the horrible part is when people start believing their own lies, right? It happens all the time, right? They lie so constantly that they start thinking it's the real deal, right? They can't smell their own farts pretty much.
Yeah. It's pretty. I'm gonna have to now. I might have to go and read some going on in Ebola, which I haven't really wanted. By the way, did you mention any of this in your book? Because I don't know if I've seen specifically these points, but I'd be interested.
Well, it definitely influenced the greater picture I was trying to paint and what I laid out with the idea of against the mechanistic philosophy, against the idea that nature is a machine, one big machine, and and that the mind is separate from nature. I think that these things are pretty much old ideas that have led to this notion of universalism. They flattened out man. So I think Guanan and Evola made some good points about that. That we've sacrificed being for this debased existence, right? But yeah,
Yeah. No, it's pretty interesting. I definitely
yeah,
have more thoughts on it, but we can save it for the next time because you're about to cover all that tomorrow. So maybe maybe that'd be a better time to bring all that up. So
yeah,
and
yeah.
it'll
But
give
if
me a
you
day
go
to
to
like
like
do a little research. So
yeah, yeah, but if you go to like Logos Dethroned, I mean, yeah, it's like I agree and disagree with Evola's historiography, right? So
right.
I think that you know, obviously, in my view, I think Plato and Aristotle and a little bit of the game they played was directly to blame for a huge portion
It's
of
funny.
it.
It's funny you say that because me and Pillager had like a little mini debate about Socrates today, where it's like he's like his problem with liberalism is like where they're using Socrates and they kind of like kind of use Jesus like he's Socrates and all this. And I kind of defended Socrates in that sense a little bit and said like, yeah, but like he's kind of telling the truth, but then the psyop is that they use Socrates to make everybody think that like, well, I'll just tell the truth and that's enough. And it's like, well, it's going to just usually just end up getting you killed because, it's not really enough, and then Jesus comes along and says like, well, I'm going to get killed for all of humanity for telling the truth. But, and so it's like this whole like dialectic. And again, it just reminds me of all that propaganda we're seeing of like Catholics and the Romans and the pagans and the Jews it's kind of weird how they're kind of like shifting in and out of like, is Plato good? Is Plato evil? Is Socrates good? Is Socrates evil? And then they ignore Aristotelian logic and all this stuff and its consequences, and sidestep some of that, So yeah, I don't know. Because you are one of the only people that consistently bring up Aristotle, which is and your points about it have been largely ignored, by the way, which is kind of interesting as well. So because like I do use Aristotelian logic, but like I'm also like aware that it's a trap, So yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it gets weird.
But that would be interesting. I'm definitely gonna be interested when you cover that tomorrow. But yeah, I'm looking at this now and like so let me describe. I'm watching this. It shows a spiral galaxy and a tropical storm, and then a millipede and the 1.168 like golden ratio and a spider web and then like a galaxy and then a starfish and then a clock and then the tetragrammaton. It's like okay, and then like the little Da Vinci like 4-armed person, and then like an old person, a young person, and it's like it's pretty creepy. You know, like this. If anybody hasn't seen this documentary, like you should definitely watch this documentary. It's pretty 3.14 pi, and it's like they talk about ecology and just dump in sacred geometry, and isn't that Pythagoreanism or something? It's like so they're just like dumping in Pythagoreanism or something into the middle of this, you know, ecological film. Yeah, I'm just tripping out watching this documentary. It's like pretty trippy. Oh shit, somebody's in the back. Oh, it's you. That's
Yeah, it
pretty
looked
weird.
like fell out of the thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said. I was just saying it's pretty weird. Like they're just like showing all this sacred geometry shit. Like it's like ecology, and then it's like sacred geometry, and it's like hit you with all this like
Right, which is
imagery.
not ecology. It's like it's
Yeah, it's
literally like some abstract shit that's like
it's like Pythagorean
describes
shit
the
or something,
spiritual
or
realm.
Rosicrucian or
Yeah.
something. That's what I was saying. Like I don't want to see. That's what I'm saying. Is like, are they trying to straw man like Guénon, you know, Guénon or something with like Christ consciousness or some shit? I don't know what the fuck. Like sacred geometry. Like, isn't that Pythagoreanism or some? You know, or I don't know, but like, isn't that? I don't know how far back you want to take it, but like, you know, I'm just not a fan of like this idea of like sacred geometry and numerology and all that. Like, I'm not saying there's no truth in it, but it's like it just seems like a mind fuck essentially, where you just can like see numbers and everything, and like
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
the
like
thing.
people read the Torah and say, oh, the different numbers mean different things, and I can interpret it because the numbers add up to this, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna like, like here's the thing: is like the universe is a lot more strange than we think it is, and obviously, it's pretty obvious to me that like, if I had to guess, like, Hanuman is more real than the fact that like I think like we descended from some kind of monkey or something like that. I just think there's more magic involved in whatever the fuck is going on here, right? If I had to go back in time and they're like, were you are you gonna believe this Hindu? And, literally says like, we've been here for like millions of years, or you gonna believe this fucking scientist that's says that human civilization isn't even 200,000 years old. If I had to pick, I'd probably believe the guy who believes in Hanuman. All right.
yeah, I mean, I definitely think the magical thinking is more honest than like we can understand everything through math or something. Like I think that's an absurd thing to say. Is like math can teach us everything. Is like, don't get me wrong, I do think that science and math have a place in things, but I don't think like worshiping numbers or something is like smart. I think that's retarded, you know. Trying to like quantify, you know, existence is insane in my opinion. You know, or it can make you go insane even if there's truth in it, right? Like I just don't think the human brain,
yeah.
like I'm pretty good at math, but like math can drive you insane. So I don't like to glorify it too much, you know.
Yeah, I mean, just Ghazali said, you know, you could get obsessed with math, and you know, he said it's forbidden, right? If you become obsessed with math, it's like you become obsessed with a game. It's forbidden.
Right. It's a vice. It's, you know,
Yeah, it's a vice. Yeah.
for sure. Yeah. And that's kind of like one of my big things. Like, I mean, honestly, it's one thing that I really hated about trying to get into biochemistry is like they want you to like worship these math equations without questioning like why you're doing them, you know. And like I just found that very perverse, you know. I truly did. I was like, this is not right. This is not ethical. You know what I mean? And then they try to wrap this bioethics around it too to like justify, you know, math equations and, you know, quote unquote therapeutic medicines and stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's pretty weird. It's like it's just people just take a lot of this shit for granted, and I just, you know, so much. I mean, there. I mean, you want to talk about the Matrix? I mean, you know, that is the Matrix. Is like a bunch of fucking math equations and taking them like they're telling you the secrets of the universe. I mean, that's extremely arrogant, in my opinion. Again, it's not that they're not. It's not that there's no truth in it. It's like it'll make you an insane psychopath looking at the world that way, you know, or can at least, you know, it certainly can. So, but anyways, I won't beat that dead horse too much, but yeah, it's pretty trippy. Somebody asked the name of this documentary. It's like King's Vision, Harmony, and Balance or some shit. I don't know, but yeah, people should definitely like see this documentary. It's a pretty good documentary, but it's just I'm a little freaked out with like they're smuggling in a lot of shit. It's actually seeming like condescending to very particular type of person, but yeah. I mean, Charles looks like Count Dracula pretty much, so he's kind of based and like I kind of do agree a lot with what he's saying. And you know, like in a general principle. And then see, it's weird. Then they bring up Afghanistan. So like talking about nature, and then they're like Afghanistan's been in a war. America and our allies took control of Afghanistan from the Taliban. So he sold to President Karzai the idea of the Harmony Project in Afghanistan. The charity that they founded together is still running. So now the Taliban is running Afghanistan, and his foundation is still running in Afghanistan. And they're sending a literal steward. Afghanistan was the center of the world. I agree. And she says there's an insurgency going on in Afghanistan. See, they're selling this weird shit, man. Like, it's really weird. Because Dugan was sitting up there with like this woman who was from Afghanistan and Alexander Blinken and talking about the Kabbalah and how Afghanistan was playing a role and all this shit. It's pretty. Like it's really subtle, man. I'm telling you, like this shit is very subtle that they're selling with Afghanistan. It's pretty interesting. I've always wanted to go to Afghanistan, by the way. I always thought it's a cool place.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck.
In 2010, Prince Charles came for himself to see the progress of his foundation in Afghanistan. So Prince Charles loves Afghanistan. He says he has a great appreciation for the sacred geometry of Afghanistan. And he's showing like all these like silk carpets and stuff. I'm telling you, man, like this documentary is like crazy. I don't know. See, it's kind of weird because like this is kind of what Andrew Wilson was trying to like sell of like it's almost like what Pinoy talks about, like communitarianism. They're selling like communitarianism. It's pretty weird. And then they say, "Oh, see the terrorist people come and ruin the party for everybody." They say, "Oh, the Taliban fucked it up for everybody." Rocky's comments are funny. All right, I won't beat a dead horse anymore. I go ahead and end this now, but I appreciate you, bro. Let me know when you're going live tomorrow. I want to watch the traditionalism stuff now. I'm pretty now my interest is pretty high now because like I'm seeing the techno guyism angle
Oh
now.
yeah, yeah. I've mentioned all these
I'm
guys like
seeing
half
that.
a dozen times for sure. But yeah,
Yeah, I've caught it, but like now I see like now I see how it connects to that conversation we had with Claudia, where I'm like now I
oh
see
yeah, it's
like
wild.
I see what you're getting at now. I knew I
Yeah,
kind of saw it, but like now I see where you're getting at it, where it's like
yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's
like
pretty interesting.
it's like Nietzsche and like Guanon and like like Descartes and like
And
like
and
Locke,
really misrepresenting those things, right? Because
Rousseau
like
too. Yeah, yeah, they're like a map. Yep.
yep, because Descartes has always been like my number one enemy. Like I think Descartes is like they try to use Descartes for everything and deny it over and over again. It's kind of crazy. Like Descartes is like my enemy in a lot of ways. Like because I don't know, maybe Descartes was right about some things, and he probably was, but like they use Descartes like for everything, all the time, and it's like kind of like sickening in a sense. The Cartesian demon.
Yeah, it's a Star Trek version of reality.
Yep. Well, that's why
Holodeck.
that's basically what this documentary is selling. They're selling you a holodeck, in my opinion,
Yep.
for sure. Like, it's a trip, man. It's a trip because, like, I respect the art of it, but it's like it's a very, very sketchy, superficial, slick holodeck shit.
Yeah, the Dark Knight on the Soul on the holodeck type of deal here.
Only the real one's gonna get that one for sure. Yeah, it's people should not underestimate the fucking cabal of the Star Trek and how that's influencing everything right now for sure. Like dude, we could do an entire series of nothing but cabal of Star Trek. Like, I'm convinced of that. You could literally do like 1,000 episodes of like cabal and Star Trek or something. So, like, I had no idea how fucking cabalistic Star Trek was until like a year ago. I was like, what the fuck? It's like I literally learned a little bit about Kabbalah just learning about Star Trek. Pretty crazy. But anyways, I'll get off of here. I appreciate everybody being here. Sorry for boring everybody to death, but somebody's got to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely powerful shit. Yeah, blessings. See y'all tonight.
Yeah.
9:15 Eastern.
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a message before I go to bed. So just look out for that. I'll appreciate you. All right, bye,
Yeah,
everybody.
for sure. Yeah. Yeah, peace, guys.